Chapter 635. 635 The Strange Gu Huaxiu. What's wrong? Since you've returned so quickly, why don't you take the opportunity to get closer to a beauty? Xianxia mocked Lu Ming when he saw him. Why would I get close to other women? If I want to get close, I should get close to you. Lu Ming chuckled. Xianxia's face reddened. Don't give me that. Who would want to be close to you? Tell me, did you have lustful thoughts about her and got chased out? Lu Ming was speechless. Was his character that bad? Seeing that Lu Ming did not say anything, Xianxia smiled. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. It's more important to get down to business. Lu Ming took out Yun Haitong's storage ring and focused his mind on it. After a while, a token appeared. This is an inscribed token? You're taking action so quickly? Xianxia said. Of course, if you don't do it now, I'm going to sacrifice my body. Let's take action now, Lu Ming mumbled. If we're too late and others find out that Yun Haitong is in trouble, we won't have a chance anymore. All right. Xianxia was not one to hesitate and immediately nodded. Wait a moment. Lu Ming called out. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in confusion. I'll inscribe an inscription formation for you to conceal your aura first. Lu Ming continued to inscribe runes on Xianxia's body. After a while, the inscription array that concealed his aura was completed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so brilliant. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. It's nothing. Let's go. In a flash, he went into the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy with Xianxia following behind. At the same time, in a secret room of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, a deep roar like that of a beast was heard. A white-haired old man's heart was pierced through by Gu Huaxiu. Who was it? Ancient flower void. Not this strong? The old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a core elder of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution and a peak-tier king. Even if Gu Huaxiu had sneaked an attack on him, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through his heart. The cultivation that Gu Huaxiu had just revealed was extremely terrifying. You're about to die, why care so much? I only want your inscription plate. True Yuan exploded and the old man's aura was extinguished. Gu Huaxiu sneered and licked his lips. He took off the old man's storage ring. After a while, a token appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one that Lu Ming and the others had gotten from Yun Haitong. Then Gu Huaxiu's body flashed and he also headed towards the treasure vault of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Lu Ming and Xianxia's cultivation levels were high. Their movements were as fast as lightning. Coupled with the inscription array that concealed their aura, no one could discover them. Soon the two of them arrived at the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. There was a huge mountain. On the mountainside there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly closed, and there was a large inscription formation engraved on all sides. If they didn't have the token, not to mention whether they could break in if they tried to force their way in, it would alert the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, including that Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed to the mountainside, took out the inscription token and injected their vital essence. Buzz. The inscription token glowed and inscriptions appeared on it. Inscriptions also appeared on the stone door. These inscriptions formed a light shield in front of them. At this moment the light barrier split into two, forming a door. The stone door opened automatically. Let's go. The two of them flashed and rushed in. The light shield closed automatically and the stone door also closed. Behind the stone door there was a wide passage. It was obviously man-made and the surrounding walls were full of holes. The two of them followed the passageway and advanced quickly. The tunnel slanted downward, leading to the underground. The two of them ran forward carefully for a few minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end and a sense of danger erupted from the bottom of his heart. Be careful. Lu Ming suddenly pulled Xianxia and retreated. Chi. Two sharp beams of qi shot into the place where the two had been, leaving two deep thumb-sized holes in the ground. Die. A figure pounced at them with dark green claws aimed at Lu Ming and Xianxia's vital points. The speed was unbelievable. Buzz. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The spear's gleam pierced through the void and stabbed forward. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his hand forward and a powerful force field burst out, enveloping the other party. Bang! Lu Ming's spear gleam collided with the other party. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly while the other party retreated rapidly. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Under his and Xianxia's combined attack, the other party was only pushed back and not injured. This showed the other party's combat power. Of course, it was also because the two of them were in a hurry and didn't use their full strength. Gu Huaxiu. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the person in front of him. He was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Beside him, Xianxia was in the same state. The person who had ambushed them was actually Gu Huaxiu. Half a month ago, Gu Huaxiu was only at level 7 Martial King realm. In just half a month he had improved to such a terrifying level. Hee, your battle strength is beyond my expectations. Gu Huaxiu sneered and licked his lips. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia coldly. Lu Ming and Xianxia furrowed their brows. They did not expect to meet Gu Huaxiu here. You're also here to steal the treasures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, right? Lu Ming said. Not bad. I didn't expect you to come in here. Good, I'll take this opportunity to finish you off. Gu Huaxiu's body flickered and turned into a dozen phantoms, charging toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Each phantom looked real and exuded a powerful aura. Sky Poison Claw. Gu Huaxiu roared as a claw light shot out. More than a dozen figures attacked at the same time, their claws covering Lu Ming and Xianxia's vital points. Sky Devil Force Field. Sky Demon Cut. Xianxia shouted as the Sky Demon Force Field exploded. It contained a terrifying cutting force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear turned into more than 10 spear gleams and pierced through more than 10 phantoms. Bang! Bang! After a dozen or so deep explosions, Gu Huaxiu's dozen or so figures all collapsed and turned into one. He quickly retreated 100 meters away and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. In the battle between the three of them, all of their true qi was restrained. Otherwise, with their combat strength, if their qi spread in all directions, it would probably penetrate the mountain. I didn't expect that your battle strength would reach such a level. I'm afraid that even the sovereigns at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for either of you. Gu Huaxiu said with a serious expression. Chapter 636. 636 Ling Hai takes action. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were equally shocked. Gu Huaxiu had reached such a terrifying level in just half a month. His cultivation had already reached the peak tier king level, and his battle power was extremely strong. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lu Ming did not have the confidence to win. This guy's condition is too strange. Dandan's black eyes stared at Gu Huaxiu, her eyes spinning. Dandan, what did you see? Lu Ming asked. Dandan said that it had lived for a long time. Lu Ming now felt that it might be true. Perhaps Dandan could really see something. It's a little like possession, but the difficulty of possession is not small. It requires a series of coincidences, otherwise it's very difficult to succeed. Dandan muttered. Possession. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed. There was disbelief in their eyes. They had also heard of the legend of possession. It was said that when a martial artist cultivated to the spiritual god realm and condensed a spiritual god, even if his physical body was destroyed, the spiritual god would not collapse for a while. He could even use his spiritual god to possess another body and be reborn. However, possession wasn't as easy as one would imagine. Once a spirit god left the body, it was extremely weak and wouldn't exist for long. The most important thing was that everyone's will was extremely strong, and it even involvered the laws of life. Basically, it was impossible for a spirit god to possess someone else's body. If a spirit god wanted to possess someone else's body, they would often end up in a situation where they would be reduced to ashes. But in history there were also successful cases of possession, but they were too few. Could it be that Gu Huaxiu's body had been possessed by a powerful being? At this moment, Gu Huaxiu's expression changed. I'll let you two off for now, but I'll take your lives in the future. Gu Huaxiu snorted and quickly retreated into the tunnel. Chase. The two of them quickly chased after him. The three of them, one in front and one at the back, moved forward and passed through the east and west bay. After a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. Blood-red gemstones were embedded in the stone walls of the underground cave, scattering blood-red rays of light. In the middle of the underground cave, there was actually a medicinal field, growing more than a dozen kinds of spirit herbs. Haha, blood infant fruit, dragon poison fruit, my senses were indeed correct. As soon as Gu Huaxiu arrived here, he revealed a look of ecstasy and charged towards the fruit trees. The heavenly demon fruit. Xianxia immediately saw a fruit tree as tall as a man. It was pitch black and there was only one fruit on it. It was the size of a fist and had strange patterns on its surface. This was the heavenly demon fruit that Xianxia needed. Xianxia pounced toward the heavenly demon fruit. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment the air trembled violently. The vibrations were so dense that it was as if there were countless bees flying around. However, the sound of the vibrations was thousands of times stronger than that of the bees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then beetles flew out from the ground of these fruit trees like bullets, piercing through Gu Huaxiu and Xianxia. His speed was shockingly fast. The vibrations were caused by the flapping of the beetles' wings. Be careful. Lu Ming exclaimed softly and rushed over quickly. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his palm down, and the powerful Sky Demon Force Field enveloped the beetles. However, the speed of the beetles was only slightly affected, and they continued to rush towards Xianxia. Sky Demon Cut. An extremely sharp cutting power burst out and a wind blade-like cutting power cut toward the beetles. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The powerful cutting force cut the beetles, but it produced the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Only a few beetles were cut in half and the rest were only sent flying. After a moment of delay they charged again. On the other side, a short sword appeared in Gu Huaxiu's hand. He kept on slashing but the result was the same. Only a few of the beetles were killed and the rest were sent flying. Sacred beetle. Damn it. Why are there sacred beetles here? Gu Huaxiu roared. And NBSP buzz. The beetles flew up again and there were no less than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming rushed forward and a huge spear's gleam condensed in his hand. He swept it out and dozens of scarabs were swept away like bullets. They crashed into the surrounding walls, blasting big holes in them. However, more scarabs pounced toward Lu Ming. And NBSP, this type of sacred beetle had a long, sharp thorn in its mouth. It was clearly not ordinary and no one wanted to be pierced by it. Little Qing, pick the heavenly demon fruit and retreat. Lu Ming shouted. Juniors, none of you can leave today. All of you can stay. At this time a bone-chilling voice rang out. Boom. In the sky above the cave, a vast and terrifying aura pressed down. This aura gave people the feeling that they were facing a vast ocean. Not good, it's a sea of soul realm expert. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy had already taken precautions and had been waiting for them here. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He immediately used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and turned into a ray of light. In a flash, he dodged the large group of scarabs and rushed toward the sky demon fruit. Bang! Bang! Then he swept his long spear and the group of scarabs in front of him were swept away. He then swept his quintessential essence forward and caught the sky demon fruit. He pulled it back and put it into Lu Ming's storage ring. The heavenly demon fruit is in my hands, let's go. Run! Lu Ming shouted as he flew towards the exit at top speed. At the same time, Xianxia retreated quickly. Junior, stay here. An angry shout rang out, and 2 powerful forces pressed down on the 2 people's heads at an unbelievable speed. There were 2 rings of fire and they exuded a shocking pressure. So hot. That's the 2nd level fire concept. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 3 types of concepts erupted and a spear's gleam shot out, striking the ring of flames. With a loud boom, Lu Ming felt a boundless pressure surging toward him. His body trembled slightly and he could not help but retreat. On the other side, Xianxia was in a similar situation. He took a few steps back. In the sky, a burly middle-aged man in a red robe stood in the air. His eyes were cold as lightning as he scanned the 3 of them. Did you kill my son Yun Songxing? Today I'm going to bury all of you with me. The red-robed man's cold voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his hands down and a total of 9 rings of fire shot towards Lu Ming, Xianxia and Gu Huaxiu. And embassy at the same time, the sacred beetle began to shake and fly toward the 3 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted as he pushed out his palms. A powerful force field covered a radius of 10 meters. Invisible cutting forces destroyed everything. And NBSP. This time many of the sacred beetles were cut in half, leaving only 3 flame rings to charge through the force field. This is the destruction domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xianxia had actually comprehended the intent realm of destruction. At the same time he had cultivated the intent realm of wind. Chapter 637. 637 Chapter 637 Joining Hands. The destruction mentality was a special kind of mentality. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. Could destroy everything. In terms of attack power, even the thunder mentality was a lot weaker. At the same time, Xianxia had also comprehended the wind mentality. However, the 2 mentalities were obviously not combined. Exterminate. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He had not used the infinite dragon spear since he got it. Whoosh, whoosh. The infinite dragon spear turned into a series of shadows. Dozens of spear lights burst out. As the spear lights were too sharp, they tore through the air and created dozens of vacuum passages. And NBSP, the spear radiance struck dozens of sacred beetles, causing them to explode. The tip of the infinite dragon spear was made of indestructible steel. It was extremely hard and sharp, and it could easily break through the sacred beetle's defense. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu let out a long howl and his dark green sword chi exploded. It was also stronger than before and split apart the sacred beetles. Boom. Boom. Then there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming and the rest collided with the ring of flames, creating a shocking explosion. The entire mountain shook violently. Damn it. The red-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming's group of 3 was too powerful. Not only could they break through the sacred beetle, but they could also block his attack. They were only martial kings, but they were so terrifying. Raging flames billowed to the heavens. Slash the world. The red-robed man waved his hands and pressed down. Immediately, dozens of rings of fire formed and shot toward the 3 of them. This kind of fiery disk was the combination of the red-robed man's vital essence and will. It was extremely powerful and the edge of the ring was extremely sharp. It also carried the explosive intent of fire. If someone was hit by it, they would definitely explode. Lu Ming, how about the 3 of us join forces? Gu Huaxiu suddenly shouted. His opponent was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. No matter if it was Jin Yuan or intent, they were both too strong. They couldn't be his opponent alone. If they wanted to leave this place safely, they had to work together. Otherwise, they would only be defeated one by one. All right. Lu Ming was also very clear about this. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. Regardless of whether Gu Huaxiu was possessed or not, he had to get through this first. Gu Huaxiu's body flashed and he appeared beside Lu Ming and the rest like a ghost. In the spiritual ocean tier, the Dantian turns into the sea and the Jin Yuan is too rich. We can't fight him head-on, or our Jin Yuan will definitely be exhausted in advance. The other party is a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, so we can only change from passive to active and counterattack to have a chance of winning. Gu Huaxiu analyzed. What method do you have? Lu Ming asked. It was very likely that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a spirit god. He might really have a way. The few of them blocked the red-robed man's attacks while conversing through voice transmission. The 2 of us will open up a path and attack the other party. Let this little girl use her force field to cover the other party and reduce his speed. Only then will we have a chance of winning. Gu Huaxiu said. All right, let's lead the way. Lu Ming nodded. Then he activated his second blood meridian and his power increased. An extreme strike. Lu Ming unleashed his strongest attack. He became one with the spear and turned into a ray of spear radiance. It pierced through the void and rushed up into the sky. Bang! Bang! A few rings were destroyed by Lu Ming and the sharp spear's gleam was pointed at the burly man in red robes. Sky Poison Sword. A dark green light flashed in Gu Huaxu's eyes. Even the short sword in his hand turned dark green. With a slash, a few rings were broken and the dark green sword light slashed towards the red-robed man. The red-robed man's eyes turned serious. He clenched his fists in the air and the rings of flames flew back. They turned into 2 rings that emitted a powerful aura and shot toward Lu Ming's spear radiance and dark green sword chi. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shaking explosions were heard as violent chi spread out. 2 pillars of chi shot up into the sky from where the 3 were fighting. Boom! The stone wall above the cave was directly penetrated, and the whole mountain shook violently. Countless boulders came crashing down, but when they were still several dozen meters from the 4, they were shattered by the energy from their bodies. Charge out! Lu Ming called out to Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xianxia turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed up. On the other side, Gu Huaxu did the same. If you want to leave, then stay. The red-robed man let out an earth-shattering roar and turned into a sea of fire, blasting towards the 3 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his little hand and the Sky Demon Force Field acted on the red-robed man, blocking his figure for a moment. In this way, Lu Ming and the other 2 rushed out of the mountain peak. Stay here. The burly man in red robe bellowed. The next moment, the Sky Demon Force Field was shattered. He turned into a flame and broke through the sky in an instant. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rings of flame were blasted toward Lu Ming and the other 2. Lu Ming and the other 2 retaliated. With a loud bang, the sky exploded like fireworks. As for the mountain peak below, it had completely collapsed. Detestable! Gu Huaxu roared. The spirit herbs he wanted were still inside. What's going on? Something has happened in the forbidden area. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the entire Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Countless people were flying around in the sky. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. More than 20 figures were flying toward Lu Ming and the rest. Forefather, what happened? Forefather, what's going on? These people asked one after another. These people have trespassed the forbidden area. All of you attack and take them down. The red-robed man ordered. What? How dare you? You're looking for death. The 20-odd people shouted one after another. Their powerful auras exploded and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2. Every one of them was a late-stage king, and they were the strongest force in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Kill them. The red-robed man instructed. Kill. Kill. Over 20 late-stage king tiers attacked together. All sorts of techniques and lights were unleashed toward the 3 of them. Brat die. As for the red-robed man, he waved his hand and everyone's attacks were directed towards Gu Huaxu. He wanted to break them one by one. Just now his attacks were too scattered. That was why Lu Ming and the rest managed to block them. Now he was going to focus on one person. Gu Huaxu was shocked and he quickly retreated as a dark green sword chi burst out. Die. The red-robed man pressed down with his hand and a ring of fire spun rapidly, colliding with the sword chi. The sword chi only resisted for a breath before it collapsed. The ring did not stop and continued forward. Clang. Gu Huaxu's body trembled as his short sword struck the ring, and he quickly retreated. No, I'm not his match alone. We have to work together. Gu Huaxu charged at Lu Ming without a care. But the red-robed man stopped him. Chapter 638. 638 Wanting to slaughter the Spirit Sea. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xianxia were also entangled. Alchemists were skilled in inscriptions, so they were naturally also skilled in joint attacks. More than 20 upper-tier king tiers joined forces and set up a combined attack formation, entangling Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming was very clear about the other party's intention. They would hold the 2 of them back first. The burly man in the red robe would kill Gu Huaxu first and then kill them. They were broken one by one. If that was the case, they would be in danger. That red-robed man wasn't an ordinary person who had just broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, but had already reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. If they fought him alone, they would only be defeated. Charge out and join forces with Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Xianxia pressed his hands together, and the Sky Demon Force Field surrounded the 20 or so masters. The destructive power of the force field cut them up. If there were only a few late-stage king tiers, they would have definitely been minced into meat paste. However, with the combined forces of over 20 king tiers, their auras merged together and their formation, they were actually able to withstand the attack. Devour. Lu Ming pressed his left palm down and a powerful devouring force erupted. It acted on the 20-odd phenomenal success kings and was about to devour their blood essence. Steady. One of the elders shouted. This elder had the strength of a peak-tier king. In fact, there were 8 peak-tier kings among the 20-odd people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stop Lu Ming and Xianxia's joint attack. True Dragon Strike, break. Lu Ming thrust his long spear and a 3-colored true dragon flew out, crashing toward the 20-odd people. Block him, block him. In just a little while the patriarch will be able to kill that person and come help us. An old man roared. They were also extremely shocked. Where did these young men come from? They were so strong that they did not seem to be Martial King realm warriors. They were too terrifying. At this moment, countless people from all over the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy were looking at the battle in the sky in shock. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming executed the true dragon strike, a beam of sword light suddenly flashed from a mountain peak below. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if it had come from beyond the heavens. The target of the sword gleam was the same as Lu Ming. It was the experts from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Boom! The 3-colored true dragon first clashed with the attacks of the people from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. They had never expected that there would be another sword light. He wanted to defend, but he lacked the strength. The sword light slashed across and 7 or 8 late-stage kings were cut in half. The formation was broken. As soon as the formation was broken, Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field exploded and blood splattered everywhere. A few more masters were killed. Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy is such a dirty and disgusting place. Today I will destroy it. A figure stepped into the air and appeared in the sky. It was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a white robe and was handsome and elegant. Come and help me. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu shouted. He couldn't hold on any longer. He was spitting out blood and couldn't hold on much longer. The two of you, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go help him. The white-robed young man turned into a sword light and attacked the red-robed man. Yun Luo, you old fogey, today is the day you die. The white-robed youth's voice was filled with killing intent. Damn it, who are you? The red-robed man Yun Luo roared. Detian Divine Guard Li Xiaoyan, I've been investigating what your Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy has done for a long time. You must be destroyed. The white-robed young man shouted coldly as endless sword chi burst out from his hand. It was extremely powerful. The white-robed youth's cultivation was also at the peak-tier king tier, but his battle power wasn't any weaker than Gu Huaxiu, Xianxia and the others. Li Xiaoyan. He's ranked 943rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's expression changed. Charge. Let's break out together. At that moment, an old man who was trapped in the Sky Demon power field was trying to break out of the encirclement. With the formation broken, their strength was greatly reduced. At this time, Xianxia had killed a few of them. The remaining 10 or so people were struggling in the Sky Demon power field, but they couldn't get out at all. Now I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and hundreds of 3-colored true dragons flew out, pouncing on the experts from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Division. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline enveloped the other party through his left palm. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Xianxia working together. How could ordinary peak-tier kings withstand this? They were instantly killed. Swallow. Drops of blood essence flew into Lu Ming's left palm and were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. He did not know what Lu Ming's purpose of devouring blood essence was. Now let's go kill that old man. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not explain. He couldn't explain the bloodline of the 9 dragons yet. As for the 20 or so storage rings, Lu Ming and Xianxia kept them all. All right. Xianxia nodded. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was in an uproar. The most powerful elders of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution were all dead. They had all been killed. Those who knew Lu Ming and Xianxia were even more shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia's names aren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. How are they so strong? Peak-tier kings can't even fight back against them. The most terrifying one is Gu Huaxiu. He's also shockingly strong. He's still alive under the attack of the old ancestor. The great heir is coming. I heard that in recent years, geniuses have emerged from all over the Eastern Barren territory. All kinds of supreme talents have emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, and many of them are no weaker than the geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's over. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution has been targeted by these monsters. It's most likely over. We'd better leave quickly. Some of the people who were studying alchemy here all retreated far away to avoid being implicated. Some disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Dispensary also retreated to some hidden places to watch. If the situation didn't look right, they would leave immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xianxia were already charging towards Yunluo. Even with Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyun working together, they were still not Yunluo's match, but they could barely hold her off. Sky Devil Force Field. Before Xianxia even arrived, the Sky Demon Force Field had already enveloped Yunluo. True Dragon Strike. The dazzling spear radiance turned into a three-colored true dragon and pounced toward Yunluo. At the same time, Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyun also launched their counterattacks. Boom. Boom. Yunluo's body trembled violently as she retreated. Buzz. Buzz. Li Xiaoyun and Gu Huaxiu moved and blocked his way. The four of them surrounded Yunluo. Hehe, you're arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Gu Huaxiu sneered. Yunluo, I've investigated what your Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution has done. From today on, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution will be removed from the world. Li Xiaoyun's sword Qi soared into the sky and his voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not say a word, but their cold gazes explained everything. Countless people were shocked. The four geniuses were going to kill a powerful being from the Spirit Sea today. Furthermore, Yunluo was a powerful being at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. If she was killed, it would definitely be a big piece of news. It was extremely rare for a king to kill the spirit ocean. This was because the difference between a king and the spirit ocean was too great. Even if the four of them joined forces, it would still be extremely shocking. Chapter 639. 639 List of Top 1000 Talents, Li Xiaoyun. You think you can kill me? Yunluo's aura was as turbulent as the ocean as she scanned her surroundings. But his heart was unusually heavy. The four people in front of him were all too powerful. Normal peak-tier kings would be instantly killed by them. If he was alone, he had the confidence to defeat and kill him. But with the four of them working together, he felt great pressure. Especially, he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, but he was already so powerful. This made him tremble in fear. The battle of karmic luck is about to begin. All these freaks have been mobilized. Yunluo felt a little bitter. Hehe, while it's rare for a king to kill a spirit sea expert, there have been a few in history. Gu Huaxiu sneered and licked his lips. Kill. Lu Ming did not waste any words and attacked directly. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence, so he had to end the battle as soon as possible and refine the blood essence. The moment Lu Ming moved, the other three moved as well. Each of them unleashed their unique skills and charged towards Yunluo. The sky instantly boiled over. The violent attacks caused the entire world to shake. Wisps of energy seeped out and fell to the ground. Boom. Boom. Each wisp of chi was like a bombshell. Mountains and rivers exploded and palaces collapsed. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was in shambles. Let's go, let's go. The disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution screamed and ran. Some of them were too slow and were killed by the explosion. The 5 figures turned into 5 dazzling lights and engaged in a life-and-death battle in the sky. But at this time Yunluo was already completely at a disadvantage. A moment later, Blood splattered in all directions as an arm was cut off. Yun Luo let out a beast-like roar and suddenly a blood-red light filled the air. Yun Luo turned into a blood-red light, rushed out of the encirclement and quickly went far away. For little bastards, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for my broken arm. His voice rumbled and reverberated between heaven and earth, but he had already gone far away. Yun Luo had escaped. What a pity he escaped. Li Xiaoyun sighed. Lu Ming's expression was calm. The four of them did not have an overwhelming advantage over Yun Luo to begin with. It would not be that easy to kill her. It was already good enough that they were able to leave her with an arm and severely injure her vitality. If the other party doesn't die, he'll definitely take revenge. I won't be accompanying you. Gu Huaxiu sneered. He looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia before his figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This guy was cautious. He left immediately after the battle was over. He was most likely afraid that Lu Ming and Xianxia would find trouble with him. To be honest, Lu Ming would not mind getting rid of him if he had the chance. Gu Huaxiu gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. May I know how I should address the two of you? Li Xiaoyun cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia answered. Lu Ming? Xianxia? I've never heard of it before. It seems that we've really entered a golden era with countless geniuses. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, I doubt I'll be squeezed out of it. Li Xiaoyun said with a bitter smile. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked like they were in their 20s, but they had such cultivation and combat strength. He was shocked. Brother Li is too modest. I've heard of Brother Li's great name like thunder. Lu Ming was being polite. What are your plans next? Did you come here to go to the chaotic astral ocean as well? Li Xiaoyun asked curiously. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He had nothing to hide. The Battle of Kismet is approaching. Now many geniuses have been mobilized. As far as I know, many geniuses have entered the chaotic astral ocean recently to train them slaviers. After I've settled the affairs of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, I'm also planning to go to the chaotic astral ocean to adventure. Li Xiaoyun said with a smile. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the chaotic astral ocean is incomparably chaotic. It's an unreasonable place where people may attack you at any time. There's no lack of life and death battles there. Under such an environment, it was indeed possible for one to constantly improve and break through. Because if he didn't break through, he would most likely die. It was normal for many geniuses to enter it to train. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Li Xiaoyun was ranked 943rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, which was dozens of places higher than the Saint Planet. His battle strength was much stronger than the Saint Planet's. Li Xiaoyun could easily defeat Saint Starlight. He was only a few dozen ranks higher and he was already so powerful. How powerful would those geniuses who were ranked higher be? Not to mention the geniuses who had reached the Sea of Souls realm, there must be many geniuses who were stronger than Li Xiaoyun in the Martial King realm. Lu Ming really wanted to meet them. Brother Li will take our leave then. Lu Ming said. He was in a hurry to find a place to refine the blood essence. All right, when we meet again we must have a good drink. Li Xiaoyun said with a smile. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded and left with Xianxia. Buzz. Buzz. After Lu Ming and Xianxia left, two figures appeared beside Li Xiaoyun and bowed. Young master. Send the news to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the Yunfeng region and get someone to deal with this Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Using the connate blood qi to refine pills is an evil and crooked way. Li Xiaoyun said coldly. Yes. The two old men bowed. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew to the west. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they landed in a mountain range. The two of them planned to cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Xianxia wanted to use the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate the heavenly demon force field, while Lu Ming wanted to refine his blood essence. Dandan, help us guard the area. Lu Ming said. 10 level 5 spiritual herbs. Dandan demanded an exorbitant price. 2 or not a single one, Lu Ming threw him 2. Dandan was helpless and could only grab 2 spiritual herbs to guard at the side. Xianxia sat cross-legged, took out the heavenly demon fruit and began to cultivate. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged 100 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. In the bloodline of the 9 dragons, a huge amount of blood essence was being refined. This time he had obtained the blood essence of over 20 late king tiers, including 8 peak tier king tiers. The blood essence was simply too rich. The 9 dragon bloodline had already accumulated to a certain level, reaching the limit of a 7th level king bloodline. This time it broke through directly. 8 Asilavir chakras flashed and disappeared. The 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to the 8th level king realm. Fortunately, Xianxia was also in seclusion, otherwise his jaw would have dropped. Bloodline of the 9 dragons, why does it sound so familiar? I can't remember. Not far away, Dandan was mumbling while gnawing on spirit herbs. Let's see if I have enough supreme grade spirit crystals. If I have enough, I can break through to the peak tier king realm. More than 10 storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Min and Xianxia each took Tulavir storage rings from the 20 overkings from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming's mind sank into it and he gathered all the top-grade spiritual crystals together. After a while, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Chapter 640. 640 Breaking through to peak tier king tier. As expected of the storage ring of a peak late-stage king, it was simply too rich. There were more than 80 million supreme spiritual crystals in the 12 storage rings. 80 million was really terrifying. Alchemy is really a huge profit. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Moreover, the people in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution made use of the brutal method of the baby's innate blood qi to refine pills and make a profit. Naturally, they earned more supreme-grade spirit crystals. Normal peak-tier kings and late-stage kings weren't this rich. Lu Ming estimated that Yun Luo's storage ring definitely had more top-grade spiritual crystals. It was a pity that he had escaped. It's more than enough to break through to the peak-tier king level. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia after he was done sorting out the best-grade spirit crystals. At this moment, an invisible force field emanated from Xianxia's body, covering a radius of 100 meters. It trembled continuously and shrank. Xianxia held the heavenly demon fruit in his hand. The fruit glowed and wisps of light were absorbed by Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia's cultivation would not end anytime soon. With a single thought, Lu Ming's body disappeared and he entered the Supreme Shrine. The next breakthrough would cause a huge commotion. If they were outside, Xianxia would most likely be alerted. Let's start. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. There were a total of 1 million pieces. Bang! Bang! All 1 million supreme spiritual crystals exploded and turned into extremely rich spiritual qi. The 9 dragon bloodline emerged. After reaching the 8th level of the king level, the 9 dragon bloodline's body seemed to have become larger. Its body was winding and its scales were dense. It was becoming more and more like the legendary true dragon. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A terrifying devouring power burst forth. The energy of 1 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals was swarmed into the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and began cultivating. Breaking through to peak tier king tier required an abnormally large amount of energy, and he had to condense his chi vortex to the extreme in preparation for breaking through to the spirit sea realm. Therefore, he needed a lot of supreme spiritual crystals. The devouring and refining power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had increased several times. It did not take long for him to refine 1 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming took out another 1 million. Just like that, 1 million followed another. Endless energy was being accumulated. After Lu Ming had refined 18 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, the qi cyclone in his dantian finally reached an extremely condensed stage. It was like a liquid that was spinning like the eye of the sea. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to a peak-tier king. Boom, boom, boom. Circulating the true war dragon technique, his essential core surged and flowed. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his essential core was several times stronger than before. Naturally, Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased by a large margin. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Peak-tier kings were considered to be standing at the peak of king tiers. The next step would be to open the Spirit Sea and step into the Spirit Sea realm. However, this step wasn't that easy. First of all, one had to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth to the second level. Without the second level intent realm of heaven and earth, trying to break through to the Sea of Soul realm would only lead to death. It has only been a day since I refined so many top-grade spirit crystals. Let's go and see how little Qing's cultivation is going. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he felt a powerful force field surging and his body was under immense pressure. Lu Ming moved and retreated a few hundred meters before the pressure disappeared. The demonic fruit in Xianxia's hand had disappeared. Her long hair was flying in the air, and a lotus flower was floating above her head. A beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. A powerful force field emanated from Xianxia's body. It's not simple, it's not simple. Dandan circled around Xianxia, her eyes darting around as she carefully sized up Xianxia. 8 hours later, the force field around him suddenly shrunk and disappeared into Xianxia's body. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes. Little Qing, how is it? Did you break through the sky demon power field? Lu Ming walked over and smiled. Of course I did. How was it? You want to test its power? Xianxia's lips curved into a sly smile. He stared at Lu Ming with ill intentions. You think you can defeat me just because you've broken through? Then you'll be disappointed again. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Oh really? Then I'll have to try. Xianxia smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her palms forward. Buzz. An extremely powerful force field burst forth and enveloped Lu Ming in an instant. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on him. So strong. He's several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. He circulated his essential core and gathered 3 types of heaven and earth intent realms, opening up the power of the demonic power field. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Of course. You've already broken through, so how can I not? Lu Ming chuckled. Just in time, destruction cut. Cut. Xianxia shouted and pressed his palms together. A terrifying cutting force burst out from the sky demon power field. This cutting force was formed by the will of destruction and the sky demon power field. It was so sharp that even a 5th-level spiritual weapon would be cut apart. In Lu Ming's hands, a long spear was condensed from vital essence. With the tip of the spear as the center, the long spear spun rapidly like a drill bit and drilled in Xianxia's direction. Bang! Bang! With a loud boom, the domain in front of him was broken. Lu Ming stepped forward and dodged Xianxia's attack. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia, the first thing he had to do was to rush out of the domain and attack Xianxia. Little Qing, I'm going to reward you after I take you down. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xianxia's body. You want to take me down? Dream on. Xianxia shouted as her blood meridian burst out. Her delicate hand pressed down again. A beautiful arm formed out of thin air and slapped at Lu Ming. The terrifying palm force swept toward Lu Ming like a stormy sea. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not dare to be careless. He thrust his spear forward and a huge 3-colored true dragon pounced out, colliding with the beautiful palm. Boom! The ground trembled terrifyingly and the terrain rose and fell. Violent energy swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 3 steps back. Xianxia also took 3 steps back. They were equally matched. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to activate his blood meridian to fight Xianxia retracted his demonic force field and said, No more fighting, no more fighting, today is considered a draw. You're not fighting. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Other things aside, Xianxia was a good opponent. Lu Ming was about to activate his blood meridian and fight with all his might, but Xianxia stopped. You're a man, yet you're fighting with a little girl. And you're so serious. How petty. Who wants to fight with you? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Chapter 641. 641 Chapter 641 Chaotic Stars City. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Alright, Xianxia was the one who said that they wanted to have a competition. In the end it was Lu Ming who was in the wrong. What could Lu Ming say? He could only tell himself in his heart that he should never try to reason with a woman, because his reasoning might not be her reasoning. With a smile, Xianxia's figure flashed. He grabbed Dandan and placed her on her shoulder. Then he rose into the air and flew to the west. Lu Ming stepped on the air and chased after him. The distance from here to the chaotic astral ocean was not close. It was almost as far as half of the Yunfeng region. Even with their speed, it would still take them nearly 10 days to fly. Little Qing, you're cultivating the destruction and wind concepts, right? Lu Ming asked on the way. That's right. The intent of destruction is something I comprehended from my bloodline. Xianxia said. Those two concepts don't seem to have fused together. Do you think it's that easy to merge two intents together? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Then he thought of something and said, unlike you, you're so perverted. I can teach you some experience in the fusion of wills. How about it? Do you want to learn? Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lu Ming had successfully fused 3 concepts. If she had Lu Ming's experience, she might really be able to fuse 2 concepts together. If she could really merge the destruction and wind concepts, her sky demon power field would be raised to a terrifying level. You're not that kind to teach me? Xianxia asked. Of course I'm not that kind. I have conditions. Come, give me a kiss and I'll tell you the method of fusion. Lu Ming said with a smile. Kiss you? Xianxia's face was as red as a ripe apple. He glared at Lu Ming and said, I knew it, you pervert, you wish. After saying that, he even gritted his teeth. If that's the case, then forget it. I can't do anything about it. Who asked me to be a pervert? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. You. Xianxia gritted her teeth. The look in her eyes kept changing. Then she stared at Lu Ming with her eyes wide open. Her face turned redder and redder. In the end, she actually closed her eyes slowly and raised her mouth to kiss Lu Ming on the face. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he retreated a few meters away. He smiled and said, Little Qing, what are you doing? It was just a joke, did you really take it seriously? Ha! Lu Ming. A shrill scream came from Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. He gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the end, she bared her teeth and pounced on Lu Ming, ready to bite him. Lu Ming dodged it and flew forward, shouting, Nest, the tigress bit me. Stop. No. I won't stop. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, disappeared into the horizon. Time passed day by day. Along the way, Lu Ming would occasionally tease Xianxia. He was in an extremely good mood. Of course, he wasn't going to be stingy. He shared some of his experience with Xianxia. On top of that, he also gave Xianxia a bunch of destruction intent crystals. The destruction ultimacy crystal was one of the many ultimacy crystals that Lu Ming had obtained in the heaven realm. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming take out a large pile of destruction ultimacy crystals, there were even quite a few middle-grade ultimacy crystals. He could not help but be dumbfounded. Of course, she kept it without any hesitation. Then she took out a martial arts secret manual and passed it to Lu Ming. The exploding star fist, a superior heaven-level martial arts technique, could burst out a terrifying power when combined with the concept of fire, like the explosion of stars. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His current attack methods were indeed a little monotonous. With this book on the exploding star fist, he would have more attack methods. He had obtained some martial arts secret manuals from others before. However, they were either heaven-level low-rank martial arts manuals which Lu Ming did not care about at all. Most of them had to be cultivated together with the weapon and were not suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming was just the right person for this martial arts technique. The two of them were not in a hurry to travel. They cultivated as they traveled. If he had any comprehension, he would stop and cultivate. Lu Ming's understanding of the exploding star fist was also improving rapidly. What was originally a 10-day journey took the two of them more than 20 days to arrive. The chaotic star city was located on the shore of the chaotic astral ocean. It could be considered the common border between the Yunfeng area and the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic star city could be said to be the most prosperous city in the Cloud Peak region. Everyone who wants to enter the chaotic astral ocean from the direction of the Cloud Peak area has to go through the chaotic star city. There were countless merchant associations and caravans gathered here. The chaotic astral ocean can be said to be the largest inland ocean in the East continent. Its surface area is even larger than many large domains. There are many precious materials and strange treasures inside that cannot be found in the outside world. Therefore, there are countless chambers of commerce that take the risk to enter the chaotic astral ocean, search for the materials and treasures unique to the chaotic astral ocean, and sell them in other big regions. They can obtain rich profits. And these chambers of commerce all had to set off from chaotic stars city. It's really lively. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked to the streets of the chaotic stars city. They could not help but sigh as they looked at the people coming and going on the streets. There were shops on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of wonderful materials and items from the sea. Lu Ming had never seen them before and it was an eye-opener for him. After walking around for a while, the two of them headed towards the harbor outside the city. The so-called port in chaotic stars city was not a place for ships to dock, but a place for flying demonic beasts to dock. This is because there are a lot of aquatic demonic beasts living in the chaotic astral ocean. These aquatic demonic beasts possess unparalleled strength in the ocean. They are capable of summoning clouds and rain and are incomparably powerful. If a ship sailed on the sea, it would definitely be destroyed by the sea demon beast. Therefore, the majority of the people who enter the chaotic astral ocean ride on flying demonic beast. Of course, riding on a flying demonic beast is not completely without danger. In the chaotic astral ocean, the weather is constantly changing, so you might encounter a storm or a thunderstorm at any time. The storm and lightning rain were not ordinary ones. Some of them were so terrifying that even kings would die inside. In addition, the greatest danger in the chaotic astral ocean is pirates. Pirates are everywhere and rob passers-by. The only outcome for those who were robbed was death. Therefore, any martial artist who wants to enter the chaotic astral ocean will enter in groups. The most common way is to follow some caravans. The caravans had powerful forces and would hire some guards with high cultivation. Therefore, as long as he gave them some spirit crystals, they would agree to go with him. The benefits were mutual. One side could get the protection of the caravan's military force, while the other side would have more people in the caravan which would be more powerful. They were using each other. Lu Ming and Xianxia also wanted to find a caravan to go with them. It's not that they're afraid of the pirates of the chaotic astral ocean, but because the ocean is too big. If they don't have someone to lead the way, it's very easy for them to get lost. They planned to first follow the caravan into the chaotic astral ocean. Then they would train while waiting for other people with the key to the martial emperor's treasure to appear. Chapter 642. 642 Demonic Beasts in the Sea. The chaotic stars city's port was bustling with activity, and many massive flying demonic beasts were parked there. There were chaotic wind eagles, gale eagles, four-winged flying tigers and many more. There were all kinds of flying demonic beasts. These demonic beasts all had one thing in common, which was that they had extremely good endurance and huge bodies. Each demonic beast could carry at least a few dozen people. These demonic beasts did not all stand together. Instead, they were clearly divided into different forces. The Luyuan Chamber of Commerce is going to Fengyuan Island. Each person only needs 10,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The Flame Chamber of Commerce is going to the Golden Sand Island. Let's go together. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. The Huge Wave Chamber of Commerce has called for guards to go to Sea Lion Island. The price will be set according to the cultivation. Let's discuss it face to face. When the two of them arrived at the port, they heard shouts. Which island are we going to first? Xianxia asked. I can do anything. Let's choose a bigger island. Lu Ming said. The map displayed on the keys of the Martial Emperor's treasure only points to the chaotic astral ocean, but it doesn't point to its specific location. The two of them speculate that it will only point to its specific location when all 9 keys are born. Therefore, they don't have a specific target now, so they can only choose a random place. Then let's go to Golden Sand Island. Golden Sand Island is a big island with many warriors gathered there. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and the two of them walked in the direction of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. You two, are you going to Golden Sand Island? A middle-aged man with a goatee asked with a smile. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. To Golden Sand Island, 12,000 best-grade spiritual crystals per person. Our young lady is there, so you can register and pay the fee there. The goateed middle-aged man pointed. The two of them looked over and saw a young woman surrounded by a group of people, standing under a huge 4-winged flying tiger. All right, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked over with Xianxia. Are you two going to Golden Sand Island? The lady looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with a faint smile. The woman was in her 20s. She was wearing a light yellow long dress, which made her look pretty and lovely. This was the young lady that the man with the goatee had mentioned. Yes, this is the fee for the two of us. Lu Ming took out 24,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to the young lady. The woman kept it and smiled. My name is Luo Exin. How should I address the two of you? Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia also reported their names. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia, the journey to Golden Sand Island will take half a month. You can choose a 4-winged flying tiger first. We will set off in 2 hours. Luo Xian said with a smile. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then he and Xianxia chose a 4-winged flying tiger. The 4-winged flying tiger was 20 meters tall and had a wide back. It lay there and a few people were already sitting cross-legged on its back. The two of them landed on the 4-winged flying tiger's back and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia left, a young man with a cold expression beside Luo Exin said, 2 more useless people. This time there are no experts on the way to Golden Sand Island. What bad luck. Qinzhao, this is very normal. It's not every time that there are powerhouses setting off together. As a caravan we have to rely more on our slaviers. Luo Xian said. Of course I know that. However, if we have a strong person with us, we can save a lot of people if we run into danger. Qinzhao said. The others nodded in agreement. The reason why their caravan brought people along was firstly to earn some fees, and secondly they had the intention of borrowing strength. If they encountered danger on the road, these people who were traveling together would also help. If there were a few experts together, it would be a great deal and the safety factor would increase greatly. As they were chatting, someone else came over. Time flew by and 2 hours passed. The people of the Flame Trade Caravan as well as the guards, all landed on the back of the 4-winged flying tiger. Let's go. Luo Xian shouted. The 4-winged flying tiger let out a loud roar and immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took a quick glance. There were a total of 64 winged flying tigers and each of them had about 20 people on them. In total there were more than 1,000 people. Most of them were from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. 1 to 200 of them, like Lu Ming and the rest, had followed the team to the Golden Sand Island. There was nothing else on the 4-winged flying tiger's back except for people. People would not have goods, and warriors were naturally different from ordinary merchant caravans. Mortal caravans usually carried a large amount of goods with them, but the goods of martial artists were all stored in storage rings. The 4-winged flying tiger roared as it moved. It had 4 huge wings that were more than 50 meters wide. When it flapped its wings, a strong wind blew and it was extremely fast. 60 huge 4-winged flying tigers flew thousands of meters in the air and formed a certain formation. On the 4-winged flying tiger at the front stood a white-robed elder who was looking into the distance. This old man was the guide of the caravan. Not only could he tell the direction, but he could also avoid thunderstorms and storms. He could be seen from far away and had never taken a detour to avoid them. This was something that every caravan would have, and it was also called an feng xiang master. An feng shui master was the most valuable asset of a caravan. They could help a caravan avoid many dangers. The salty sea breeze blew and Lu Ming felt refreshed. This is the real ocean. Lu Ming stood on the back of the four-winged flying tiger and looked into the distance. The blue ocean was boundless, as if it was connected to the sky. The surface of the sea was very calm. It was completely different from the sea that Lu Ming had seen in the heaven realm. After a while, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. The journey to Golden Sand Island would take half a month, and he could use this time to cultivate. His mind sank into his sea of consciousness and he sat cross-legged under the lightning cauldron to comprehend the lightning concept. A few hours later, Lu Ming ended his comprehension of the thunder concept. He began to deduce the exploding star fist in his mind. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Walala. The sound of waves crashing could be heard from below. At the same time, chirping sounds could be heard. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly shocked. On the surface of the sea below there were huge black fish. Lu Ming estimated that each of them was no more than 100 meters long. There were more than 100 of them in total. They were rolling in the sea and letting out sharp cries. Here in the deep sea, all kinds of sea demonic beasts gradually appeared. Voila! Suddenly, a large part of the water sank down, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A black fish was caught off guard and was directly bitten in two by the sharp teeth. A huge shark jumped out of the water, its aura monstrous. What a big shark! Lu Ming estimated that the shark was at least 1,000 meters long. It was huge and looked like a small island in the ocean. The shark opened its mouth wide and swallowed the big fish. Then it rushed to the other big fish. The other big fish naturally scattered and fled in all directions. Chapter 643. 643 Chapter 643 Snobbish. The ocean was instantly dyed red with blood as the giant sharks chased after it. At this moment, two huge furry hands reached out from the ocean. They were almost 100 meters wide. They grabbed the shark's mouth and broke it. The shark's mouth was split in half. Even its body was almost torn apart. Blood gushed out. A gargantuan ape emerged from the ocean. It opened its mouth, which was filled with teeth, and bit the shark, tearing off a large piece of shark meat. This is a water ape. So powerful. It's at least equivalent to a peak-tier king. Not good, it's targeting us. Someone exclaimed. At that moment, the water ape's huge eyes looked up at the sky, filled with a brutal aura. Fortunately, it only took a few glances before it grabbed the shark's corpse and slowly sank into the sea, disappearing. The demonic beasts in the ocean are really powerful. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The most amazing thing was that the monstrous beasts in the sea were too huge. They were often hundreds of meters long or thousands of meters long. On land, there were very few such huge bodies, unless they were some powerful monstrous beasts that had inherited the bloodline of divine beasts. In the ocean, the law of the jungle was displayed even more vividly. Lu Ming continued to fly. Along the way he saw more huge and powerful sea beasts. One time they encountered a sea beast that looked like a flood dragon. It was 2,000 meters long and its aura was boundless. It was definitely a sea beast equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier. Fortunately, they had avoided it from a distance, or else the consequences would have been unpredictable. No wonder it's said that ships can't move forward in the chaotic astral ocean. If a ship is on the ocean, it will definitely be torn to pieces by these huge sea beasts. 5 days later. There's a thunderstorm ahead. Turn right and move forward. Feng Fengshe shouted as he rode on the first four-winged flying tiger. The people of the flame caravan immediately changed direction and flew to the right. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since they set out to sea. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the concept of thunder and the exploding star fist. He spent the rest of his time cultivating his mental energy fire. In addition, Lu Ming had already cultivated the explosive star fist to the 2nd level during the journey. His power was already considered not bad. After all, he lacked practice and it was not good to take out the path understanding ancient tree to cultivate. The cultivation speed was naturally not fast. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. On the evening of the 8th day, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly rang out in front of him as the sound approached at an extremely fast speed. Not good, it's swordfish, a school of swordfish. A loud roar reverberated through all the four-winged flying tigers. Get ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling attack had already erupted in front of him. Lu Ming's four-winged flying tiger was at the back of the formation and was not attacked. He looked forward. The sky in front of him was densely packed. They were a type of fish with wings. They were about 1/2 meter long and had sharp mouths like arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. These fish were known as swordfish. They flapped their wings and their bodies shot out like arrows, piercing through the air and making tearing sounds. Most of these fish were only at the martial arts grandmaster level, but there were too many of them. A small number of them had reached the level of a martial king. Boom, boom. Colorful attacks flashed out and large numbers of flying arrowfish were killed, falling into the sea like raindrops. Everyone, quickly kill this school of flying swordfish and leave this place. Qin Zhao roared as he hovered in the air. With a single palm strike, thousands of flying arrowfish were killed, showing the strength of a level 7 martial king realm. Lu Ming shook his head and did not make a move. Although there were many flying swordfish, their combat strength was not strong. They could not cause much harm to the caravan and did not need his help. On the side, Xianxia had no intention of making a move. He continued to sit cross-legged. As expected, it didn't take long for the school of swordfish to be almost all killed. The caravan successfully charged out and continued to fly forward. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. It was Qin Zhao. At that moment, Qin Zhao's face looked even colder. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Why didn't the two of you make a move just now?" His tone was very unfriendly and he questioned her in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. He did not like it when others spoke to him in such a tone. Therefore he naturally did not look happy. He said indifferently, "Just a few flying swordfish, we don't need to do anything. When we're needed, we'll naturally attack." "Haha, I don't need you to do anything. What a joke, do you think you're peerless experts? It's ridiculous, I think you guys don't even dare to attack, afraid of death." Qin Zhao laughed and revealed a mocking expression. Xianxing's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said coldly, "It's none of your business whether we're experts or not. Besides, we've paid the spiritual crystals for this trip. I've never heard of any rule that states that we must take action." "You?" Qin Zhao's expression froze. Indeed, there wasn't a rule that stated that people had to pay spiritual crystals and go with the caravan. In fact, people like Lu Ming and the rest did not need to do anything. It was just that many people would help when they encountered danger. It was also to prevent the caravan from getting into trouble and to rush to the destination as soon as possible. "Qin Zhao, that's enough." At this moment, Luo Exin flew over and chided them. She then smiled at Lu Ming and the other man. "Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, Qin Zhao has a short temper. I hope you don't mind." Xianxia snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. "If you're weak and afraid of death, just say it." Qin Zhao said coldly and left, flying forward. "Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, I'm sorry." Luo Exin smiled apologetically and left. "You're looking down on me." Xianxia pouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly and touched his nose. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that he had already seen that the swordfish basically didn't pose a threat to the caravan. It didn't matter whether they helped or not, so they didn't help. If the caravan were to encounter a crisis that they couldn't handle, they naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. A small disturbance passed just like that and the caravan continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On the evening of the 10th day, a small island appeared in front of them. "Ahead is island. Let's go down and rest for the night. We'll set off tomorrow." Luo Exion's voice was heard. The four-winged flying tiger had been flying for 10 days. No matter how strong it was still tired and needed to rest. It couldn't keep on flying. The four-winged flying tiger roared and flew toward the island below. This island was not big, with a radius of about 1,000 miles. It was originally a place for some caravans to rest. They landed on a huge square on the island. "Manager Yan, the Flame Chamber of Commerce is here. Please prepare some good food for us." A burly man flew down from the flame caravan and shouted. Huge stone houses were built on the side of the square. In the past, the caravans that passed by would rest here and eat something. However, no one responded after the burly man called out. Chapter 644. 644 The Blood Fiend Pirates. What happened today? In the past, Manager Yen would come out to welcome us attentively before we even landed. Why is there no one here today? Qin Zhao said with a frown. Luo Exin also frowned and her face suddenly changed. Not good, there's a problem. Let's leave quickly. Go quickly, go. Clearly, some of the more experienced people had also thought of something and called out. It's too late to leave now. You can all stay. A sneer was heard. Then the sound of the air being torn could be heard. Figures appeared from all directions of the square. There were more than 1,000 people standing in the air and surrounding the flame caravan. Pirates, it's pirates. Someone exclaimed. The faces of Luo Xian and the others also darkened. In the chaotic astral ocean, pirates are the most terrifying. The chaotic astral ocean was originally a gathering place for some fiends. Those fiends in the eastern wastelands who could no longer survive would go to the chaotic astral ocean, and no one would be able to find them. The chaotic astral ocean's pirates are even fiercer than the fiercest ones. They specifically kill passing merchant teams and seize their cultivation resources. Their methods are extremely ruthless and they leave no survivors. There were even some pirates who cultivated evil cultivation techniques that required slaughter, blood, and even the souls of warriors to cultivate. Everyone, we're from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. I hope you can give us some face. I understand the rules. I'll give you 1 million supreme spiritual crystals in exchange for us leaving. How about it? Luo Exin flew out and wanted to discuss with the other party. The Flame Chamber of Commerce is considered a huge chamber of commerce in the chaotic astral ocean. It is quite powerful and famous. Some pirates will give some face to it when they hear about it. Unfortunately, Luo Exin was wrong. From the other side, a burly man with a knife scar on his face flew out. His eyes scanned Luo Exin's curvaceous body with a fiery gaze and sneered, "Do you think you can dismiss us with just 1 million supreme spiritual crystals? Do you think we are beggars? How about this, you can keep half of all the goods you have this time. Also, you can serve me for a night. If I'm satisfied with your service, I can consider letting you leave." After saying that, the knife-scarred man licked his lips and his eyes were full of lust. Luo Xian's face turned pale. "You're dreaming. Don't think that you can defeat us. You only have 1,000 people and we have more people than you. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win." Qin Zhao shouted, his anger soaring. So what if you have more people than us? In my eyes, they're all sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Kid, let me tell you, our blood fiend pirates never rely on numbers to win. The knife-scarred man laughed contemptuously. What? You're from the blood fiend pirates? Luo Xian, Qin Zhao and countless people at the scene had a drastic change in their expressions. Their faces were filled with fear. It seemed that the blood fiend pirates were very famous. He looks like you've heard of the blood fiend pirates before. You should know that we've always been ruthless. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go. As long as you serve me well and leave me half of your goods, I'll let you go. The knife-scarred man sneered. Qin Zhao's expression kept changing, but he did not continue speaking. "Don't even think about it, miss. I'll do my best to escort you out later. You can't trust the blood fiend pirates. Even if we agree to their conditions, they'll go back on their word." An old man walked out from behind Luo Exin, exuding a powerful aura. This elder was a peak-tier king. "Old man, you want to send her out by yourself? Stop dreaming." The man with the knife scar sneered and a powerful aura spread out from his body. Peak-tier king. This burly man was actually a peak-tier king as well. Not only that, but another powerful aura also rose up behind the knife-scarred burly man. He was also a peak-tier king. The blood fiend pirates had sent out 2 peak-tier kings. Everyone's heart sank. There was only one peak-tier king in the flame caravan, and he usually didn't attack just in case. Ordinary pirate groups rarely have peak king warriors, but the blood fiend pirate group is an extremely powerful pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. It's normal for them to have peak king warriors, but he didn't expect 2 to come at once. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now you have no chance." The knife-scarred man's eyes flickered with a fierce and bloodthirsty light, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. "Kill. Cripple the young women's cultivation and leave them behind. Kill the rest." The knife-scarred man roared. Kill! Kill! The blood fiend pirates roared, their murderous auras filling the air. From their auras, everyone in the blood fiend pirates was covered in blood and had been through many battles. This kind of person had rich fighting experience. Ordinary martial artists would even feel uneasy and their combat strength would be weakened if they were suppressed by the other party's baleful chi. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. A series of voices roared as they rushed towards the flame chamber of commerce. Qin Zhao, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. I'll block them. The peak-tier king of the flame chamber of commerce roared and rushed toward the man with the scar. Old man, go to hell. The scar-faced man's eyes were extremely cold. With a blood-red saber in his hand, he slashed out, and a mighty blood river gushed toward the old man of the flame chamber of commerce. Star-breaker sword. The old man from the flame chamber of commerce thrust his sword forward. Specks of starlight filled the air as he charged at his opponent. Boom. With a loud boom, his body trembled and he retreated rapidly. With one move he fell to the ground. Luo Exin and the others were even more desperate. You want to stop me with this little combat strength? You're really looking for death. The knife-scarred man sneered. Go, you guys, hurry up and leave. The old man shouted at Luo Exin and the others. Hee, go where to? A sneer was heard and a figure as tall as a bamboo pole appeared in front of Luo Exin. The aura on his body was unfathomable. This person was the other peak-tier king of the blood fiend pirates. Luo Exin, Qin Zhao and the others' faces were as white as paper, and their hearts were like dead ashes. At this moment, screams could be heard from all directions. The blood fiend pirates had the upper hand. People from the flame chamber of commerce were being killed. Fifth brother, this little girl is really not bad. After you play with her, you have to let me play with her. The skinny man looked at Luo Exin, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. Alright, sixth brother, since you've taken a fancy to it, of course you can. The knife-scarred man sneered. Luo Exion's body began to tremble. Damn it. If my big brother was here, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. Qin Zhao let out a low roar. Die. Then the knife-scarred man slashed at the old man again. Boom. The old man's body was pushed back again and blood flowed out of his mouth. Among peak-tier king tiers, there was a huge difference in battle prowess. Clearly, the knife-scarred man was stronger than the old man. Old man, I'll kill you with 3 more slashes. The knife-scarred man sneered. You have no chance. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. 2 young men, 1 male and 1 female, suddenly appeared behind the elder. Chapter 645. 645. Let me practice some boxing. The knife-scarred man was shocked. He didn't even see how the 2 people appeared. These 2 people were naturally Lu Ming and Xianxia. The scar-faced man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia's age. How much of a threat could 2 young men in their 20s pose? It seemed like he had been too careless earlier and had not noticed them. It's them. Luo Exin, Qin Zhao and the rest also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. What are the 2 of them doing here? Are you looking to die? Qin Zhao couldn't help but ask. Young Master Lu, in this situation the Flame Chamber of Commerce can't even protect them Slaviers. They can't protect you either. You'd better run for your lives. If you're lucky you might be able to escape. Hurry. Luo Exion's character wasn't bad. At this time she could still think of others. Leave, not a single one of them can leave. There's actually such a beauty in the world. What luck. At this moment the scar-faced man's eyes were fixed on Xianxia's body, burning with fire. Fifth brother, the previous one is yours, this girl is mine. The skinny man's eyes were similar. He stared at Xianxia, his eyeballs almost falling out. It was too beautiful, too beautiful. Luo Exin was considered a pretty beauty, but compared to Xianxia she was nothing. They kept sighing and rejoicing. Their luck today was too good. Luo Exin sighed. It's over. Xianxia is so beautiful. Now that he's been targeted by 2 peak-tier kings of the blood fiend pirates, how can he escape? Xianxia's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with killing intent. All of you will die. Xianxia's cold voice startled everyone. Xianxia actually wanted to kill 2 peak-tier pirate kings? What a joke. Little Qing, leave these 2 guys to me. I'm looking for someone to practice my fist arts with. You go help the others. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the knife-scarred man and the skinny man. All right, I'll leave them to you. Don't kill them easily, I'll do it. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The others were dumbfounded. What were Lu Ming and Xianxia doing? Could it be that in their hearts the knife-scarred man and the skinny man were trash that could be killed at will? These were 2 peak-tier king tiers. A newborn calf was really not afraid of a tiger. Senior, you go help the others. Leave these 2 to me. Lu Ming strode forward and said to the peak-tier king from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. This. The old man was also a little stunned. Brat, you're trying to be a hero on my head. It's your mistake. Die. The scar-faced man shouted coldly and slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber ray whistled through the air and slashed at Lu Ming's head. The power was stronger than before. Be careful. Luo Xian subconsciously exclaimed. I'll use you guys as practice. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he threw a punch. The space trembled with the exploding star fist. A fiery red fist light shot toward the saber light of the knife-scarred man like a meteor. Wherever the fist radiance passed, the air was directly turned into liquid due to its ferocity. The liquid wrapped around the fist radiance and collided with the saber radiance. Boom! With a deafening sound, the knife light of the knife-scarred man was directly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the remaining fist light also hit the knife-scarred man and forced him to retreat. This. Luo Xian, Qin Zhao and the others' eyes almost popped out, and their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Lu Ming had actually destroyed the saber flare of the burly man on the bus, who had been extremely arrogant just now, with one punch and forced him to retreat. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? This was a top expert. The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically as well. He had never expected Lu Ming to have such powerful combat strength. Come over here. At this moment Lu Ming threw a punch. A dazzling fist radiance pierced through the void and headed toward the thin bamboo pole. The skinny man wanted to stop Xianxia, but Lu Ming quickly pulled him over. It wasn't easy to find a few training targets. It would be a pity if Xianxia killed him in one move. The explosive fist radiance created a huge pressure on the skinny man. He could only block it with all his strength. Boom! The fist radiance exploded and the thin bamboo pole was blown away for 1,000 meters. Let's join forces and kill this little bastard. The knife-scarred man roared. All right. Buzz. Buzz. The skinny man and the knife-scarred man joined forces. Both of them unleashed their full strength and charged toward Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming threw 2 punches in a row. The fist radiance burst out, tearing through the void 1,000 meters away and blasting toward the 2 of them. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 of them were sent flying by the fist radiance. Whoosh. Whoosh. Immediately after, 2 more fist lights pierced through the void and headed toward the 2 of them. The fist energy seemed to be endless. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man were completely suppressed and were at a disadvantage. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his quintessential essence and his explosive star fist. Otherwise he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Sky Devil Force Field. On the other side, Xianxia's voice was heard. She pressed her hand down and a terrifying Sky Demon Force Field covered 1,000 meters. All the Blood Fiend pirates, regardless of whether they were late-stage kings or ordinary kings, were cut into pieces and died. Luo Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Geniuses. I didn't expect that we would have 2 peerless geniuses in our team this time. We're so lucky. The elder at the peak of the king's realm sighed, his face filled with joy. Yeah, I really didn't expect this. Luo Xian also sighed. As for Qin Zhao, he felt his face burning. He thought of what had happened 2 days ago. At that time he had pointed at Lu Ming and Xianxia, saying that they were afraid of death and that their cultivation levels were low, so they did not dare to attack. Now that he thought about it, every word he said was like a pair of slaps on his face. Lu Ming was right. They did not make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no need for them to make a move. When there was a need, they would naturally make a move. However, he was mocking Lu Ming. Damn it, you made me lose face. Isn't it just a peak-tier king? My big brother is much stronger than them. Qin Zhao felt rather upset. He felt that Lu Ming had embarrassed him. Let's attack together and kill these blood fiend pirates. The old man's figure flashed as he charged towards the blood fiend pirates. With the help of the old man and Xianxia, the blood fiend pirates were killed in large numbers. Especially Xianxia. Once the sky demon force field was released, a large group of pirates were enveloped and had no way to escape. The more the blood fiend pirates fought, the more frightened they became. The fiendish qi from before had already subsided, and what was left was fear. Retreat, retreat. The enemy has too many peak-tier kings. Some of the blood fiend pirates shouted. They had already lost their fighting spirit. The moment their fighting spirit disappeared, their combat strength became weaker and more people were killed. The Flame Chamber of Commerce had the upper hand. Chapter 646. 646 Large amount of blood essence. Kill. Many people of the Flame Chamber of Commerce shouted. Their eyes were red from killing. They had thought that they would die today, but the situation had suddenly reversed and the morale was high. In just a few minutes, a few hundred blood fiend pirates had been killed. Finally, the blood fiend pirates collapsed and retreated. Xianxia and the others chased after him madly, leaving behind a large number of corpses along the way. Of the 1,000 blood fiend pirates, at least 800 were killed. Only 100 or 200 managed to escape. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's fist force was like a rainbow. The terrifying and powerful fist force cut through the void like a meteor, constantly blasting towards the knife-scarred man and the thin bamboo pole. It was as if there was no end to it. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man were already trembling, and blood was flowing out of their mouths and noses. Their internal organs had been injured by Lu Ming's fist force. Satisfying, satisfying. Lu Ming felt that the circulation of the explosive star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. It was much more comfortable than when he had comprehended it by himself. Lu Ming could feel that the level of the explosive star fist was approaching the third level. The cultivation of martial techniques still required a great battle. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man watched as their men were either killed or escaped. The others, such as Xianxia and the old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce, rushed back. Their hearts sank. They knew that they were most likely doomed today. Damn it. Even if I die today, I won't let you have a good time. Let's die together. The knife-scarred man roared with a murderous aura. In the chaotic astral ocean, they were used to seeing life and death and often walked on the edge of life and death. At this moment, their ferocity was aroused. With loud roars, the chi on their bodies suddenly became violent. Let's die together. The aura on the skinny man's body also became violent. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. The old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce exclaimed. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Qin Zhao and the others who were watching the battle from all directions, shouted in horror. The self-destruction of a peak-tier king was extremely terrifying, and everything within 100 miles would be affected. You want to self-destruct? Did I allow it? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and his essential core exploded wildly. Lu Ming's essential core was extremely strong now. Once it exploded, the two fist forces immediately became incomparably terrifying. They instantly shattered the void and bombarded the knife-scarred man and the thin bamboo pole. Before the two of them could self-destruct, they were directly torn to pieces by the terrifying power. They didn't even have the time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Buzz. Lu Ming's body moved and he flashed past them. He devoured their blood essence and kept their storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming's devouring of the blood essence was done very discreetly. The devouring power was used on his palm and the blood essence was absorbed. Then Lu Ming's figure flashed past the corpses and he devoured all the blood essence. There were nearly 800 people and 200 to 300 of them were martial kings. This blood essence was too rich, how could he miss it? Luo Xin, Qin Zhao and the rest were dumbfounded. Two peak-tier kings were killed by Lu Ming just like that. After a long while, a deafening cheer erupted. Most of the people were cheering, especially the people from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. They often visited the chaotic astral ocean and naturally knew of the Blood Fiend pirates' reputation. They had originally thought that they would be doomed this time. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming and Xianxia were so unimaginably powerful. They were actually two young Peak King warriors who could easily crush their opponents. Having escaped death, they naturally cheered, were happy and excited. I've heard that many young geniuses have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. Some of them are even peerless geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that these two are the geniuses on the list? I don't know. I don't know what his name is. In my opinion, even if he's not on the list of top 1,000 talents, he's close to that level. Waves of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, thank you for your help this time. Luo Xian is extremely grateful. Luo Xian walked to Lu Ming and Xianxia and bowed. Miss Luo Xian, you don't have to be so polite. I'll still say the same thing. If there's a need for this Lu to take action, this Lu will definitely take action. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If we don't make a move, someone is probably going to drive us away. Xianxia snorted and glanced at Qin Zhao, who was standing not far away. Of course, Qin Zhao also heard this. What's there to be proud of? Wasn't he just a peak-tier king? It had taken him so long to kill two pirates, and their names weren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. What was he so proud of? If my big brother wasn't over 30 years old, he would have been on the list of top 1,000 talents. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. All right, let's rest. Lu Ming strode towards a stone house. The others also began to clean up the battlefield. He walked into the stone house, but there was no one there. It was obvious that the people on this island had all been killed by the Blood Fiend pirates. Lu Ming randomly found a stone house and started to refine the blood essence. The blood essence of 2 peak-tier kings, more than 10 late-tier kings, and hundreds of martial artists of different levels were extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of them to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, it didn't help the 9-dragon bloodline advance to the 9th level of the king class. In order to advance to the 9th level of the king class, the amount of blood essence required was enormous, and this amount was far from enough. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when the 4-winged flying tiger was almost done resting, everyone set off again for Golden Sand Island. Although they ran into some trouble on the way, even a small pirate group, this group didn't even have a peak-tier king and was easily defeated. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Golden Sand Island. The Golden Sand Island is considered relatively large and famous among the many islands in the chaotic astral ocean. It has a circumference of several 100,000 li and is like a continent. There was a lot of golden sand on it, hence the name Golden Sand Island. In the sea area with a radius of tens of millions of miles, Golden Sand Island was a large gathering place. There were many forces here and at least tens of millions of warriors had gathered here. Could be said that there were many masters. There were even quite a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, but they didn't usually show their faces. The 4-winged flying tiger of the Flame Chamber of Commerce landed on a vast golden beach. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, this must be your first time on the Golden Sand Island, right? The Flame Chamber of Commerce has a large stronghold on the Golden Sand Island. Why don't we go there and have a look? I'll be the host and show you around. Luo Xian walked to Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Thank you, Miss Luo Xian, but the two of us still have other things to do. We'll chat again next time. Lu Ming declined. Oh, if that's the case, next time then. But young Master Lu, Lady Xia, the chaotic astral ocean is different from the outside world. Here there is no law or order. If you make a move, there will be a massacre. You too must be careful. Luo Xian warned him kindly. Thank you, Miss Luo. Goodbye. After that, Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell and headed toward the Golden Sand Island. Chapter 647. 647. Blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the two of them leaving, Luo Xian sighed and said, "What a pity. It would be great if such a genius could be used by the Flame Chamber of Commerce." Young lady, that's impossible. These two are so young, but they've already reached the Peak King realm. They must be the heirs of some big force. In a few years they might even be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Their future is limitless. How can our Flame Chamber of Commerce invite such people? The peak-tier king from the Flame Chamber of Commerce walked to the side and said softly. Elder Wu, you think too highly of them. In my opinion, their combat strength is only average. My brother can definitely defeat them easily. They are just lucky to be born in a major power and rely on a large amount of resources to reach their cultivation base. There are many people like them in those major powers, so they will definitely not be able to get on the list of top 1,000 talents. Qin Zhao walked up and sneered. He was still very unhappy with Lu Ming. Luo Xian sighed. Qin Zhao was too narrow-minded, he wouldn't be able to do much. Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew toward the inland of Golden Sand Island. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The two of them flew toward the city. This city was not guarded by anyone. People came and went flying here and there, and it was very lively. As Lu Ming and Xianxia approached the city gate, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Most of these gazes came from the burly men. These people were all burly and strong. They didn't even bother to hide their murderous aura as they stared at Xianxia with fiery eyes. Not only were there middle-aged brawny men, but there were also a few white-haired old men. Their eyes were also burning as they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Xianxia's charm was too great. He would attract attention wherever he went. However, Lu Ming could not stop others from watching. If someone wanted to take a step further, Lu Ming's fist would have long been itching. The two of them could not be bothered with the gazes from the surroundings and walked into the city. In the city, the shops formed a forest and it was even more lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls selling many strange things. I didn't expect that there would be so many warriors on Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming thought to himself. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that the quality of the warriors on Golden Sand Island was very high. There were almost no weaklings. Lu Ming took a glance and saw that most of them were at the level of martial kings. Of course, there were also warriors below the rank of martial king, but they were all high-level martial arts grandmasters. The weaker ones did not dare to walk around. It's no wonder. In the entire eastern wilderness, many of those extremely vicious and evil martial artists, or those who practice evil martial arts, come to the chaotic astral ocean. This has led to the chaotic astral ocean having an extremely large number of experts. The number of experts in the chaotic astral ocean far exceeds that of most big regions. Martial kings were everywhere. Kid, what the hell do you mean? I saw this piece of deep-sea cold iron first. What's the meaning of this? Do you want to die? I think you're the one who wants to die. So what if you like her? This piece of deep-sea cold iron, I want it. In front of a stall, two big men in their 40s started quarreling. You're looking for death. With a loud roar, one of the burly men pulled out his saber and slashed at another man. You're the one who's going to die. A long spear appeared in the other man's hand. The long spear turned into a flash of lightning and pierced the throat of the man in front. The man roared and fell to the ground. You're really looking for death. You still want to fight with the old man for the deep-sea cold iron. The man with the long spear put away his spear and took the man's storage ring before looking at the stall owner again. The deep-sea cold iron is mine. The burly man said. All right. The stall owner smiled and handed a piece of metal to the burly man. As for the death of one person, he did not find it strange at all. The people around him were the same. They only took a casual glance and then went back to their own business as if this was a normal thing. Not long after, a few men in black appeared and took the corpse away. Lu Ming and Xianxia took a few glances and continued walking. Old thief, you dare to touch my woman? Die. He had only taken a few steps when another loud roar rang out in front of him. A man in his 30s had split an old man in half with an axe. The surrounding people only took a few glances and went back to their own business. Chaotic astral ocean. It's indeed chaotic astral ocean. It's chaotic enough that killing people is a common occurrence. A word of disagreement would cause blood to splatter. Let's find a restaurant and have something to eat. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. The two of them were also used to seeing storms and had experienced countless life and death battles. Naturally, they got used to it very quickly. Xianxia nodded and the two of them walked towards a restaurant. Boom. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the entire restaurant exploded with a loud bang. Broken wood and gravel flew everywhere. Some of the people with lower cultivation were directly injured by the gravel. Lu Ming waved his hand and his quintessential essence burst forth. The front part of the gravel and wood fragments that were shot at them was destroyed. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Dozens of figures flew out from the 9th floor. Nest, those who curse and drink can't even rest in peace. Which bastard is fighting in the restaurant? Curses were heard. Boom. And NBSP. 2 figures shot up into the sky from the dust and began to battle, their powerful auras filling the air. One of them was a brawny man while the other was old Ou. Both of them were Lever 9 Martial King Realm martial artists. Many people immediately shut up. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves in the air. In the end, the burly man was stronger and killed old Ou with a single sword strike. Damn it, you dare to go against me, you're looking for death. The burly man cursed. He took the storage ring and was about to leave. Wait a moment. A short and chubby man dressed as a shopkeeper flew up into the sky and said with a smile, "The 2 of you have destroyed my restaurant. You haven't even paid for it and you want to leave? That's too immoral. Fatty, you still want me to compensate? Hee, I think you're tired of living." The burly man glanced at the short and fat shopkeeper and revealed a ferocious smile. "It's just a small business. If you destroy the restaurant, you have to pay." The short and fat shopkeeper said with a smile. "Compensate? Fine, I'll use your head to compensate." The brawny man laughed hideously and slashed his sword at the short and fat manager's throat. The short and fat shopkeeper was still smiling. When the burly man's sword was about to approach him, he struck out his palm. A huge palm condensed and crushed the burly man's sword light, then caught him in his hand. "Peak-tier king. I'll pay." The burly man cried out in fear. However, with a clench of his hand, the burly man's body exploded and a storage ring flew into the short and fat manager's hand. "Wouldn't it have been fine if you had compensated earlier? I have to rebuild the restaurant again. What a loss, what a loss." The short and fat manager sighed repeatedly. "It seems like we'll have to change to another restaurant to eat." Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. "This place is quite interesting. What do you think?" Xianxia smiled slightly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Chapter 648. 648 Chapter 648 Lone Wolf Adventurer Team. Indeed, this place was very interesting. To the strong this was heaven, but to the weak this was hell. They had to live in fear or else they could be killed at any time. In another restaurant, the waiter respectfully welcomed Lu Ming and his wife with a flattering smile on his face. The waiter wasn't even a martial arts grandmaster. On Golden Sand Island he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Anyone could kill him with one finger. Therefore he lived in fear and trepidation. "My 2 guests, if you need anything just tell me." The waiter invited Lu Ming and Xianxia to a table on the 2nd floor and asked them with a smile. "Just give us some wine and food." Lu Ming smiled and ordered some wine and dishes casually. "Please wait for a moment, sir, I'll be right there." The waiter turned around and ran back, but he didn't pay attention and bumped into a big man. The big man's Xin Yuan shook and the waiter's body was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, sitting on the ground. "Kid, don't you have eyes? You dare to hit me, I think you're tired of living." This burly man had only one eye. He wore an eye patch and was staring fiercely at the waiter. The waiter's face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. He knelt down in front of the one-eyed man and began to kowtow, shouting, my lord, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. Please spare my life, my lord." The waiter kowtowed loudly. He didn't dare to use his true chi to defend himself, so his forehead started to bleed after a few hits. But he didn't dare to wipe it and continued to kowtow desperately. "He spare you? You wish. Since you don't have eyes when you walk, I'll dig out your eyes and make you really not have eyes." The one-eyed man revealed a ferocious smile. The waiter's face was deathly pale and filled with despair. On Golden Sand Island, with his cultivation level, if he were to go blind, only death would await him. "My lord, please spare me just this once." The waiter desperately kowtowed and begged. Hee hee. The one-eyed man remained unmoved, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. One of his own eyes had been gouged out. Since then he especially liked to gouge out other people's eyes. That way he would have the pleasure of revenge. Whoosh. The one-eyed man's 2 fingers stabbed towards the waiter's eye like lightning. This burly man had reached the level of a lower-tier king while the waiter and Wu Zong weren't even there. There was a huge gap between them and it was impossible for them to avoid him. Lu Ming frowned and raised his hand. A wave of essential core swept out and wrapped around Xiao. He pulled her back and dodged the attack of the one-eyed giant eye. The waiter was pulled to the side of their table by Lu Ming. He was still in a state of shock and his entire body was trembling. The one-eyed man looked in Lu Ming's direction with a menacing look in his eyes, especially when he looked at Xianxia. It was a look of pure desire. Brat, how dare you interfere in my business? You must be tired of living. The one-eyed man smiled hideously and walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. The waiter was terrified. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the one-eyed man. He picked up the glass and took a sip slowly. Ta. Ta. The one-eyed man walked to Lu Ming's table step by step. His voice was filled with killing intent. Kid, you're lucky today. Our big brother Li has taken a fancy to this little girl. Let her go over and drink with him. Also, destroy your eyes and we'll let this matter go. We'll spare your life. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He could tell that the man's target was Xianxia. As soon as they went upstairs, the one-eyed man's table was already staring at Xianxia with a fiery gaze. Then the one-eyed man stood up and walked over. He deliberately stood behind the waiter, causing the waiter to bump into him. Everything was done on purpose by the one-eyed man. He was just looking for a reason to cause trouble. Get lost. Lu Ming took a sip of wine and coldly spat out the word scram. The one-eyed man's face changed and his expression became even more ferocious. Brat, I wanted to spare your life, but you're just looking for death. Whoosh. With that, the one-eyed man's fingers were like swords, piercing toward Lu Ming's eyes. Then there was a shrill scream. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who shouted, but the one-eyed man. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear's gleam flashed, blinding the one-eyed man's other eye. The one-eyed man covered his eye with his palm, blood flowing from his face. He let out a beast-like roar and scream. Kill, kill, little bastard, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill your entire family. The one-eyed man roared and pounced on Lu Ming as if he had gone mad. The next moment, the one-eyed man's body flew out of the window of the restaurant and fell heavily on the street outside the restaurant. His cries stopped abruptly. The one-eyed man was dead. Boom. 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 At a table by the window, 3 burly men suddenly stood up, exuding a powerful and cold aura, causing the temperature in the restaurant to drop sharply as if it was winter. The one-eyed man was at the same table as these 3 people just now. It's Lone Wind. He's from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. That kid is in danger. He just killed one of Lone Wind's men. Lone Wind will never let him go. That's for sure. On Golden Sand Island, the Lone Wolf Adventurer team is pretty strong. This Lone Wind is used to being a tyrant. The key is his big brother Lone Wolf. He's a peak-tier king. The people around them were whispering to each other. Most of them were gloating at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The waiter's face turned even paler when he heard the name Lone Wolf Adventurer team, and his body trembled. It's over, it's over. Young master, leave quickly, leave quickly. Don't care about me. I'm just a worthless life. Don't lose your life because of me. The waiter said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This waiter was quite kind-hearted. He was obviously scared to death, but he still asked Lu Ming and the rest to leave. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression calm. Bang. Bang. At this moment, the 3 burly men had already walked to Lu Ming and the rest. The person in front was in his 30s. His neck was slightly crooked, but his eyes were extremely cold. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, Brat, how dare you kill a member of the Lone Wolf Adventurer team? I'll make your life a living hell today. Then he turned to look at Xianxia. His eyes scanned Xianxing's body up and down, revealing his lust. Little girl, draw a clear line with this kid right now and then come back with me to serve me well. Be my maidservant and then you can live comfortably on Golden Sand Island. Do you understand? Hurry. Idiot. Lu Ming took another sip of wine and said indifferently. Gu Feng's eyes glowed with ferocity. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, what did you say? I don't care what kind of force you're from, but when you're in the chaotic astral ocean and on the Golden Sand Island, even if you're a dragon you'll still have to coil up. Bzzz. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Feng had already made his move. His claw was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Gu Feng was a Lever 7 Martial King Realm expert. Chapter 649. 649 Chapter 649 Total Annihilation. However, before Gu Feng's claws could reach Lu Ming, he was enveloped by a huge force field. His movements immediately became as slow as a snail. Grumble, I can't even eat a meal in peace. So annoying. Xianxia said coldly. Gu Feng's face revealed a terrified expression. He wanted to turn his head, but with a bang he turned into a pool of blood mist. Yes, under the terrifying force field he was turned into a pool of blood. There was nothing left of him except for his storage ring, which was caught by Xianxia. The other people in the restaurant were shocked. Xianxia's methods were truly evil. He didn't even move and turned Gu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. It was simply terrifying and made people's scalps tingle. As for the two burly men with Gu Feng, their faces turned pale without a trace of blood. You killed Lone Wind, our leader will not let you go. Our leader is a peak king. One of them said in a trembling voice. Oh, so this battle is inevitable? Lu Ming asked. No. Not bad. The burly man replied. Alright, then you guys stand here first and wait for us to finish eating. Lu Ming said indifferently. He picked up his glass and took a sip. Xianxia was the same, but her face was a little cold. The two burly men stood there. They wanted to leave but did not dare to. They could only look at each other and stand there, not knowing what Lu Ming was up to. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished his meal and stood up. He said to the waiter, Little brother, you can go. The waiter was stunned, but he still looked at the two men from Lone Wolf in fear. Don't worry. From now on, there won't be any Lone Wolf adventure team on Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The others were shocked. What did Lu Ming mean? They quickly understood. Lu Ming looked at the two burly men and said, Lead the way. What? The two big men were a little stunned. Lead the way to your Lone Wolf adventure team's lair. Hurry up. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and murderous intent filled the air. The two burly men shuddered. Lu Ming actually wanted to go to the Lone Wolf adventure team's lair. What was he going to do? Destroy the Lone Wolf adventure team? Could it be that I've really provoked two fiends that I shouldn't have provoked this time? The two men's hearts turned cold. If you don't want to die immediately, then hurry up. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The two burly men turned pale and nodded hurriedly. No matter what, they would leave this matter to their regiment commander, Lone Wolf. They prayed in their hearts that Lone Wolf would be able to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. With the two burly men leading the way, Lu Ming and Xianxia headed for the Lone Wolf adventure team's base. Let's go and take a look. These two young men are actually going to kill their way into the Lone Wolf adventure team's lair. It's too shocking. They definitely have the right to be so confident. This time the Lone Wolf adventure team is likely to have kicked an iron plate. I've heard that recently many young geniuses from the Eastern Wasteland have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. It's very likely that these two are those geniuses. It seems that I must keep a low profile when I see young people these days. The rest of the people in the restaurant discussed as they followed Lu Ming and the rest. After the others on the road found out the truth, they also followed. In a short while there were hundreds of people following behind. There are many adventurer teams in the chaotic astral ocean. These adventurer teams usually enter some dangerous places to take risks and search for treasures. However, most of the adventurer teams mainly worked as guards for the merchant teams and earned money. The Flame Chamber of Commerce had hired an adventurer team before. The base of the Lone Wolf adventurer team was in a mountain 3,000 miles west of the city. What's going on? Enemy. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, A loud cry was heard from the lone wolf adventurer team's lair. Lu Ming turned around and understood. There were hundreds of people behind them. It was no wonder that the lone wolf adventurer team was screaming in fear. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the next moment, streaks of light flashed in the mountains. More than 100 people appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a ruthless look in his eyes. Leader, help. The two of them kill Big Brother Li. The two burly men in front of Lu Ming shouted. The burly man in the lead was the leader of the Lone Wolf Adventurer Team, Lone Wolf. What? Second brother is dead? In an instant, Lone Wolf's eyes turned red. He then looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look and said in an extremely cold voice, "Brat, no matter what the reason is, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons after you kill my second brother. Also, I'll reward you to my brothers. They'll take turns serving you. You'll have your fill." Gulang looked at Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia said that, everyone in Lone Wolf looked at him with burning eyes. "Oh, I originally wanted to explain to you why I killed your second brother, but it seems that there's no need to now." Lu Ming smiled faintly. The chaotic astral ocean follows the law of survival, the law of the jungle. What bullshit logic is this? It doesn't work here at all. As long as there was strength, there would be reason. Lu Ming understood this point very quickly. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and two spear lights shot out, killing the two burly men who were leading the way. Then he stepped forward and walked towards Lone Wolf. Die. Gulang's eyes turned cold. A giant wolf appeared above his head, and a violent and bloodthirsty aura burst out. Buzz. Lone Wolf's legs kicked in the air and his figure immediately turned into a series of afterimages, pouncing toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. A long spear condensed in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the long spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, a shrill scream was heard and a figure retreated frantically. It was Gulang. At this moment his eyes were filled with disbelief. His chest had been pierced by a long spear. The powerful destructive force had already destroyed his internal organs. One move, just a casual move, and the long spear had pierced through his heart. That spear was too fast and too sharp. He couldn't avoid it at all. Clang. The spear's immense power sent Lone Wolf flying a few thousand meters and nailed him to the cliff of the mountain. Lone Wolf, dead. The people who came to watch were dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was too powerful. Lone Wolf was completely defenseless in his hands. Who is this person? Could he be a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? I don't know his name. A series of shocked discussions could be heard. On the other hand, the members of the Lone Wolf Adventurer team looked terrified. Their leader, a peak-tier king, had been killed in one move. Run. Immediately those people turned around and ran. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia stepped into the air and pressed his palm. The sky demon power field exploded, and the 100 or so lone wolf adventurers were all enveloped by it. A destructive cutting power was produced, and in the next moment all 100 or so people were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground like rain. As for the storage rings, they were all taken by Xianxia. Chapter 650. 650 Chapter 650 Life Battle Stage. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard. The people who were watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. In the chaotic astral ocean, it was normal for people to die all the time. They were shocked by the strength of Lu Ming and Xianxia. One of them had killed a peak-tier king with a single move. With a wave of his hand, he had killed hundreds of experts, including many Level 9 Martial King Realm upper-tier King Realm experts. The strength of the two was very shocking. Those who had been coveting Xianxia's beauty at the start felt a chill in their hearts. They were secretly glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise they would be the ones who died. Now they no longer looked at Xianxia with fire and greed in their eyes. There was only fear and dread. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd. He could see everyone's expressions. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the word chaotic astral ocean. Chaotic astral ocean. If you're soft-hearted, then everyone will bully you. However, if one's methods were more ruthless and brutal than others, then everyone would be afraid of him. Lu Ming's figure flickered and he devoured the blood essence of all the members of the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. Let's go. Then he left with Xianxia. Soon the two of them returned to the city. The two of them planned to first find an inn to stay in, then buy a map of the chaotic astral ocean. After that, they will find a suitable place to go and train. When the two of them returned to the city, they saw many people flying in one direction. Go to the life battle platform. The King of Hell has made his move again. I heard that his opponent this time is Old Monster Chi-chan. What? The King of Hell and Old Monster Chi-chan are going up against each other. It's been years since Old Monster Chi-chan fought. Let's go and take a look. This battle will definitely be spectacular. One figure after another quickly flew in one direction. Life battle stage. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both stunned and curious. From the looks of it, it was a battle between two experts. What kind of expert could attract so many people to watch? Let's go and take a look. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. I was thinking the same thing. Lu Ming smiled. Then the two of them followed the crowd and walked forward. Soon they arrived in front of a huge building. The building was round and huge. When they got close, they heard loud cheers and screams. Could it be that the battle has already begun? We can't be late, right? Let's go in quickly. Many people flew to the entrance of the building. Pay the full bill. 200 best-grade spirit crystals per person. At the gate, there were guards who stopped the crowd and shouted. These are my spiritual crystals, take them. Many people paid the spiritual crystals and rushed into the building. However, there were too many people and they had to line up. There are so many people here. It seems that King Yama and Old Monster Chi-chan are not ordinary. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while it was their turn and they walked in. The interior of the building was circular. In the middle was a huge fighting stage that was several miles long and wide. Around it were circular stands. There were more than 100 levels and at least a few 100,000 people could sit there. After the two of them walked in, they found that there were at least 100,000 people sitting in the stands. The fighting ring was empty. There was no one there, only a pool of blood. What's going on? Where was he? Wasn't it King Yama fighting against Old Monster 7 Diana? Why don't I see him? Yeah, where are they? The people who came in after him called out. People? He only came now, where was he? The war has ended. Someone said. What? The war had ended, but what was the result? Who won? Yama won. Yama and Old Monster Chi-chan fought for 100 moves and in the end, Old Monster Chi-chan was killed by Yama. Sorry I'm late. I've wasted 200 supreme spiritual crystals. Let's watch the other duels. Many people who had arrived late sighed and looked for a seat. Young Master Lu, thank you, young lady. Suddenly Lu Ming heard a delicate cry. Luo Xian. He turned around and saw a young woman walking towards him. It was Luo Xian. Beside Luo Xian there were two other people. One of them was Qin Zhao and the other was in his 30s. He had a burly figure and looked similar to Qin Zhao. Miss Luo. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the battle on the fated battle platform? Luo Xian said with a smile. That's right, but I seem to have missed it. Lu Ming said. That's right. Hell King is a top-notch expert who has risen recently. He has never lost a battle at the peak tier king level and has won 19 consecutive battles. With this battle he has already won 20 consecutive battles. As for the 7 Zen Elder, he's lived for almost 800 years and has cultivated for so many years. His battle power is also extremely terrifying, and he's almost unparalleled among peak tier kings. He also won 19 consecutive victories on the life battle platform, and many people are looking forward to their battle. I didn't expect that this battle would come so suddenly. It's a pity that we missed it. Luo Xian said, also showing a trace of pity. A battle between peak tier kings, 19 consecutive wins? Lu Ming also revealed an interested look. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia, there should be other battles coming up. Let's find a place to sit down. Luo Xian said. Then they found an empty space and sat down. On the side, Qin Zhao's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. Buzz. At this moment, a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was a bald old man, and the aura of a Level 7 Martial King Realm expert was fully revealed. Who wants to fight me? The old man shouted. I'm here to kill you. A bald man rushed up to the stage, also revealing his Level 7 Martial King Realm cultivation. Haha, really? Your storage ring is mine. The old man sneered. I should be the one saying that. I've taken a fancy to your storage ring. The bald man also sneered. A saber appeared in his hand and he charged at the bald old man. The bald old man took out an iron rod and welcomed the attack. Boom. Boom. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. However, after a few dozen moves, the bald old man had the upper hand. Haha, die. The bald old man laughed as he swung his iron rod at the bald man like a storm. The bald burly man kept retreating. After more than 10 moves, the bald old man hit the bald burly man's chest with his stick. The bald burly man screamed in pain, and a series of bone-cracking sounds came from his body. He was sent flying back and fell on the fighting ring, blood spurting out of his mouth. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The bald man roared. Admit defeat? It's too late to admit defeat now, die. The bald man roared and flew up. The iron rod smashed on the bald man's head, and the bald man's brain instantly burst open, dying on the spot. Haha, the storage ring is mine. The bald old man put away the bald man's storage ring and laughed. Chapter 651. 651 Chapter 651 Life Bet. Why are you so happy? Your storage ring is mine. With a cold snort, an old Ou Fei went up to the fighting ring. Old Ou was dressed in a bright red robe, and his aura was at Level 7 Martial King Realm. It's Grandma Red Flower. She's about to make her move. She's a ruthless person who has won 5 consecutive rounds in the Level 7 Martial King Realm. That's right. She only acts when she sees that the harvest is great. The bald old man had just obtained a Level 7 Martial King Realm martial artist's storage ring. Now, as long as we kill the bald old man, we'll be able to get 2 storage rings. Let's see if that bald old man dares to accept the challenge. Every time Red Flower Granny fought, her opponents would die miserably. As soon as old Ou went on stage, a burst of exclamations came from the surroundings. Grandma Red Flower. On the fighting ring, the bald old man's expression also changed greatly. Die. Granny Red Flower's face turned cold and her killing intent spread. He was about to attack. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I admit defeat, I don't want to fight. The bald old man quickly called out. Don't fight. Red Flower Granny's face darkened. Hand over 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. You're so gutless. The bald elder took out 200,000 spiritual crystals from his storage ring and handed them over to Granny Red Flower. Then he left the fighting ring and flew to the stands. Is there anyone who wants to fight me? Grandma Red Flower put away the spiritual crystals and looked around. However, no one went up. Granny Red Flower was an extremely powerful Level 7 Martial King Realm martial artist and had few opponents. Who would want to go up there and die? After waiting for a while and seeing that no one went up, Red Flower Granny also left the fighting ring. Well, it's quite interesting. Miss Luo, what are the rules of this life battle stage? Lu Ming asked Luo Exen. Young Master Lu, it's your first time here. It's normal that you don't know. Let me explain for you. Luo Exen smiled faintly and said, as the name suggests, it's the life battle stage. You fight with your life. As long as you get on the battle stage, it's a gamble of life. The winner will win all of the other party's belongings. The loser will not only lose his life, but also all of his belongings. All of his storage rings will belong to the other party. Lu Ming explained. Then how could that bald old man admit defeat? Lu Ming asked. There's a rule on the fated battle platform. Those with higher cultivation levels can't challenge those with lower cultivation levels. Of course, if those with lower cultivation levels challenge those with higher cultivation levels, it's up to them. Once you're on the fated battle platform and someone challenges you, you have to accept the challenge. However, you can admit defeat before the battle begins. As long as you hand over a certain number of supreme spiritual crystals to the opponent, you can skip the battle. Just now, when Red Flower Granny challenged the bald elder knew that he was no match for her. However, before the battle began, he immediately admitted defeat and could leave the stage as long as he handed over 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals to her. If he admitted defeat after the battle began, the bald elder could choose not to accept it until he defeated and killed his opponent to take all his belongings. Of course, the higher one's cultivation level is, the higher the price of admitting defeat. If a peak-tier king admits defeat before the battle, he will have to pay his opponent 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Luo Xian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Then the death rate is very high? Lu Ming asked. Of course, after the war began, the death rate was as high as 80% to 90%. Only a few people could escape with their lives. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The death rate was as high as 80% to 90%. Basically, once they went up, they would either win or die. Miss, why are you talking so much to him? A young master like him who came from a major force would never dare to step onto such a fighting stage. This is a real life and death battle, not a sparring match between fellow disciples. It's a life and death battle, a fight of everything. At the side, Qin Zhao revealed a mocking expression and said disdainfully. Lu Ming had caused him to lose face that time and he was still brooding over it. Oh, then do you dare to go up? Lu Ming looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's face stiffened, then he said, what do you know? My big brother has won 6 times in a row and he's a peak-tier king. He's much stronger than the peak-tier kings of the blood evil pirates. If my big brother was here last time, he wouldn't even need so many moves to kill them. Qin Zhao changed the topic and pointed at the brawny man in his 30s next to him. Why are you carrying your big brother out? I'm talking about you. You're also a level 7 martial king, right? If you're so awesome, why didn't you challenge Red Flower Granny? Lu Ming continued to ask. Qin Zhao's face stiffened and turned red. His combat strength was only considered ordinary among level 7 martial kings. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? However, Lu Ming had grasped this point and he could not refute it at all. Interesting. Beside him, Xian Yanqing muttered, showing his interest. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes revealing his interest. Lu Ming was more interested in the fact that he had to stake all his assets in one battle. Although he had gotten 80 million supreme spiritual crystals from the elders of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, he had used up 18 million when he tried to break through to the peak-tier king realm, so he still had 60 million left. More than 60 million seemed like a lot. In fact, it was far from enough for Lu Ming. In the future, these spirit crystals wouldn't be enough to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. The spirit ocean realm was to open up the spirit ocean. A Zhenyuan ocean, the energy required was too much. The amount of true yuan a first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist could store was more than 10 times that of a peak-tier king or even more. Lu Ming needed 18 million supreme spiritual crystals to break through to the peak-tier king realm. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 300 million supreme spiritual crystals to open up the spirit sea realm. This was a conservative estimate. In fact, he might need more. He was still far from 300 million supreme spiritual crystals. Therefore, he needed to accumulate more supreme spiritual crystals. This life battle stage was a good channel. Furthermore, he could also train his martial arts techniques and devour his opponent's blood essence to increase the grade of his bloodline. He was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the life battle platform. At this moment, another person stepped into the air and stepped onto the fated battle platform. His aura spread out without any reservation. Peak-tier king. This was a peak-tier king. The atmosphere in the hall became lively again. Spiritual ocean tier warriors rarely participated in this kind of gambling battle, and peak king tier stood at the peak of king tiers. Each battle would attract the interest of a large number of martial artists. Who wants to fight me? This peak-tier king was a burly man in his 40s and he looked around. I'll do it. A white-haired old man stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite the burly man. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them began to fight. The violent qi spread out in all directions and was extremely terrifying. However, a light screen rose around the fighting ring and blocked the qi. It was obvious that the fighting ring was engraved with a powerful inscription formation to prevent the audience from being hurt. The battle was intense and the two peak-tier kings weren't weak. They weren't any weaker than the scar-faced man from the Blood Fiend Pirates. That's right, without a strong combat strength, one wouldn't dare to step onto the fated battle platform, or else it would be courting death. Chapter 652. 652 Chapter 652 Qindao. However, after more than 20 moves, the white-haired elder suddenly exploded and killed the middle-aged man in one fell swoop, snatching his storage ring. He's so powerful. Is this old man the spiritual turtle master of Golden Turtle Island? That's him. I didn't expect him to be on Golden Sand Island. No wonder he's so strong. Master Spiritual Turtle has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. His combat strength is unfathomable. I wonder who will challenge him next. Waves of discussions could be heard in the surroundings. This spiritual turtle sage is not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He could tell that the spiritual turtle lord's sudden burst of power was a secret technique that could increase his battle power, which was quite good for peak-tier kings. Not bad. Hehe, what big words, you sound like you're very strong. On the side, Qin Zhao showed a contemptuous smile. Lu Ming was speechless. Was this guy crazy? Wasn't it just that he did not take action that time? After that, she targeted him in every way. Lu Ming ignored such a narrow-minded person and did not even look at Qin Zhao. Seeing that Lu Ming had ignored him, Qin Zhao's expression turned even uglier. Who wants to fight me? Master Spiritual Turtle looked around and for a moment no one spoke. Hehe, it seems like no one is going to fight. Master Spiritual Turtle sneered. I'll do it. At this moment, Qin Zhao's elder brother stood up beside him, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Qin Zhao's big brother was called Qin Dao. Qin Dao took a step forward and appeared on the life battle platform. Qin Dao is going to fight. It's going to be interesting. Qin Dao has won 7 times in a row. He's extremely powerful and is one of the generals of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. If he fights Master Spiritual Turtle, haha, it must be intense. Qin Dao's appearance made many people excited. Big brother has made his move. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's wait and see. Let's see how strong my big brother is. Let's see how strong a peak-tier king can be. However, he realized that Lu Ming had ignored him again. This made him rather depressed. Young man, you have guts. You dare to challenge me? Master Spiritual Turtle looked at Qin Dao and said coldly. Are you going to fight or surrender? Qin Dao's reply was simple but full of confidence. What big words. I've been in seclusion for decades. The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Qin Dao as fast as lightning. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out of his body. It was that kind of secret technique. Although the spiritual turtle was arrogant and confident, it used its full strength when it attacked. It did not dare to underestimate its opponent. Knowing his reputation and still daring to challenge him, how could he be a weakling? He had lived for hundreds of years and he was very clear about this. A powerful fist force was sent towards Qin Dao. However, Qin Dao didn't move at all. When the fist force of the spiritual turtle sage approached, his eyes suddenly lit up. He moved. When he moved, it meant that he had drawn his saber. A bright blade light lit up as if it had cut the space in half. Lord Spiritual Turtle's fist force was also split in half. He was shocked and retreated frantically to avoid the blade. But Qin Dao's attack had just begun. Kill. Die. Qin Dao shouted with astonishing momentum. The pale saber light lit up again, stronger and sharper than the previous one. It instantly broke through the void and slashed toward Master Spiritual Turtle. Not good. Lord Spiritual Turtle was shocked. He waved his fists and a thick turtle shell formed in front of him. Clang. The blade light hit the turtle shell, causing it to shake violently and crack. Before Lord Spirit Turtle could even take a breath, Qin Dao had already made the third strike followed by the fourth and the fifth. Saber after saber, each stronger than the last, slashed at Lord Spiritual Turtle without end. When he made the seventh cut, his turtle shell exploded and the saber light flashed. Immediately, Qin Dao retracted his blade. Lord Spiritual Turtle's eyes widened. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and extended downward. Plop. Lord Spiritual Turtle fell down and was cut in half. Master Spiritual Turtle was dead. Deafening cheers came from the crowd. Qin Dao had killed the Spiritual Turtle Sage and advanced to 8 consecutive wins. It was rare to see someone win 8 matches in a row. This meant that 8 peak-tier kings had died at Qin Dao's hands. Did you see that? This is my big brother's strength. Qin Zhao glanced at Lu Ming smugly. Not bad. Lu Ming said calmly. He did think that Qin Dao was not bad. Qin Dao's battle power was probably close to the Holy Star. Of course, Qin Dao was already over 30 years old, which was 10 years older than Sacred Constellation. He had spent 10 more years on martial techniques, intent and physical body. In terms of potential, he could not be compared to Sacred Constellation. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory selected young people under 30 years old. It not only looked at cultivation but also talent, ability to fight above one's level and potential. Some powerful forces had abundant resources and could produce a group of young peak-tier king tiers, but these people couldn't make it to the list of top 1,000 talents. You're really boasting. How many peak-tier kings can match my big brother's battle power? Qin Zhao sneered. Frog in the well. It was Xianxia who spoke. What did he say? Qin Zhao's face turned red. Someone is going up to challenge him. Lu Ming ignored Qin Zhao and looked at the fighting ring. Qin Zhao also looked over. A young man in a blood-red robe stepped onto the fighting ring. This young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He had a cold expression and a faint sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. He really doesn't know his own strength. He dares to challenge my big brother. He's just courting death. Qin Zhao laughed sarcastically. However, Qin Dao, who was on the fighting ring, looked serious. The other party was just standing there casually, but he made him feel as if he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was under great pressure. Furthermore, the other party was so young, not even 30 years old, yet he dared to step onto the stage. He was definitely not simple. How should I address you? Qin Dao asked. Blood Gang. The young man's face darkened. Shui Gong. Qin Dao muttered to himself for a while and then let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that his opponent might be a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. If he really was on the list, he would have to consider whether to fight or not. However, Gang Shui's name wasn't on the list of top 1,000 talents. Obviously, he wasn't a sovereign on the list. Fight or surrender? Shui Gang's gloomy voice sounded. Fight. Qin Dao replied firmly. Good, I was really afraid that you would surrender. Shui Gang licked his lips and his expression became even colder. Boom. In the next moment, blood chi shot up into the sky from Shui Gang's body. A huge blood-red palm floated above his head with 7 Esilavir chakras revolvering around it. King level 7th rank bloodline. Qin Dao's face changed. Those with second bloodlines who could reach the 7th level of the king level were absolute geniuses. For example, Qin Qingshan and the Holy Star were both 7th level kings. A battle blade was floating above Qin Dao's head. It was only a 6th level king class bloodline. Chapter 653. 653 Bloodline Martial Skill. Blood Flame Palm. Shui Gang's palm shot out and the air exploded, even turning into liquid. A blood-colored palm print shot towards Qin Dao. Buzz. Qin Dao attacked with his blade and the blade light was extremely dazzling. But this time, Qin Dao's blade light didn't split the blood palm print. Instead, the blade light was dispersed by the blood palm. Qin Dao's face changed and he roared. The second slash was even stronger than the first. However, Shui Gang's blood-colored palm prints arrived again. One after another, they were extremely overbearing. Qin Dao continued to attack the 6th, the 7th. Soon it was his 7th saber move. Before he had killed the spiritual turtle sage with the 7th saber move, but now he was still at a disadvantage. Qin Dao roared and slashed out the 8th and 9th blade. The blade light was resplendent as it split the palm print, but there were countless palm prints that followed, one after another. After the 9th slash, Qin Dao's body retreated rapidly. Bloodline martial skill, that is a heaven-level upper-class bloodline martial skill. Qin Dao is going to lose. A white-haired old man in the stands exclaimed. What? He has learned a bloodline martial technique. Many people were shocked. Bloodline martial technique? Lu Ming muttered. The so-called bloodline martial technique was the martial technique that a martial artist comprehended from his own bloodline. The bloodline of a martial artist contained endless wealth. It was not as simple as a pure bloodline explosion. The martial skills that a warrior comprehended from his or her own bloodline were the ones that truly belonged to him or her. They were the most compatible with him or her, and when he or she cultivated them, they would be extremely powerful. After all, the martial skills of others belonged to others. How could they be compared with their own bloodline martial skills? For example, if two warriors both cultivated to the 6th level of the heaven grade superior class martial technique, but one of them cultivated a bloodline martial technique that was comprehended from his own bloodline, then the power would be at least 50% or even 100% stronger than the other's martial technique. The difference was too great. However, it was too difficult to comprehend bloodline martial techniques from one's own bloodline. It required a unique talent. Moreover, the higher the bloodline level, the stronger the bloodline martial technique might be. From one's bloodline, one could not only comprehend martial skills, but also secret skills, which were called bloodline secret skills. For example, Qin Qingshan and Saint Constellation, whom Lu Ming had met before, had both comprehended the secret bloodline technique. On the other hand, Xianxia's palm would form a beautiful arm that would attack his opponent. That was the bloodline martial skill. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the bloodline martial arts technique. First, the bloodline of the 9 dragons was not his own bloodline, but awakened by a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. It was very difficult to comprehend bloodline martial techniques from it. In fact, the devouring power could be regarded as a special bloodline secret skill of the 9 dragons bloodline. As for the second bloodline, it had always been shrouded in fog. Lu Ming could not comprehend it even if he wanted to. The bloodline martial techniques that special bloodlines could comprehend were even more powerful. This was especially true for natural-type bloodlines. For example, the fire bloodline was a fire-type martial technique that he had comprehended, and it just so happened to be able to complement his fire concept, making it even more powerful. In this aspect, it was something that other demonic beast bloodlines couldn't compare to. On the other hand, Gang Shui had comprehended the concept of blood. When combined with blood-related martial skills, his power was extremely powerful. Die. Shui Gang took a big step forward and his blood concept spread out, enveloping Qin Dao. Qin Dao even had a feeling that the blood in his body was slowly drying up. The mentality of blood was a special kind of mentality. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. If one was hit by Shui Gang's move that was combined with the mentality of blood, it could directly devour the opponent's blood, causing the opponent's blood to dry up and die. Break. Qin Dao's blade light slashed out again, but it was useless. It was completely suppressed. Big brother, how could this be? How did this happen? Qin Zhao's face was deathly pale and he was extremely worried. His elder brother was his backer. In fact, he was just a guard of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. It was because of his elder brother that he had a special position in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. He could get close to Zhou Xian and even pursue her. If his big brother died, he, an ordinary 7th-level martial king, would be nothing in a place like the chaotic astral ocean. He would only be an ordinary guard in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. His big brother was his everything. Now his big brother was in danger. Brother Qin Dao. Zhou Xian's hands were also tightly clenched, extremely nervous. Qin Dao was a general of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. He could even be said to be the strongest expert. If Qin Dao died, the Flame Chamber of Commerce would suffer a great loss. What do we do? What do we do? Luo Xan was extremely anxious. Boom. Boom. Shui Gang's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and Qin Dao was already tired of dealing with them. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Qin Dao shouted. Admit defeat? I won't allow it. Shui Gang sneered. Don't think that you're the one who killed me. Seeing that he had no choice but to admit defeat, Qin Dao let out a long howl. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and the aura on his body actually increased by a small amount. He became one with his blade, turning into a bright blade light that shot up into the sky. Qin Dao planned to escape. It's not that easy to escape. Shui Gang turned into a bloody light and chased after him, throwing out a palm. Bang! Qin Dao was hit by the palm and coughed up blood, but he couldn't care about his injury anymore. He ran for his life and flew to the stands. Blood Gang gave chase. I'll give you 2 million supreme spiritual crystals if you let me go. Otherwise you might not be able to kill me if I try to escape. Qin Dao roared and started to beg for mercy. He turned into a blade light and fled in all directions. Gutless rat. 5 million supreme spiritual crystals, not a single one less. Shui Gang roared. 5 million it is. His life was more important, so Qin Dao threw a storage ring to Gang Shui. Blood just caught it, scanned it with his mind and then stopped chasing. You're lucky, but you're really boring. Shui Gang didn't pursue him. He returned to the fighting ring. Qin Dao turned into a blade light and flew back to the stands. He grabbed a pill and swallowed it. He started to heal himself. Luo Xian and Qin Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when they finally survived. Even though the process was embarrassing. There's always a higher mountain. Lu Ming said softly. Qin Zhao's face and ears turned red. Lu Ming's words were obviously meant for him. My big brother won 8 consecutive victories. It's nothing strange for him to meet someone stronger. If you go up there, I'm afraid you'll die in less than 2 rounds. Qin Zhao was still stubborn. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled and said to Xianxia, let's go. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Then he followed Lu Ming out. Humph, cowards don't dare to fight in the end. Qin Zhao mocked. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a slap. Pa. A slap landed directly on Qin Zhao's face. Blood and teeth flew everywhere and one side of Qin Zhao's face instantly bulged. He was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. After a while he came to his senses and roared hysterically, You dare to hit me? I'm going to ask my big brother to kill you, to kill you. Chapter 654. 654 Lu Ming takes action. Pa. Lu Ming turned his hand and gave Qin Zhao another slap on the other side of his face. Lu Ming controlled his strength very well and did not send Qin Zhao flying. Immediately the other side of his face also swelled up. If you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will kill you and your big brother right now? Lu Ming said coldly. Qin Zhao immediately shut up. His elder brother was recuperating now. If Lu Ming really wanted to kill him, the two of them would be finished. Luo Xian did not say anything either. She also felt that Qin Zhao had gone too far. He had been targeting Lu Ming all this while. Lu Ming was already considered to have a good temper by not killing him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Ming and Xianxia had disappeared from the grandstand, Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment. He growled, Little bastard, when my big brother's injuries are healed, I'll pay you back 10 times what you did today. Luo Xian secretly shook her head. This kind of trash still wants to pursue her. If it wasn't for Qin Dao's sake, Luo Xian wouldn't even bother with him. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked out and strolled along the streets. I thought you were going to fight Shui Gang. Xianxia said. Do you think I'll be goaded into action by that idiot? How was that possible? This is a good place. If I go down and defeat Shui Gang, many people won't dare to go up. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, what are your plans? Xianxia asked. One by one, of course. I can practice my fist technique and earn spiritual crystals at the same time. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming smiled. His eyes lit up and he walked into a mask shop. I understand. Xianxia smiled and followed him in. After that, Lu Ming bought an azure mask while Xianxia bought a Wuxia mask. After buying the masks, the two of them bought a set of black robes and put them on. Then they walked to the fated battle platform and paid 200 supreme spiritual crystals each. Lu Ming put on the azure mask while Xianxia wore the Wuxia mask. Shui Gang had already left the fighting ring, so no one would want to challenge him. Who's going first? Lu Ming asked Xianxia in a low voice. Anything is fine. Then I'll go first. With that, Lu Ming moved and appeared on the fighting ring. Another person is going up the stage. What cultivation base is he at this time? Seeing someone go up the stage, the audience's spirits were lifted. They had spent 200 supreme spiritual crystals to watch the battle. If no one fought, then the spiritual crystals would have been wasted. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura spread out, telling everyone that he was a peak-tier king. Another peak-tier king has stepped onto the stage. What's wrong with this person? Blood has just dropped and he's already coming up. Isn't he afraid that Blood will come back and challenge him? I don't think so. Shui Gang will at least wait for the opponent to fight once or twice before he makes a move. If he's too weak, I don't think he'll make a move. That Shui Gang is definitely a rising genius. He's too strong. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, he might be able to make it. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming looked around and said loudly. What? As soon as Lu Ming's voice was heard, Qin Zhao and Luo Xian's expressions changed. Lu Ming did not change his voice. They could tell that it was Lu Ming's voice. That brat is finally going on stage. He wear a mask and play tricks. Let's see how many rounds he can win. Don't die in the first round. Qin Zhao sneered. Luo Xian frowned and ignored Qin Zhao. Instead, she looked at the figure on the fighting ring curiously. She did not know why, but she felt that Lu Ming was not simple. Perhaps Lu Ming could give everyone a surprise. Luo Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. I'll kill you. An old man with large eyes stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. Kid, don't think that you can scare people just because you're wearing the azure mask and imitating the King of Hell. The battle platform still depends on one's true battle strength. Your storage ring is mine. The large-eyed old man laughed savagely. I hope you can withstand a few more moves. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, what did you say? The large-eyed old man was slightly taken aback. I told you to stop talking nonsense and take this. I'm going to kill you, Lu Ming said softly. A violent fist force was blasted toward the large-eyed elder. Let's see what you can do. A battle axe appeared in the large-eyed elder's hand and he swung it down, splitting Lu Ming's fist force in half. However, before he could rejoice, the next fist force came attacking him. He could only swing the axe down again. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's left and right fists were at full strength. Fist radiance burst out continuously like meteors streaking across the void. The large-eyed elder's combat strength was not bad. He was stronger than the peak-tier king of the Blood Fiend pirates. However, he was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his essential core. Lu Ming was using him to practice his martial arts. In the past, Lu Ming could still condense a figure that looked exactly like him in the Supreme Shrine to practice martial arts techniques as long as he had spirit crystals. However, as his cultivation level rose to the Martial King realm, that function became useless. It was just an inscription formation set up by the Nine Suns Supreme after he was severely injured. Its power was limited. However, after Lu Ming reached the Martial King realm, the energy in his body was too great, and his attack power was even more terrifying. The formation could not be replicated at all. Therefore, Lu Ming had to find his own opponents to cultivate his martial arts techniques. The large-eyed old man was suppressed by Lu Ming's fist force. He roared in anger. No matter how strong his cultivation was or what powerful martial arts technique he used, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The large-eyed old man was finally scared and shouted that he admitted defeat. I won't allow it. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Not allowed. Don't think that you can kill me. The big-eyed old man roared in anger and flew up into the sky. He actually tried to escape like Qin Dao. You can't escape. Boom. Lu Ming's essential core had increased and his fist force was more violent. He threw a punch in the air in front of the fist force was completely sucked dry, forming a vacuum tunnel. The violent fist force collided with the battle axe of the large-eyed elder and exploded. The large-eyed old man spat out blood as he roared. His body fell and Lu Ming's follow-up fist force bombarded him again. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive punches, the large-eyed elder screamed as his body exploded and he died on the spot. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and devoured the large-eyed old man's blood essence, then he kept his storage ring. We won. In the stands, Luo Xin revealed a trace of excitement. He only won one round. That big-eyed old man's battle strength isn't high either. He's far from my big brother. Qin Zhao pouted. You can shut up. On the side, Qin Dao coldly glanced at Qin Zhao and scolded him. Now that his injuries had stabilized, Qin Zhao's expression changed and he immediately shut up, not daring to say anything more. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's voice was heard from the fighting ring. Chapter 655. 655 Killing 3 people in a row. Lu Ming looked around and his voice was clear. I'll do it. A red-haired man stepped on the air and flew onto the fighting ring. As expected, someone has made a move. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had suppressed his true qi just now, and it seemed that he was not much stronger than the big-eyed old man. His purpose was to attract others to fight. If his performance was too strong, how would the others dare to go up the stage? Now the red-haired man was on the stage. What's your name? The red-haired man asked. Shura. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Shura? Hehe. Kill. All of a sudden the red-haired burly man made his move. A flaming saber ray that was 1,000 meters long and incomparably hot slashed at Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch. The explosive fist force collided with the other party's saber flare, shaking the fighting ring. Bang! Lu Ming's fist force was actually destroyed. The scorching saber ray continued to slash at Lu Ming. Die! The red-haired man's body was covered in blazing flames, and his face was extremely ferocious. Your combat strength is not bad. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This red-haired man's battle power was much stronger than the big-eyed old man's. No wonder he dared to go on stage. Then let's add 2 more points. Lu Ming smiled and threw another punch. Boom. This fist force was twice as strong as the previous one. It broke through the red-haired man's saber light and continued to attack him. Ah, you were hiding your strength just now. The red-haired man roared and revealed a look of fear. He burst out with all his strength and madly slashed with his saber. However, the result was the same. Just like the big-eyed elder, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a few dozen moves, he was killed by Lu Ming with 1 punch. The exploding star fist is approaching the 3rd level. Lu Ming muttered and put away the storage ring. He also devoured the red-haired hunk's blood essence. After devouring the blood essence of 2 peak-tier kings, the 9-dragon bloodline began to rumble. Refine. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring and began to refine his blood essence while waiting for other people to challenge him. The surroundings fell silent. For a moment no one stepped forward. Although Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row and obtained their storage rings, the others could not figure out Lu Ming's combat strength at the moment. Humph. Qin Zhao snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He said that it would be considered good if Lu Ming could win 1 round. However, Lu Ming had already won 2 rounds in a row. This made him very unhappy. 2 minutes. Lu Ming stood in the fighting ring for 2 minutes. He used the power of blood essence in the 9-dragon bloodline to upgrade his 2nd bloodline. The amount of blood essence required for the 9-dragon bloodline to advance to the 9th level of the king class was too much. Lu Ming planned to advance his 2nd bloodline to the 8th level of the king class first before he advanced his 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz. At this moment, a figure rushed up the fighting ring. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Finally, someone else went up the stage. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man. Azura, your fist force is very powerful, but as long as I don't take it head-on, I'll see what you can do. Before he could finish his sentence, the expert's figure moved and turned into a series of shadows, pouncing toward Lu Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and thin man had already turned into 18 shadows and surrounded Lu Ming. The sharp sword aura pierced through the air and was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. 18 shadows and 18 flashes of sword chi were extremely sharp. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession, hitting a few figures. The few figures collapsed and disappeared. Phantom. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He dodged the sword chi attack and punched out with both fists. One after another, the fist force pierced through the void and landed on the figures. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures collapsed, but they were all illusions and not corporeal. The remaining figures moved again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. In the process of pouncing, the number of illusions increased again and there were 18 of them. Every one of them looked real and even their auras were exactly the same. Haha, die. The 18 figures sneered at the same time. Lu Ming's figure dodged continuously, avoiding the attacks. At the same time he continued to blast out his fist force. The tall, thin man's illusion was constantly being shattered, but after each time it was shattered, it would recover. The two of them were in a state of anxiety and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 50 moves. It seems that the Shura has met his match. That's right. The Shura's Xin Yuan is rich and his fist force is powerful and overbearing. However, his weakness is also obvious. The other party is using an unpredictable movement technique to tie him down, so his fist force is useless. Wearing an Azura mask to imitate the King of Hell is not on the same level after all. The difference is too great. The surrounding audience expressed their opinions one after another. In the process of their discussion, dozens of moves had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his circulation of the exploding star fist was becoming more and more smooth. Boom. Suddenly he threw a punch which was much more powerful than before. The tall and thin man was shocked. I finally reached the 3rd level of the exploding star fist. It's time to end this battle. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Boom. Lu Ming stomped on the fighting ring and soared into the sky. He then looked down from high above and blasted out a series of fist forces. In an instant Lu Ming had thrown dozens of punches. Dozens of fist forces streaked across the sky like dozens of meteors and landed on the fighting ring. And the power of each one was stronger than before. So many. The tall and thin man was shocked. He tried his best to dodge, but there were still illusions that dissipated. 18 became 17, 16. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 or 3 left. Just as he was about to continue changing his form, dozens of fist forces came crashing down from the sky. No. The tall and thin man roared. In the next moment he was drowned by dozens of fist forces. The fighting ring let out a violent roar. When the fist force disappeared, the tall and thin man was lying there like a pool of mud without the slightest breath. Just like before, the blood essence and the storage ring would all belong to Lu Ming. 3 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had already won 3 consecutive wins. Moreover, they won in a row, not in a few days. Many people's winning streak was actually the sum of many days. Just like Qin Dao, he occasionally came to fight and added up his winning streak. It was very difficult to win in a short period of time because continuous battles consumed a lot of true yuan, and the challengers would only get stronger and stronger. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming continued to look around. Hehe, that's enough, that's enough. You've already obtained 3 storage rings. Now it's my turn to deal with you. A sneer was heard and a red figure appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. It's Shui Gang. He's going to attack again. Looks like he's been waiting all this time. Now that he's seen Azura win 3 rounds in a row, he's finally making his move. I just don't know if Azura dares to accept the challenge. Shui Gang, he just defeated Qin Dao. Cries of alarm came from all around. Chapter 656. 656 Killing Gang Blood. The person on the stage was Gang Shui, who had defeated Qin Dao. Blood Gang. Qin Dao's eyes flashed. Lu Ming. Luo Xian on the other hand showed a trace of worry. Lu Ming, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, accept the battle. Don't ever surrender. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with resentment. He hated Lu Ming to the core. His face was still swollen. He hoped that Lu Ming would accept the challenge. If he did, he would definitely die at Shuigang's hands. Azura, that's a very domineering name. I just don't know if you have the guts. Shuigang sneered. Courage? What is courage? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll surrender before the battle. Shuigang licked his lips. Hehe Gang Shui, you don't need to provoke me. You've come at the right time. I can use you to practice my fist techniques. Lu Ming said. Haha, so you're not going to surrender? Ah, good. Shuigang was overjoyed. Blood flame palm. A blood-red palm print shot out from Shuigang's hand. He could not wait to launch an attack on Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming now had all the assets of 3 peak-tier kings. Including Lu Ming's own, it would be the assets of 4 peak-tier kings. How much wealth would the 4 peak-tier kings have? If Lu Ming surrendered without a fight, 1 million best-grade spirit crystals would be enough. Wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? At this moment Shuigang's heart was burning. The blood-colored palm print shook the space and a bloody smell filled the air. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch. The fist force collided with Shuigang's palm print, but it was instantly destroyed by the bloody palm print. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. However, Shuigang struck a few more times and completely destroyed Lu Ming's fist radiance. Hehe, although your fist force is strong and fierce, you are still far from being able to fight me. Shuigang sneered. This Shuigang seems to be a new genius. His combat strength is not bad, and he's not weaker than the sacred constellation from a few months ago. Lu Ming thought in his heart. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than he was a few months ago. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power now, he could kill the sacred constellation from a few months ago in one move. Of course, Lu Ming would not do that. First of all, he had to practice his fist techniques and attract more powerful opponents. Then I'll increase my true essence by another 20%. Circulating his essential core, Lu Ming threw another punch. A vacuum tunnel appeared and it collided with Shuigang's sanguine flame palm. The fist force and the blood flame palm both disappeared. He's even hiding his strength? Shuigang's expression changed. Lu Ming's fist force could still be improved. He had a bad feeling about this. The few people earlier were killed by Lu Ming in this way. Kill. Die. Shuigang roared as his blood meridian exploded. The bloody palm print became even more overbearing as the will of blood enveloped Lu Ming. The bloodline martial technique was a heaven-level upper-class bloodline martial technique. It was extremely powerful. In terms of power, it was even more powerful than Lu Ming's 3 absolutes of the Dragon God. After all, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes was a martial technique that Lu Ming cultivated from someone else. Could not be compared to bloodline martial arts techniques. Shuigang used all his strength and his power was doubled. His attacks drowned Lu Ming like a storm. It's finally getting interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Boom. In the next moment, raging flames started to burn around his body. It was the fire concept. Of course, Lu Ming had only used one kind of fire concept. When the fire concept was integrated with the explosive star fist, it made the power of the explosive star fist even more terrifying. Each fist force was like a burning meteor full of brutal aura. The fist force and Shuigang's blood-colored palm print collided with each other. As for Gang Shui's concept of blood, the energy that could drain blood was of no use to Lu Ming. Could it be compared to the devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline? As long as the 9-dragon bloodline was activated, the blood concept would lose its effect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Just like the previous battle, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand again. How did this happen? Many people widened their eyes. Qin Zhao in particular was simply unbelievable. Shuigang roared continuously as he broke out in a cold sweat. He was actually being suppressed. Could it be that he was going to end up like the previous few people and be killed by Lu Ming? Oh no, I can't. He's a peerless Heaven's Pride expert and has the chance to break into the list of top 1,000 talents. This time he came to the chaotic astral ocean to train himself and prepare for the upcoming Battle of Kismet. How could he die? However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. He could feel that Lu Ming's fist force was getting stronger and stronger. Every time the fist force exploded, he felt a pain as if his skin was being torn apart. Let's go. Die. Shui Gang roared and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. Can you leave? Lu Ming stepped on the air, his speed faster than Shui Gang's. He appeared in front of Shui Gang in an instant and punched him. Shui Gang did not expect Lu Ming's speed to be so terrifying. In a hurry he managed to block with his palm, but the palm print was destroyed by Lu Ming. His body flew off the fighting ring like a cannonball and landed heavily on the fighting ring, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming chased after him. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. Azura, let me tell you, I'm a member of the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you kill me, the Heavenly Corpse sect will never let you off. Shui Gang shouted. The Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't the Heavenly Corpse sect toy with those refined corpses all day long? How come Shui Gang didn't have a refined corpse? Seeing that Lu Ming was stunned, Shui Gang thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He shouted again, Azura, as long as you let me go, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Hee Shui Gang, have you forgotten that this is the chaotic astral ocean? The Heavenly Corpse sect can't control this place. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect deserve to die even more. Die. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Then he dashed toward Shui Gang. Damn it. Shui Gang roared and tried his best to resist, but the result was already determined. After a few moves he was bombarded by Lu Ming's punches and his body exploded. Shui Gang was dead. This genius of the Sky Corpse sect had defeated Chen Dao, who had won 8 times in a row and was killed by Azura. The atmosphere at the scene was pushed to a climax and everyone cheered excitedly. Good kill. Ah, this is too exciting. That's right. It's indeed exciting for a young genius to be killed. That idiot actually brought up the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the chaotic astral ocean, it doesn't matter who comes. Azura is so powerful. He has won 4 times in a row. He even killed Shui Gang. He sounds young. Is he another young genius? Very possible. Hell King is also a young genius and he's most likely a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. This Azura is most likely a peerless genius as well. Too many young geniuses have come to the chaotic astral ocean recently. The clamor, cheers and discussions rose and fell. Chapter 657. 657. No one dared to fight. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. In the stands, Luo Xian's eyes were shining. I'm not as good as him. Qin Dao sighed. How could this be? How did this happen? Qin Zhao kept roaring in his heart. He couldn't bear it. Previously he kept talking about how powerful and terrifying his big brother was in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming was nothing in front of his big brother. He was very proud and arrogant. But now. Previously his big brother had been defeated by Shui Gang and had almost been killed. He had fled in embarrassment and had only managed to save his life with 5 million supreme spiritual crystals. However, Shui Gang, who was torturing his big brother, had been killed by Lu Ming. What was this? Every word he had said before was a joke, a blatant joke. Perhaps in Lu Ming's eyes he was just a clown telling some ridiculous jokes. Damn it, damn it. Qin Zhao roared in his heart. His self-esteem had suffered a serious blow. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming asked loudly. No one made a sound and no one went up the stage. Lu Ming waited for a few minutes but no one went on stage. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong today. Even if there were people stronger than Shui Gang, they would consider it and not attack easily. After a few minutes no one made a move. Lu Ming flew down the fighting ring and came to Xianxia's side. It's my turn. Xianxia said lightly as he flew up to the fighting ring. His aura spread out. Peak-tier king. Another peak-tier king. And he's wearing a Yiksha mask. Could he be another expert? That's impossible. How can there be so many experts? Looking at the figure, it seems to be a woman. As soon as Xianxia went up, there was a lot of discussion. Who's going to fight? Xianxia spoke. His voice was clear but cold. It's Miss Xia. Luo Xian immediately recognized Xianxia's voice. Could it be that Miss Xia's combat strength is also very strong? Luo Xian whispered. Humph. Qin Zhao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with viciousness. He secretly prayed that Xianxia would be killed. It's a young woman. The audience around them could tell that Xianxia was young. I'll fight you. Finally, someone went on stage. Without any unnecessary words, Xianxia launched his attack. Xianxia did not use the demonic force field or her bloodline martial arts technique. She mainly used the will of destruction and the will of wind. She wanted to use Lu Ming's method to merge the two wills with the help of external forces. Therefore, Xianxia didn't seem to be very strong, and he was in a stalemate with his opponent. Lu Ming diverted some of his attention to watch the battle while refining the blood essence. After devouring the blood essence of 4 peak-tier kings, he used it all to improve his second bloodline. The power of his second bloodline rapidly increased. On the fighting ring, Xianxia exchanged hundreds of moves with his opponent before he finally killed him. Because Xianxia's combat strength wasn't very strong, and after a few hundred moves, the others thought that they had an advantage. Unfortunately, the result was the same. After another few hundred moves, he was still killed. After that, no one else went on stage. At this moment, Lu Ming's blood essence was almost refined. His second bloodline had not been upgraded yet, but Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. It was close. Let's go. Xianxia jumped down from the ring and left the ring with Lu Ming. After a few battles, they needed to go back and digest it. But soon, the names of Shura and Wuxia would spread all over Golden Sand Island. The two of them left the life battle platform and found a hidden place. They removed their black robes and masks, then found an inn and booked 2 rooms. He sat cross-legged in the room of the inn. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. After 4 battles, Lu Ming had a new understanding of the explosive Star Fist. He wanted to use the Path Understanding Ancient Tree to gain some insight. He placed the Path Understanding Ancient Tree on the side. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree was growing better and better. The tender leaf had grown a little more, turned a little green, and was crystal clear. The aura of the Great Path lingered on it, becoming more and more mysterious. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming took out a large handful of spiritual herbs, squeezed out the medicinal liquid, and sprinkled it all on the Shenhuang silicotic earth. Leave some for me. Dandan's eyes turned red with heartache when she saw Lu Ming turning a large pile of spirit herbs into liquid. I'll give you a few. Lu Ming threw a few spiritual herbs to Dandan, but he sighed in his heart. He was too good at using up resources. His own cultivation consumed a terrifying amount of resources, 10 times more than others. Furthermore, the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body required a lot of resources. The growth of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree required a large amount of spiritual liquid. If there was no spiritual liquid, he could only replace it with medicinal liquid. Also, if Dandan wanted to recover, she couldn't do without spirit herbs. The speed at which he consumed resources was too terrifying. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. It was only because he had killed many enemies during this period of time and obtained a large amount of resources that he could barely bear it. However, as long as these resources could be converted into strength, it was worth it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and cast the distracting thoughts out of his mind. With the help of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, he began to comprehend the bursting Star Fist. During this time, he didn't have a chance to use the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Using the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, his comprehension of the explosive Star Fist had increased by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the life battle platform again. This was a great place and they didn't want to miss it. It was a pity that no one challenged Lu Ming today. In a fit of anger, he announced on the spot that he would come every day to wait for the challenge of an expert. As for Xianxia, someone who challenged her was not weak, but he was killed by Xianxia. Your method is not bad. I'll go into seclusion for a few days. Xianxia said to Lu Ming. He seemed to have gained something. Lu Ming returned to the inn and continued to cultivate with the path understanding ancient tree. The next day he went to the life battle platform again. Still no one challenged him. For the next 3 days Lu Ming went to the life battle platform every day but no one challenged him. After he returned he went to the supreme shrine to cultivate. For the past 5 days no one had challenged Lu Ming. However, with the help of the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the explosive star fist had progressed very quickly. He had already cultivated it to the 4th level, and the power of the explosive star fist had increased again. On the 6th day someone finally challenged Lu Ming. This person's combat strength was much stronger than Gang Shui's, and he had won 10 consecutive victories on the life battle platform. Clearly, Lu Ming's daily visits had attracted the attention of some experts. Some of them had come to challenge him. Of course, the final result was still Lu Ming's victory. The name of Azura was becoming more and more powerful. Although the Azura had only won 5 consecutive victories, he had already defeated 10 opponents in a row. Moreover, no one knew what Lu Ming's limit was. Do you guys think that the King of Hell will make a move and challenge the Shura? Some people hoped so. Chapter 658. 658 Old Monster Demonic Wind. His words aroused the curiosity of many people. Many people looked forward to the battle between Shura and Yama. This was because the two of them had a lot in common. They both wore masks and from their voices they were both very young and had both risen to power recently. Many people guessed that the two of them were Peerless Heaven's favorites from the outside world, and were even on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Hell King had not appeared since the battle with Old Monster Chi-chan. In the next 2 days when Lu Ming continued to fight, no one challenged him. Once when he challenged someone the other party admitted defeat and gave him 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming, accompany me in battle. When Lu Ming returned to the inn, Xianxia appeared in front of him. Accompany you in battle. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. I've reached the threshold of the fusion of the two wills, but I'm still short of an external pressure. However, the warriors on the life battle platform are too weak to give me that kind of pressure, so I can only find you. Xianxia said. All right. Naturally, Lu Ming would not reject the opportunity to help Xianxia cultivate. The two of them left the city and appeared in the sky above a barren mountain tens of thousands of miles away. The two of them stood opposite each other. Boom. Xianxia's will of destruction and will of wind burst out at the same time. They intertwined and turned into a green palm print, blasting toward Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch and the void trembled. Boom. The fist radiance and the palm print collided. With a loud boom, the palm print trembled, but the fist radiance disappeared. I don't have enough strength. Lu Ming, increase your strength. Xianxia's voice was heard as his aura gushed out. All right. Lu Ming activated the true war dragon technique and the vital essence in his body began to mobilize rapidly. Boom. A fist radiance that seemed to be able to connect heaven and earth, combined with the concept of fire, blasted towards Xianxia's palm. With a loud bang, Xianxia's palm print exploded. However, Lu Ming did not hold back. He threw a second punch, a third punch and a series of punches. One after another, the fist radiance pierced through the void and headed towards Xianxia. Great demonic palm. Xianxia shouted as he struck out with both his palms. Black palm prints that were infused with the will of destruction and the will of wind were sent flying towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. The void was boiling and there were constant violent explosions in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. In the beginning the two of them were still testing each other but gradually, their strength continued to increase and increase. Lu Ming waved his fists and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. In an instant dozens of fist gleams burst out. Xianxia on the other hand was trying to combine the two mentalities. Yes, that's it. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Lu Ming was completely at ease as he continued to bombard his fists with radiance. Xianxia was strong enough to block the attack. Lu Ming was not worried that he would hurt Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming felt that the explosive star fist was circulating more and more smoothly. His understanding of the explosive star fist was also slowly deepening. At the same time, the exploding star fist was like a sledgehammer, continuously tempering Xianxia's intent realm, causing the two intents to slowly merge. If Xianxia could successfully merge the two intents, her combat strength would definitely increase by a large margin. The two of them exchanged more than 300 moves before stopping. "How is it?" Lu Ming walked over and asked. "Yes, I'm very touched. I believe that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in a while." Xianxia nodded excitedly and smiled at Lu Ming. "You're helping me so much. Aren't you afraid that I'll break through and suppress you?" "Haha, even if you have a breakthrough, you might not be able to suppress me. Furthermore, I will also improve. In this lifetime, you will never be able to surpass me." Lu Ming laughed, feeling smug. "You're so full of yourself." Let's see how I'll surpass you." Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. Then the two of them chatted as they walked back. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming did not go to the life battle platform. Instead, he went into seclusion to cultivate. 2 days later, a piece of news came out. Old monster Demonic Wind wants to challenge Azura on the life battle platform. The news shook the entire city. Demonic Wind was also an old monster who had lived for a long time, at least 500 years old. A few hundred years ago he was already a peak king. Although he hadn't broken through to the Sea of Soul realm, his martial skills, secret techniques and other aspects had reached a terrifying level. Everyone was extremely curious and excited that such a person wanted to challenge Ashura. Therefore, the news reached Lu Ming's ears very quickly. Demonic Wind, interesting. Lu Ming revealed a smile. "It seems that an expert has appeared. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look." Xianxia walked over and the two of them walked towards the life battle stage. On the way they changed into black robes and put on masks. "The Shura is here." As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The surroundings of the battle stage were already filled with people. After all, the Shura's name was becoming more and more famous recently, almost as famous as the King of Hell. As for Demonic Wind, he was a famous old monster in the sea near Golden Sand Island. Apart from Sea of Soul realm experts, no one would dare to offend him. The battle between the two had naturally attracted the interest of the vast majority of people. Many people had rushed over as soon as they had heard the news. Lu Ming stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. Countless eyes were on him. "Hee hee." A shriveled sneer was heard, and a thin old man in a green robe appeared on the fighting ring. Many people did not even see how he appeared. What a fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was obvious that Demonic Wind had cultivated the wind concept. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming. In the stands, Luo Xian's eyes flickered. Today Luo Xian had also come. Similarly, Qin Dao and Qin Zhao had also arrived and were sitting together to watch. "I hope Demonic Wind can kill this kid." Qin Zhao secretly prayed. "You're the Shura? I heard that it's just a little kid. Don't play tricks in front of this old man, take off your mask." The Demonic Wind old monster stood in front of Lu Ming and chuckled. "If you want me to take off my mask, sure, but let's see if you have the ability to do so." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Hee hee, it's good for young people to be confident, but it's also not good to look down on seniors. After all, age isn't for nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a strong gust of wind in front of him. A claw was grabbing at his mask. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. "Hee hee, you can't escape." Demonic Wind moved again and followed Lu Ming closely, his claws reaching for Lu Ming's mask. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly threw a punch forward. At such a close distance it was impossible for anyone else to avoid it, but old monster Demonic Wind dodged it with a flash. Chapter 659. 659. This requires talent. The fist radiance mist, pierced through the void and hit the light curtain on the other side of the fighting ring, causing the light curtain to tremble. This old man has such terrifying control. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Old monster demonic wind controlled every bit of his power to the extreme. Every time he attacked, he would not waste a single bit of power. He was extremely precise. Azura is in trouble. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Demonic wind was too strong. No wonder he was an old monster who had dominated this sea area for hundreds of years. No one under the spiritual ocean tier dared to provoke him. Many people thought that although Lu Ming was strong, he would not be a match for demonic wind. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. At this moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With one step, his body turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, instantly avoiding the attack of old monster demonic wind. The demonic wind was stunned when he missed. He looked up at the sky and saw Lu Ming floating there. I didn't expect you to have such a footwork. Not bad. I wonder how your attack power is. Eccentric demonic wind chuckled. If you want to know, then I'll let you try. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. The force of his punches fell like meteors toward demonic wind. Old monster demonic wind's eyes turned cold as he waved his hands. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wind blades were formed and flew into the sky, colliding with the fist force that was falling down. The wind and the flames scattered and swept across the fighting ring. The wind blade and the fist force cancelled each other out. Again. Die. Lu Ming shouted as he increased his essential core. This time he threw more than 100 punches in a row. The entire space was filled with fist force, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. In the stands, Qin Zhao's face turned pale. The power that Lu Ming was displaying now could easily defeat his brother Qin Dao. In every battle, Lu Ming seemed to have no limits. He gave off the feeling of a bottomless abyss with no end. Demonic Wind's expression also became serious. Demonic Wind slash. A long sword appeared in the Demonic Wind's hand, emitting a dazzling green light. His body shot up into the sky and a green sword light suddenly flashed out. Old monster Demonic Wind's figure rushed into the fist radiance, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Whoosh. In the end, Demonic Wind broke through the range of the fist radiance and soared into the sky, standing side by side with Lu Ming. Now it's my turn. As soon as he spoke, he disappeared. He seemed to have turned into a gust of wind drifting in the air. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The wind started blowing and the temperature dropped sharply. Then snowflakes appeared out of thin air and swept toward Lu Ming along with the strong wind. Wind concept. Snow concept. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Old monster Demonic Wind had not only cultivated the wind mentality but also the snow mentality. Both intents were at the Great Circle of Level 1. It's here. It's here. It's said that the Demonic Wind old monster has comprehended 2 wills. It's true. Yes. I heard that Demonic Wind was very ambitious back then. He wanted to comprehend 2 intent realms, but he was stuck at Peak Tier King realm, so he couldn't break through to Sea of Soul realm. If he had only comprehended 1 intent realm, he would have already broken through to the Sea of Soul realm. However, the power of the 2 intents is undoubted. The Shura is in danger. In the stands, many of the older generation began to discuss excitedly. Haha, Junior, die. Old monster Demonic Wind's smug voice rang out from the snowstorm. What's there to be proud of? You've comprehended 2 types of intent, but you haven't been able to merge them together. The increase in power is very limited. Lu Ming's expression was still very calm. He waved his fists and blasted out streams of fist force, blocking the attacks of the wind and snow around him. The snowflakes were snow-white and crystal clear. They were even sharper than spirit weapons, and each of them could probably pierce through a mountain with a diameter of 100 meters. Intent fusion. What do you know, Junior? Do you think it's so easy to fuse 2 concepts? You're really ignorant. The Demonic Wind's voice was filled with disdain and reprimand. Is it very difficult to fuse 2 intents? Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, Lu Ming's fist momentum suddenly changed. Not only did the fist light contain the fire concept, but it also contained the thunder concept. As soon as the thunder and fire essences were released, the 2 essences were perfectly combined together, causing the power of the exploding star fist to suddenly increase by a large margin. Boom! Boom! The vast fist radiance pierced through the snowstorm. With a scream, a figure appeared and retreated. The fusion of thunder and fire intense. The perfect fusion of thunder and fire intense. How is that possible? How is that possible? Blood trickled down the corner of Demonic Wind's mouth, but he did not care. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also comprehended two intents and he had successfully fused them. However, the Demonic Wind had not. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. What's impossible about it? Just because you can't fuse with it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Ming said indifferently. Tell me, how did you merge them? Tell me, tell me. The Demonic Wind roared. His eyes were red as he glared at Lu Ming. For so many years, old monster Demonic Wind had tried many methods, but he couldn't succeed. It was like the demon in his heart. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to fuse it. It requires talent. Lu Ming said calmly. He wasn't wrong. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought of that method. Others could have thought of it too, but how many people could successfully merge it? To put it bluntly, it required talent. He had this talent, and now it seemed that Xianxia also had this talent. Demonic Wind had been cultivating for hundreds of years, but he hadn't succeeded. He definitely didn't have this talent. However, eccentric Demonic Wind clearly didn't believe this. Bullshit, what talent? Brat, if you don't tell me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Old monster Demonic Wind roared. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Do you still think you're my match? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Take my strongest move. Demonic Wind roared and released his wind and snow intent. I'm too lazy to waste my time with you, I'll send you on your way. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom. In the next moment, wind, fire, and thunder, the three intents burst out at the same time and turned into a spear light that was extremely bright. Old monster Demonic Wind's eyes were as big as bells as he roared in disbelief. Three intents fused. It was simply unbearable for him. He had spent his entire life and had not been able to merge the two concepts successfully. However, Lu Ming had merged three concepts. Moreover, he was so young. Could it really be because of his talent? Whoosh. The dazzling spear radiance pierced through the void and appeared in front of old monster Demonic Wind in an instant. It broke through all of old monster Demonic Wind's defenses with a crushing force. The long spear pierced through the heart of eccentric Demonic Wind. He was dead. Chapter 660. 660. The King of Hell appears. There was a dead silence around the fated battle platform. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the battle platform and Lu Ming's figure. Demonic Wind had been killed by a single strike. Lu Ming had actually fused three concepts. Was this his true strength? It was too terrifying. Or perhaps this was not Lu Ming's true ability. After the silence, there was an intense clamor. Some people were discussing excitedly while others were screaming in excitement. Is this his true strength? Luo Exen whispered, her eyes full of disbelief. Beside her, Qin Zhao's body trembled violently out of fear and shock. It turned out that ever since he had met Lu Ming had never revealed his true abilities. What he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Even though he had repeatedly provoked Lu Ming did not reveal his strength to kill him. Perhaps Lu Ming did not even care to show off his strength in front of him. He even did not care to kill him. Perhaps in Lu Ming's eyes he was no different from a wild dog that was barking by the roadside. He did not take him seriously at all. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. His big brother, whom he had always been proud of, would probably be defeated in one move in front of Lu Ming. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming's figure flashed and devoured the blood essence of Demonic Wind. At the same time, the storage ring naturally fell into his hands. Who else is there? You're willing to come up and fight? Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. The entire place fell silent. What a joke. Even an old monster like Demonic Wind was dead. No one else would be willing to go up and court death. Lu Ming waited for 2 minutes. He swept his gaze and was about to leave the stage when he saw that no one was going on stage. The King of Hell is here. At this moment, a loud shout reverberated through the entire area. The entire place quieted down. Then it was filled with an earth-shattering uproar. What? The King of Hell is here. Where is he? Really? Where? The main entrance. Look. After some noise, everyone's eyes looked in the direction of the gate. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he looked in that direction as well. A black-robed man wearing a Yama mask walked in step by step. As he took one step after another, he slowly stepped into the void and appeared at the edge of the fighting ring. On his mask, two sharp eyes were looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at him. Everyone's heart suddenly began to race. Is the King of Hell going to challenge the Azura? It's possible, it's possible. Hell King has disappeared for so many days and he has finally reappeared. It's rare for a strong opponent to appear. Perhaps he's really going to make a move. Heavens, King Yama against Azura, who is stronger? I'm looking forward to it. I am indeed looking forward to it. Ever since the rise of King Yama, he has never tasted defeat. He has killed a few old monsters. However, no one knows how strong Azura is. I don't think he has used his full strength to kill demonic wind. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Ming and the King of Hell with anticipation. The King of Hell versus the Azura. This would be a battle of the peak. Buzz. The sound of a sword resounded. Hell King's aura suddenly increased dramatically, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light. A golden sword light shot into the sky. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body as if he was drawn by the aura. A spear's gleam soared into the sky. Then the sword light and the spear light met in the air and hit each other. An earth-shattering boom resounded, and the force swept in all directions. Just the clash of auras was already shocking enough. Is there really going to be a great war? At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at it with wide eyes. However, to their disappointment, after the clash of auras between the King of Hell and Azura, they did not make a move. Azura stood on the fighting stage while Yama stood in the air. They were not fighting. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's eyes were bright like two divine spears that pierced through the air. He could sense immense pressure from the King of Hell. Lu Ming had never felt this way from a martial artist of the same level. The King of Hell was definitely a terrifying opponent. At the same time, the King of Hell's eyes glowed with a golden light, as if two golden swords were about to burst out. He did not move for he could feel the strong pressure from Lu Ming. He was not confident either. He had a feeling that if they were to fight, one of them would definitely die. Moreover, he was not sure if he would be the one to win. Hell King was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent here. Even in the entire East continent, there were not many opponents like him. The two of them confronted each other for a while. Suddenly, the King of Hell's aura was retracted. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura was also retracted. Without saying anything else, Hell King turned around and went back. I don't want to fight anymore. Most of the people were greatly disappointed. They had thought that there would be a peak battle. The two of them are too strong. No one has the confidence to defeat the other. That's right. Without a doubt, they're both Peerless Heaven's favorites. Even on the list of top 1,000 talents, they won't be too far behind. They're evenly matched. Someone from the older generation spoke up and saw the reason. Many people sighed. They couldn't see a peak battle. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell could be heard. Clang. Before the first bell had even finished, the second one rang out immediately after. It sounded very urgent. At the scene, most of the people's faces changed drastically. Alarm! Why did the alarm ring? Someone shouted. Sea beasts attacking the island, sea beasts attacking the island. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from outside the Fate battle platform. The roar was like a storm sweeping through the entire city and spreading to the distance. What? The sea beasts are attacking the island. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. The sea beasts are attacking the island. The beast tide is coming. Everyone head to the Eastern Sea region and snipe the sea beasts. That voice rang out again, rumbling in the air. The owner of the voice had a terrifying cultivation base, and was definitely a Sea of Soul realm expert. Clang, clang. At the same time, the alarm bell rang continuously in a very urgent manner. Let's go to the east. Let's go. The audience around the battle stage rose into the air like a swarm of locusts and flew toward the gap above. The sea beasts are attacking the island. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A figure appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Little Qing, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they rose into the air, mixed in with the crowd, and headed for the eastern sea. Countless figures flew out of the city, covering the sky and earth as they flew toward the eastern sea. Not only in the city but also from the mountains around the city, a large number of experts flew out and flew toward the eastern sea. Whenever they encountered a beast tide or sea beasts attacking the island, all the martial artists had to unite and attack together. This is a rule that has been established in the chaotic astral ocean for a long time. Otherwise, these islands would have long been ravaged by sea beasts. This city was very close to the eastern sea region. They arrived in less than a minute. Chapter 661. 661 The sea beasts attack the city, and the transformed great demons. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean in the distance rumbled and the waves surged. Everyone stood in the air and looked from afar. They could see a white line on the sea surface surging towards them. It was a wave, a shocking wave. The patrols in the distant sea have sent back news that a large number of sea beasts are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. An old man in a plain robe appeared in the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the entire area. The aura he exuded was as vast as the ocean and extremely shocking. This was a great expert of the spiritual ocean tier. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the waves became even more shocking. Everyone felt the sky and the earth shake violently. The huge waves were accompanied by the roars of sea beasts. The waves were getting closer and closer and everyone's eyes widened. The waves were too shocking. They were at least 1,000 meters high and seemed to reach the clouds, washing them away. There were countless sea beasts rolling in the waves. That's the Blood Shark clan. Someone shouted. In one of the waves, everyone saw countless blood-red sharks. These sharks were extremely huge and any one of them was dozens of meters long. They were blood-red in color and constantly roared, filled with a murderous aura. It was unknown how many of them there were. The Swordfish race. The Sea Lion race. Tiger Shark clan. Everyone saw a total of 9 sea beast tribes, divided into 9 regions with waves rushing toward them. The number of each tribe in each region was uncountable. There were too many. Look, there are people on the waves. There's a person in the sky above every race. Someone exclaimed. As expected, there was a figure standing on the waves in each of the 9 tribes. They were walking on the waves and the aura on their bodies was shocking. That's not a human. That's a demon that has taken form, the king of their respective tribes. Above the crowd, the Sea of Soul Realm warrior said with a serious tone. What? Shapeshifting great demons? All the shape-shifting great demons of the 9 great clans had come? How is that possible? Many people cried out in alarm. A level 6 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist's spiritual ocean tier. It could already transform into a human form, so it was also called a transformation-type great demon. Transformed demons each lead a clan and occupy a sea area. There are only 7 sea beast clans near our Golden Sand Island. Why are 9 here? This beast tide is too shocking. In the past, there would only be some small-scale beast tides, and very few Sea of Soul Realm beasts would appear. The scene was noisy and some people's eyes showed fear. The rapidly approaching waves, countless sea beasts rolling and roaring, gave people a strong pressure. Boom, boom. In the sky, figures appeared one after another, each of them exuding an ocean-like aura. Spiritual ocean tier, all of them were at the spiritual ocean tier and there were a total of 10 of them. This made many warriors calm down a little. All the Sea of Soul Realm warriors hiding in Golden Sand Island had appeared. That's spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao has also appeared. Someone shouted. Among the 10 Sea of Soul Realm experts, there was an old man in a white robe. His aura was the most terrifying and he was much stronger than the other Sea of Soul Realm experts. Ah, that's great. I heard that spiritual practitioner Han Dao has been in seclusion for 60 years. This beast tide has actually alerted him. With him here we'll be much more confident. Someone saw the white-robed man and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming and Xianxia were mixed in the crowd looking at the sky. Golden Sand Island is really amazing. There are so many powerhouses hidden here. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. In the crowd, other than the 10 spiritual ocean tier experts, there were many other powerful auras that rose up like smoke. Among them, Lu Ming could sense that there were no less than 500 peak tier king auras. The Golden Sand Island alone had no less than 500 peak tier kings, which was absolutely terrifying. Chaotic Astral Ocean. It's indeed the chaotic Astral Ocean. The number of experts here is too many. Every day, a lot of evil, fierce and ruthless people from every big domain in the eastern wilderness enter the chaotic Astral Ocean. However, a king has a lifespan of 1,000 years. After so many years, the number of experts in the chaotic Astral Ocean has already been unknown. It had definitely reached an astonishing number. Boom, boom, boom. The waves were getting closer and closer and the air was filled with fiendish chi. Kill all the human warriors. On the Blood Shark clan's territory stood a burly man in a blood-red robe. At this moment he was shouting loudly, his voice rumbling. This was the king of the Blood Shark clan, a great demon that had taken human form. Kill. Countless sea beasts roared and pounced toward the island. Demonic beasts could speak when they reached level 5, which was the king level. All warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster realm retreat. Warriors above the martial arts Grandmaster realm, attack the sea beasts with all your might. If anyone retreats and refuses to fight, kill them without mercy. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's overbearing voice reverberated throughout the entire area. However, no one refuted. Everyone knew that in the current situation if someone retreated without a fight, then more people would follow suit. Golden Sand Island would not be able to survive. Kill. Besides the spiritual warrior Han Dao, the other 9 Sea of Soul Realm warriors all roared and charged at the beasts with terrifying power. Boom. The Sea of Soul Realm expert and the demon beast clashed together, creating a huge explosion. Kill. The other human warriors roared and charged at the sea beasts. The two sides collided with each other. All kinds of sword chi, blade radiance, palm prints and fist energy struck the waves. The waves exploded and the sea beasts in the sea rushed out and fought with the human warriors. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as they came into contact with each other, a large number of sea beasts were killed. At the same time there were also human warriors who died miserably. The battle had been extremely fierce since the beginning. Among the human race, apart from the warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster realm, only the cold saber spirit warrior did not make a move. He stood in the void and looked around. As the strongest force of the human race, he had to control the overall situation in case of an unexpected situation. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked side by side and charged forward. Their area was the territory of the tiger sharks. Roar. The tiger shark's cry was similar to that of a fierce tiger. Its roar was like thunder, and its teeth were sharper than knives as it bit at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear's gleam pierced through a tiger shark that was more than 30 meters long. Its blood dyed the sea red. This tiger shark was equivalent to a level 7 martial king. The devouring power burst out and devoured the tiger shark's blood essence. On the side, Xianxia's sky demon force field enveloped them and killed 5 or 6 tiger sharks. Lu Ming's body flashed and he devoured all the blood essence. Kill. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands and Lu Ming charged forward. Wherever the spear radiance passed, huge tiger sharks died in his hands. And NBSP whoosh. A few scimitars tore through the air and headed for Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming swept his long spear and deflected the scimitars. Chapter 662. 662 Chapter 662 Leveling Up in the Battle. Human Die. A tiger shark that was at least 100 meters long charged at Lu Ming with its blood-red eyes wide open. It opened its mouth and 5 to 6 scimitars flew out of its mouth, slashing at Lu Ming. That scimitar was actually made from the teeth of a tiger shark and was even sharper than a 5th-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Ming could tell the strength of a peak-tier king-level tiger shark with one glance. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's long spear swept out and sent 5 to 6 scimitars flying. A 3-colored spear's gleam burst out and shot directly into the tiger shark's head, leaving a hole in it. He killed a peak-tier king tiger shark with one move and devoured its essence blood. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to kill. Not only did he devour the blood essence of the tiger sharks he killed, but he also devoured the blood essence of the tiger sharks killed by others. His body flashed, and the blood essence of tiger sharks of all levels was constantly devoured by him. This is too good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had participated in such a large-scale battle. For others, such a large-scale battle was hell, but for him, it was a holy land for cultivation. He circulated the devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline on his palm, constantly devouring the tiger shark's blood essence. Of course, if a martial artist died in battle, he would not let them go. He would devour all the blood essence. He divided a part of his mind to control the 9-dragon bloodline and refine the blood essence to improve his second bloodline. Kill the one with the mask. A loud roar came from nearby, and 3 giant tiger sharks charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The seawater condensed into long spears and pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, there were also curved daggers that cut through the void. Lu Ming's aura surged and soared into the sky. He took a few steps and killed 3 peak-tier king-level tiger sharks. Not far away, Xianxia was even more shocked. The sky demon force field was an abnormal existence in a group battle. As long as the sky demon force field covered the tiger sharks, they would be divided into several pieces without them knowing. Under the spirit sea, Xianxia and Lu Ming were unrivaled. Buzz! A ray of Esilavir light shot toward Lu Ming at an unbelievable speed. It was also a tiger shark, but it was only 10 meters long. However, its entire body was Esilavir, and it was covered in a layer of Esilavir scales. Lu Ming subconsciously swept the long spear out. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear swept across the Esilavir tiger shark's body. It was as if it had been hit by a towering mountain. Its body trembled and it could not help but take 3 steps back. However, the Esilavir tiger shark was also sent flying by Lu Ming's whip. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's heart stirred. After the Esilavir tiger shark flew out, it was completely fine. It roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Under the Esilavir tiger shark's control, the sea water turned into all kinds of weapons. Sharp swords, long spears. There were a total of more than 100 of them shrouding Lu Ming. This one is a mutated tiger shark. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Some demonic beasts had the bloodlines of ancient godly beasts and ferocious beasts. They were extremely powerful and much stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Clearly, this tiger shark was a descendant. Many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines not only had immense physical strength, but also immense demonic power. At a certain level, they could also awaken combat skills hidden in their bloodlines and possess all kinds of divine abilities. Moreover, demonic beasts and martial artists were different. Demonic beasts would not comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth like martial artists, but demonic beasts were innately inclined to a certain attribute, and they were born with the ability to master a certain attribute. As their strength grew, they would become stronger and stronger. This was a talent that the human race could not compare to. Break! The spear swept out and all the weapons made of seawater instantly collapsed. And NBSP, a 3-colored spear light burst out and struck the Esilavir tiger shark's head. Bang! The Esilavir tiger shark was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way, it killed a few powerful tiger sharks and flew a few thousand meters before stopping. However, he wasn't dead yet. There was only a hole a few feet deep in his head. What a strong defense and such hard scales. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. The tiger shark's defense was amazing, as it was not penetrated by his spear radiance. Strong, this human's attack is too strong. Let's go. Lu Ming was shocked, but the Esilavir Tigershark was simply terrified. As soon as it stabilized itself, it hurriedly flew into the distance. If you want to leave, then stay. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. He turned into a stream of light and caught up with the Esilavir Tigershark in no time. You want to kill me? Die. Demonic beasts were already very hostile. Seeing that it could not escape, the Esilavir Tigershark's ferocity was aroused and it pounced at Lu Ming. Whoosh! What welcomed him was an extremely sharp spear. This time it was not the spear radiance, but the tip of the corpse of the infinite dragon spear. Puchi! The infinite dragon spear pierced through the Esilavir Tigershark's head. The Esilavir Tigershark roared and stopped breathing. Puchi! Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and devoured the Esilavir Tigershark's blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Boom! His body was covered in a blood-red light, emitting powerful fluctuations. His second bloodline was about to advance. Lu Ming tried his best to suppress the fluctuation of his second bloodline, trying not to attract attention. Lu Ming could feel that the strength of his second blood meridian was increasing rapidly. Boom! In the end, the second bloodline couldn't be suppressed anymore. It appeared above his head and 8 Esilavir rings dazzled, attracting many people's attention. Fortunately, when the second blood meridian appeared, it had already been successfully promoted. The crowd did not see the process of the promotion but only the results. They thought that Lu Ming had an 8th level king level blood meridian. Although an 8th level king bloodline was extremely shocking, no one paid any attention to it in this life and death battle. Lu Ming had never activated his blood meridian in the previous battle. Therefore, everyone thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th level king level blood meridian. However, there was one exception, and that was Xianxia. Not far away, Xianxia pouted when he saw the 8 Esilavir chakras on Lu Ming's blood meridian. When this guy's second bloodline first awakened, he was only a 3rd level king. Now he's become an 8th level king. His bloodline can actually level up. This guy is hiding a lot of things from me. Xianxia muttered softly. Kill this little girl. At this moment 2 Esilavir tiger sharks charged at Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted as he fought with the 2 Esilavir tiger sharks. After a few breaths, Lu Ming kept his second bloodline and continued to kill. The great battle was still ongoing. The ocean was a sea of blood red, with floating corpses of humans and sea beasts. On Golden Sand Island, there were more than 500,000 warriors above the level of Martial Grandmaster, and more than 50,000 warriors above the level of Martial King. However, the number of sea beasts was even greater. They were densely packed and covered the sea area that was thousands of miles long. They launched their attacks fearlessly. In the sky, the battle between spiritual ocean tier warriors also entered a state of anxiety, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Chapter 663. 663 The Appearance of the Flood Dragon. In fact, the more the battle raged on, the more disadvantageous it was for the humans. This was because there were more peak-tier king-level sea beasts than humans. Among them there were many powerful descendants. For example, although Lu Ming could kill the Esilavir Tigershark, it was a nightmare for other peak-tier kings. We have to kill more peak-tier king-level demonic beasts. Otherwise, it'll be more and more disadvantageous to the human race. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the entire venue. He didn't need to worry about Xianxia. As long as he was in the spiritual ocean tier, Xianxia would not be in danger. Lu Ming took a step and his figure disappeared. The next moment he appeared beside a peak-tier king tiger shark. He thrust his spear and killed the tiger shark. Then he took another step and killed the next peak-tier king tiger shark. He didn't attack the other tiger sharks, choosing to attack the peak-tier king level ones. Hundreds of miles away, 2 old men were being completely suppressed by a Esilavir Tigershark. These two old men were also two old monsters in the nearby sea area. They had lived for hundreds of years and were extremely powerful. However, even when the two of them joined forces, they were not the opponent of this Asilavir Tigershark. They could not even break the defense of the Asilavir Tigershark. The Asilavir Tigershark was not afraid of death and kept attacking the two. Bang! One of the old men was hit by the tail of the Asilavir tiger shark and was sent flying for thousands of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of descendant is too strong. We're not its match at all. The other old man quickly retreated. However, the Asilavir tigershark was in hot pursuit and could not escape at all. Don't tell me that I'm going to die in the mouth of this beast today. The old man sighed. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still hit by the Asilavir tigershark and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was constantly sent flying. I'm going to die, the old man thought to himself. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure wearing an Azura mask suddenly appeared beside the Asilavir tigershark. A terrifying long spear pierced through the head of the Asilavir tigershark. Blood splattered everywhere as the Asilavir tigershark was killed. Then the figure slapped the wound of the Asilavir tigershark and disappeared in a flash. The old man was stunned. What a powerful attack! The old man who had been whipped away by the Asilavir tigershark's tail flew over, his eyes full of amazement. They couldn't break the defense of the Asilavir tiger shark even if they tried their best, but this figure had killed it with one spear strike. This attack power was really terrifying. This man should be the rising expert on the life battle platform. His name is Azura, and I heard he's a young man. The old man in the back spoke as if he had just woken up from a dream. Heroes really come from youngsters. The old man from before sighed. Scope. We'll go and kill those ordinary peak-tier tiger shark kings. The old man behind said. The two of them then charged toward the two ordinary peak-tier tiger sharks. The one who had killed the Asilavir tigershark was naturally Lu Ming. He naturally didn't know what the two old men were thinking. At this time his target was those peak king level tiger sharks. In just over 10 minutes he had already killed 16 peak tier king level tiger sharks. What a strong power of blood essence. It's too strong. The blood essence of 16 peak tier tiger shark kings was too strong and incomparably rich. The power of blood essence of demonic beasts was usually richer and stronger than that of humans. Lu Ming continued to kill as he refined. This time he continued to use the power of the blood essence to improve his second bloodline. When his second bloodline reached the 8th level of the king level, the mist on the stone steel seemed to have faded a little, and the words on the steel had become clearer. There were 3 words on the stone tablet. The first word was suppress. The third word was tablet. Only the second word was a little blurry and could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as his second bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king level, he would be able to see the second word clearly. At that time he might have unexpected gains. Lu Ming hunted peak-tier king demonic beasts while refining his blood essence. On the other side, a figure wearing a Yama's mask was shining with a golden light. The golden light was flashing, and every time it flashed, a peak king level blood shark would be killed. He was killed in one strike. Similarly, wherever Xianxia went, sea beasts were killed one after another regardless of their level. Lu Ming charged and killed for a while. He had already killed more than 20 tiger sharks, a peak king. At this moment he had killed his way out of the tiger shark's territory and into the sea lion's territory. There were also descendants of the sea lions who were extremely powerful. However, they were still killed by Lu Ming with one shot. Not long after, Lu Ming had devoured more than 30 peak-tier king-level demonic beasts' blood essence. Walala. At this moment the sea water churned and rushed towards the shore. In the sea there were countless huge figures circling. They were actually huge sea snakes. Each of them was dozens of meters long and their bodies were thicker than a water tank. They opened their mouths and swallowed a warrior. With a twist of its body, a martial artist was bound to death. Deep-sea giant snake, it's a deep-sea giant snake. Someone exclaimed. What's going on? Another race has appeared. This is too abnormal. How can this be? Ah, watch out. Screams and shrieks of pain were heard everywhere. Walala. And NBSP, the ocean churned and everyone saw two giant snakes in the water. Their wriggling bodies were more than 100 meters long, and their powerful auras were astonishing. With a swing of its tail, a large number of martial artists were hit by the tail and directly exploded. Even peak-tier king tiers were the same. They didn't even have the power to retaliate. Shapeshifting great demons. These two giant deep-sea snakes were shapeshifted great demons. With two transformed demons equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier taking action, the human side was showing a one-sided trend. Evil creature, you're looking for death. In the air, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao had not made a move. At this moment he shouted and stepped forward, walking towards the two transformed demons. Whoosh! Whoosh! A snow-white blade light flew out and every blade light that flew past killed a giant deep-sea snake. When those blade lights flew into the sea water instantly solidified and turned into ice, freezing a large number of giant deep-sea snakes in the ice. Peak 3rd level spiritual ocean tier. One of the deep-sea giant snakes said in a serious tone. Since you know, die. The spiritual being Han Dao's aura was magnificent. Two snow-white blade lights slashed towards the two giant snakes. Old man, I'm your opponent. The waves behind him churned and an incomparably huge figure rushed out of the sea. Roar. The roar shook the sky. It was the roar of a dragon. Heavens, that's a flood dragon. Many people's pupils suddenly widened as they cried out in disbelief. The giant figure that appeared at the end was actually a blue flood dragon. This flood dragon had a long and slender body that was more than 200 meters long. It had 4 claws under its belly and its aura was terrifying. This was a real flood dragon, a living flood dragon with the blood of a real dragon. Lu Ming also looked in that direction in shock. This was the first time he had seen a living flood dragon. He had seen a dead flood dragon refined into a demon corpse by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The blue water dragon opened its mouth and roared. 2 water tornadoes were sent toward the cold saber spiritual practitioner's saber light. Chapter 664. 664 Fighting a Great Demon Alone. The 2 water tornadoes turned into 2 flood dragons and collided with the cold saber spiritual practitioner's saber radiance. Both of them were destroyed. Roar. The flood dragon let out a long roar, and its jade-like blue dragon body pounced toward the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual being Han Dao's momentum was like a rainbow, and the snow-white blade energy around him danced as if it had frozen the space. An icy blade light slashed towards the flood dragon. The flood dragon's claw collided with the saber radiance, and the boundless energy spread in all directions, tearing the surrounding sea beasts and human warriors into pieces. Let's go up and fight. The cold saber elder flew into the sky and so did the flood dragon. At their level, a battle below would have too great an impact. It would affect other humans and demonic beast. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the ice spiritual being and the flood dragon continued all the way to the sky. However, the battle in the sea became even more intense. The sea beasts had joined the giant deep sea snakes, and their combat strength had increased greatly, completely suppressing the humans. The most fatal thing was that the deep-sea giant snake race had 2 great demons at the spirit sea realm. They were too powerful and they were like no man. With a casual twist of their huge bodies, a large number of humans were killed. The 2 giant deep-sea snakes charged at the humans without restraint. No one could stop them. Screams and wails of pain resounded through the air. Retreat, retreat quickly. We can't stop 2 spiritual ocean tier great demons at all. Retreat quickly. Someone shouted. He didn't dare to stop them and retreated frantically. As a result, the humans' defensive formation was in complete chaos. The sea beasts kept charging into the area where the giant deep-sea snake was. A large number of martial artists were killed. This time there were far too many sea beasts. They were far too powerful, far more than they had ever been. We can't keep Golden Sand Island anymore. We can only retreat to the other islands. No, we've been operating on Golden Sand Island for hundreds of years. We can't just leave like this. Hold on and wait for help. There were all sorts of cries, but the morale was constantly falling. A sea of soul realm demon. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the giant deep-sea snake. Then he took a step in the air, turned into a stream of light, and sped in the direction of the giant deep-sea snake. In the other direction, a golden sword light was also heading toward the deep-sea giant snake. The speed of the two rays of light was extremely fast, and in a dozen breaths, they had already neared the two spiritual ocean-tier deep-sea giant snakes. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming approached and thrust his spear forward. A three-colored true dragon roared and danced in the air, pouncing at one of the giant deep-sea snakes. An ant dares to attack me? You're courting death. The deep-sea giant snake snorted and spat out a black water column toward the tricolored true dragon. Boom. With a violent tremor, the water column and the three-colored true dragon disappeared together, but the giant deep-sea snake's forward figure was also blocked. Not far away, a golden sword light also blocked another giant deep-sea snake. It was the King of Hell. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were each facing a huge deep-sea snake. The two deep-sea giant snakes should be at the early stage of the first level of the sixth level, which was equivalent to the early stage of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. Previously at the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Li Shaoyan, and Gu Huaxiu had worked together to injure the old ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The old ancestor was in existence at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. During the battle with the forefather of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak level 9 Martial King realm. Now that he had broken through to the peak king realm, his combat strength had increased greatly. Since then he had not fought with his full strength. Now this giant deep-sea snake was just the right one. Who is it? He blocked the deep-sea giant snake? It's King Yama and Azura. Are they going to fight with a Sea of Soul realm beast? It's possible. Their combat strength is extremely terrifying. If they can stop the two giant snakes, we'll have a chance. A martial king fighting the spirit sea? Is that possible? I don't care anymore. We can only take a risk. Let's attack and stop the other sea beasts with all our strength. Stop. The surrounding human warriors roared and organized their forces to block the other sea beasts. Azura, let's have a match and see who can kill this giant snake first. All of a sudden, the voice of the King of Hell rang out. It was very young, but it was filled with sharpness. All right, let's have a match. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was also soaring. Previously, the two of them had some apprehensions and did not fight. But now they could use another kind of confrontation to determine the winner. However, when these words fell into the ears of the two deep-sea giant snakes, they almost exploded with anger. And you want to kill us? Go to hell. In front of Lu Ming, the huge deep-sea snake roared angrily. It opened its mouth wide and was about to devour Lu Ming. Its tongue was like a sharp sword shooting toward Lu Ming. Kill. Go. Lu Ming shouted. The three-colored spear's radiance levered and transformed into a spear's radiance, stabbing at the giant snake. At the same time, the King of Hell was also engaged in a fierce battle with the giant deep-sea snake. Clang. The tongue of the deep-sea giant snake was like a real sharp sword. When it collided with the long spear, it actually made a sound of gold and iron colliding. Buzz. At the same time, the snake's tail swept across the void, causing a muffled explosion in the air as it whipped toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky, dodging the snake tail's attack. However, the snake tail was like a bone-attached awl. It missed its target and continued to attack Lu Ming from below. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. A dragon's roar resounded and a terrifying power burst forth, each wave stronger than the last, bombarding the snake's tail. Boom. The snake's tail trembled as if it was bearing an unimaginable force. It continued to shake and finally a part of it exploded with a bang, blood splattering everywhere. The spiritual ocean tier giant snake is injured. When the other human warriors nearby saw this, they were immediately excited as if they had seen hope. They roared and charged toward the sea beasts. And you dare to hurt me? Die die. The huge deep-sea snake curled its body and the endless sea water turned into sea snakes that pounced at Lu Ming. Exploding Star Fist. The infinite dragon's spear disappeared. Lu Ming cast the exploding star fist. Rays of fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted downward. This time Lu Ming had integrated 3 intents into the explosive star fist. It was faster and the explosive power was stronger. Boom. Boom. It was as if there were countless meteors falling, constantly colliding with the sea snakes formed by the sea water. With a loud boom, endless energy spread out. The warriors and sea beasts nearby died on the spot once they were hit. Stay far away. At the place where Lu Ming and the giant snake were fighting, the other warriors and sea beasts had already left. On the other side, the battle between King Yama and the giant deep-sea snake was similar. The sword chi was everywhere and the other warriors and sea snakes were also far away. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted. The fist force became more and more violent and intense. In the end, one could barely see Lu Ming punching. One could only see streams of fist radiance pouring down. Cool. It felt too good. Lu Ming's essential core was boiling and his fighting spirit seemed to be burning. This was his true battle, a battle without the slightest hesitation, without the need to suppress his true yuan. He felt that he was able to use the exploding star fist more and more smoothly. Suddenly, the fist ray trembled and its power seemed to have increased by another level. The 5th level was that Lu Ming had comprehended the exploding star fist to the 5th level during the Great Battle. Chapter 665. 665 Killing the Deep-Sea Giant Snake. The exploding star fist was different from the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. The Dragon God's 3 absolutes were divided into 3 moves. The 3rd move, Extreme Strike, had an extremely strong penetrating power and an unquestionable attacking power. However, the True Dragon Strike and 10,000 Dragon Kill were much weaker. As for the explosive star fist, it was a pure killing move. Each punch was like the explosion of a meteorite. In terms of power, it was even stronger than the True Dragon Strike. The destructive power of the 5th level of the explosive star fist was not weaker than that of the True Dragon Strike. One after another, the fist radiance struck out like the True Dragon Strike. How terrifying was the power! Bang! Bang! Finally, Lu Ming gained the upper hand. He defeated the sea snake that was condensed from seawater. The powerful fist force landed on the body of the deep-sea giant snake. The fist force landed on the body of the giant deep-sea snake, causing it to roar continuously. However, the body of the giant deep-sea snake was covered with scales, and its defense was very terrifying. Moreover, the fist force of the explosive star fist had been offset by the sea snakes condensed by the seawater, so it could only hurt the deep-sea giant snake but not hurt him. However, this had already infuriated the giant deep-sea snake. It roared angrily and rose into the air, pouncing toward Lu Ming. It opened its mouth wide and black gas billowed toward Lu Ming. Poisonous gas. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he retreated rapidly. However, when one of them was touched by the poisonous gas, he immediately felt a burning pain on his skin. The poisonous gas was rapidly corroding his skin. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Immediately, all the poisonous gas was devoured by the bloodline. Second bloodline explode. Lu Ming's second blood meridian burst out and his strength increased by another level. He threw more than 100 punches in a row, dispersing the poisonous gas in front of him. The tongue of the deep-sea giant snake was like a sword, wrapped in a layer of black liquid, which increased its power greatly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake's tongue flickered wildly, crushing Lu Ming's fist force. After Lu Ming threw more than 100 punches, the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. He looked down from above and pulled out the spear. The long spear turned into 1,000 meters long and struck the giant snake's body. The giant snake let out a long hiss and its body was blasted down. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took 4 steps in the air. The violent power continued to blast towards the giant snake. Its target was the 7-inch position of the giant snake. Bang! At the 7-inch point of the giant snake, it suddenly exploded. Scales flew everywhere and blood splashed everywhere. However, the giant snake's defense was too strong. Most of the force was blocked by its scales. Although a large piece of flesh was blown off, it was only a superficial wound for the giant snake's huge body. However, this superficial wound was enough for Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, his body followed suit and fell rapidly. Just as he was about to reach the giant snake, he brazenly launched his strongest attack. An extreme strike. The spear merged with his body and turned into a dazzling spear radiance, which was aimed at the wound of the giant snake. The wound earlier was for this attack. It was a fatal blow. The giant snake seemed to sense a fatal threat. It exerted all its strength and spat out a black poisonous mist at Lu Ming. The poisonous mist had almost turned into a liquid. It was so terrifying that even an ordinary 5th-level spiritual weapon would be corroded and melted. Unfortunately, it had encountered Lu Ming. With the protection of the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming was not afraid of the poisonous gas at all. The devouring power enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. He dashed forward and the dazzling spear's gleam pierced through the wound on the giant snake's 7-inch head. It then came out from the other side. The 7-inch mark was the vital point of the snake. Lu Ming's move had pierced a huge hole in the vital point of the giant snake. Hiss, hiss. The giant snake's eyes were wide open and it let out an unwilling roar. It fell into the sea, rolled a few times in the sea and then stopped motionless. A deep-sea giant snake at the spiritual ocean tier was killed by Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other side, where the King of Hell was. A dazzling sword light that was extremely sharp seemed to be able to cut through everything. Poochie. The giant snake's head was almost cut off. More than half of it had been cut off, leaving only a little hanging. The other giant snake was also killed. Hell King's figure appeared, but his black robe was torn in some places, revealing the golden robe inside. He was in a slightly sorry state. The speed at which he killed the giant snake was only a few breaths slower than Lu Ming. At this moment his gaze was also on Lu Ming. His eyes flickered and he said, "You win this time, but I won't lose next time." "Actually, you didn't lose," Lu Ming said. Hell King's strength had shocked him. The 2nd level of the metal will. The Hell King's will had already reached the 2nd level. As long as he opened the spirit ocean, he would immediately become a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Moreover, Hell King's bloodline martial skill was also extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Shui Gang's bloodline martial skill. The King of Hell's actual combat strength was definitely not weaker than Lu Ming's. The reason why Lu Ming could kill the giant snake first was that he was not afraid of the poisonous gas attack. A loss is a loss, no matter what the reason is, the King of Hell said calmly. At this moment the nearby human martialists were first extremely shocked, then extremely excited. 2 deep-sea giant snakes in the spiritual ocean tier had been killed by King Yama and Azura. A martial king had actually killed a warrior in the spiritual ocean tier. This was simply unbelievable. In the past this had only been heard of in legends. The warriors who had been to the life battle platform had different thoughts. The battle between King Yama and Azura has finally ended. Azura is stronger. Such a thought flashed through many people's minds. There's still some more. Why don't we continue? Lu Ming's gaze turned to the battle in the sky. It was a battle at the level of the spiritual ocean tier. Just what I wanted. King Yama's body revealed a strong fighting spirit. Buzz. Buzz. A beam of sword light and a beam of spear light shot up into the sky at the same time. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were going to participate in the battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts. As long as they killed 1 or 2 more Sea of Soul Realm demons, the scales of victory would tilt in the favor of the humans. Lu Ming did not consume the blood essence of the giant deep-sea snake. He had already devoured enough blood essence, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons was still slowly being refined. The blood essence of the spirit sea was too powerful. If he devoured it, Lu Ming would not be able to control it. He would have to find a place to refine it and he would not be able to continue fighting. In the sky the formation was extremely intense. The human warriors and the Sea of Soul Realm beasts both had an advantage and the battle was extremely fierce. For now no one could determine the winner. A blue-robed burly man was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a tiger shark. This tiger shark had a cultivation of the late first-level spiritual ocean tier, which was even more powerful than the deep-sea giant snake from before. However, the blue-robed man's cultivation was not weak either. His cultivation was also at the late-stage first-level spiritual ocean tier. The blue-robed man and the tiger shark were both injured. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed toward the battlefield. "Ah, little friend, you've come at the right time. Help me kill this beast." The blue-robed burly man burst out laughing excitedly when he saw Lu Ming. He had seen Lu Ming kill the giant deep-sea snake. They were fighting in the sky, but they would also pay attention to the battles in other places and observe the situation at all times. Chapter 666. 666 The Despicable Spiritual Practitioner Han Dao. Damn it! The tiger shark roared angrily at the sight of Lu Ming charging at it. It was a little flustered. "Senior, let's kill this tiger shark together." Lu Ming waved his long spear. The huge spear's radiance was thousands of meters long and it was aimed at the tiger shark. "Ha, let's kill this beast." The blue-robed man's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. He held a combat sword that was wider than his palm and slashed out a shocking sword radiance toward the tiger shark. Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man joined forces. The tiger shark was immediately at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took 4 consecutive steps. The violent force was like an ancient divine mountain smashing on the tiger shark's body. The tiger shark's body trembled. Below, the blue-robed man's sword light rushed up and left a wound that was more than 10 meters long on the tiger shark's body. One of its fins was cut off and it was sent flying far away. The tiger shark roared angrily. In its fear, it did not dare to fight anymore and wanted to escape. "You can't escape." Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and blocked the tiger shark's path of retreat. He punched more than 100 times in a row. More than 100 explosive fist gleams blocked the tiger shark's path and tore open wounds on the tiger shark's body. Although the wounds were not big, they made the tiger shark bleed. There were even some fist auras that were aimed at the tiger shark's wounds, which made the tiger shark's injuries worse. Sky-piercing sword kill. The blue-robed man arrived with a terrifying sword radiance that could tear everything apart. It slashed at the tiger shark's wound and directly cut its body into 2. The tiger shark at the spirit sea level was dead. "Haha, little brother, thank you." The blue-robed man grinned, but his eyes still flickered with a fierce light. This was a vicious person. If it was not for Lu Ming's powerful combat strength that had gained his recognition, he would not even care about Lu Ming. If he did not like the look of Lu Ming, he would have killed him. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was already at the same level as him. Naturally, he restrained his ferocious aura. "Let's go and kill the other great demons of the spirit sea," Lu Ming said. "Ha, none of these bastards will leave today." The blue-robed man's face revealed a ferocious expression. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, King Yama and another Sea of Soul Realm warrior had also killed a Sea of Soul Realm beast. This way, other than the Flood Dragon, there were only 7 spiritual ocean tier beasts left. On the human side, other than the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, there were 9 other Sea of Soul Realm experts. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were also at Sea of Soul Realm. Of course, there was also Xianxia. The high-end combat power of the human side had already gained the upper hand. But at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and a figure descended rapidly. It was the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Spiritualist Han Dao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell rapidly. Above him, the flood dragon roared and its huge body slithered down, chasing after him. Whoosh! A blue divine light shot towards the spiritual being Han Dao. He slashed out a blade light and barely blocked the attack. However, the remaining divine light still fell on his body, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Bang! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao fell into the sea. The next moment he rushed out from the other side of the sea. Old man die. The flood dragon pounced at the spiritual practitioner. Everyone's heart sank. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was actually no match for him and was completely suppressed. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was at the peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm, but he was still no match for the flood dragon. The flood dragon's combat power was simply too strong. This flood dragon should be at the early stage of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier, but its battle power couldn't be calculated according to normal levels. Flood dragons contain the bloodline of true dragons. Whether it was its physical body or demonic power, it was extremely powerful. It also had some powerful combat skills. Although this flood dragon was only at the early second level of the spiritual ocean tier, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was no match for it. The flood dragon pounced at the spiritual being Han Dao. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he turned around and ran away. You can't escape. The flood dragon twisted its huge body and passed through the void, chasing after the spiritual practitioner Han Dao at an extreme speed. A blue godly light like a godly sword pierced towards the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual being Han Dao was shocked. He quickly moved his body to avoid the blue light. At this moment he changed his direction and headed toward Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed toward Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man. You guys help me block this flood dragon. Hurry. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. His and the blue-robed man's battle prowess was only at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, which was far from the flood dragons. That would be suicide. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's goal was simple. He wanted the two of them to die so that he would have time to escape. Would Lu Ming be so stupid? He would do his best to participate in this battle, but the premise was that he wouldn't be in any danger. If there was a fatal danger, he and Xianxia would turn and leave. To put it bluntly, he was not related to the people on the Golden Sand Island. What did their life and death have to do with Lu Ming? I believe that many of the people present think so. Now the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was asking him to die. How could that be possible? Lu Ming turned around and flew far away, avoiding the spiritual practitioner and the flood dragon. The blue-robed man did the same and flew far away. You two dare to escape in the face of battle and disregard the safety of the human race. You deserve to die. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao bellowed and looked at Lu Ming and the blue-robed spiritual practitioner with eyes full of killing intent. Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered with the frost saber spiritual practitioner. Then spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed towards Hell King. Without a doubt, Hell King and the other expert also turned around and left. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared again and again as he was almost hit by the flood dragon's divine light. His eyes turned cold and he suddenly rushed toward another battlefield. That battlefield was a battle between a human at the spiritual ocean tier and a great demon. Cold Saber, old freak, what are you doing? That Sea of Soul Realm expert yelled in fear. Since the spiritual practitioner Han Dao had rushed over, it was obvious that he wanted to use him as a shield. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face was cold. He didn't say a word and tried his best to rush forward. Retreat, retreat. That spiritual ocean tier cultivator wanted to leave this place. Stay here. That Sea of Soul Realm beast would not let his opponent escape so easily. It launched a crazy attack trying to hold him back. The spiritual being Han Dao rushed past the human expert. And behind them was the flood dragon. Human ants, go to hell. The flood dragon's huge claws clawed towards the human spiritual ocean tier expert. Damn it, damn it. Eccentric Cold Saber, you're despicable. The spiritual ocean tier warrior roared and madly exploded, using all of his power, hoping to block the flood dragon's attack and then escape. However, the difference between him and the flood dragon was too great. Under the claw of the flood dragon, all his attacks collapsed and all his defenses were in vain. Bang! He was grabbed by the flood dragon's claw, and his bones all over his body made cracking sounds. Old ghost Cold Saber, I curse you to die without a burial place. That person roared and then his aura rapidly declined. The flood dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed the human expert in one gulp, then continued to chase after the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Chapter 667. 667 Chaotic Battle Reinforcements. After that, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao ran further away and rushed to another battlefield. Not good, damn it. When the other spiritual ocean tier elites of the human race saw this scene, they had no desire to continue fighting. They launched a frenzied attack and then turned to run. However, there were also one or two people who were firmly held back by the great demon opposite them. They couldn't escape at all for a while and could only roar repeatedly. Han Dao, don't come over. Someone shouted, but the spiritual practitioner with the cold saber continued to fly toward that person with a dark face. Although these spiritual ocean tier elites couldn't completely stop the flood dragon, as long as they could stop it for a short while, he would be able to escape. Ah, Han Dao, you're despicable. The man cursed. However, the result was the same. When the spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed over, the flood dragon followed closely behind. The human expert was not the flood dragon's opponent at all and was killed in a few moves. Even his body was swallowed by the flood dragon. Let's go. The other spiritual ocean tier warriors who had escaped didn't dare to stay in the air, and directly flew down to join the battle. Kill all these humans. Those spiritual ocean tier demons also rushed down to the battlefield while laughing wildly. The battlefield below was in chaos. The addition of spiritual ocean tier warriors caused the battlefield to become a chaotic battle. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously as a large number of martial artists were killed by Sea of Soul Realm beasts. There were also a large number of sea beasts that were killed by Sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Lu Ming also rushed into the battlefield below. Run. This area was wreaked havoc by a giant octopus, which was a Sea of Soul Realm beast. The body of the octopus was like a small mountain. Its 8 tentacles danced around and there were suction cups on each tentacle which had a powerful attractive force. With a wave of its 8 tentacles, a large number of human warriors were sucked by the suction cups. Then the suction cups were like huge mouths, revealing their fangs and swallowing the human warriors. The screams rose and fell. Yes, Luo Xan. Lu Ming saw Luo Xan in the crowd. At this moment she was fleeing frantically with a group of people. Behind them, a huge tentacle was sweeping towards them. Help. The few people who ran to the back were sucked directly by the suction cups of the tentacles, letting out mournful screams. What do we do? What to do? Am I going to die here? Luo Xian's little face was pale without a trace of blood. She knew that she was in danger today and she might die here. It was a pity that her dream of expanding the Flame Chamber of Commerce had not been realized. She was going to die here and she was not willing to die. However, in the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the use of being unwilling? A huge tentacle was waving at her. She couldn't escape, so she closed her eyes in despair. However, the next moment she heard a violent boom. Immediately after, she felt her waist tighten as she was hugged by a strong arm. There was also a hot aura that kept surging towards her. She opened her eyes in panic and saw a mask, a Shura mask. It's him. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. She realized that Lu Ming was holding her by the waist and her body was tightly pressed against Lu Ming's strong body. Her heart could not help but beat faster and her face turned hot. However, Lu Ming did not care about them. His eyes were fixed on the huge octopus in front of him. So strong. This octopus demon should be at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and retreated rapidly. Just now he had exchanged a blow with one of the octopus's tentacles and was no match for it at all. The other party's strength was too strong. Help! Lu Ming, save me! A loud cry was heard. Lu Ming looked over and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The person who was shouting for help was Chen Zhao. He fled frantically, but behind him, a huge octopus tentacle was waving at him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming, you left me in the lurch. I curse you. I curse you to die without an intact corpse. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention of helping him, Chen Zhao started cursing. Luo Xian's gaze was also very calm. Chen Zhao had brought this upon himself. He had offended Lu Ming previously. Why would Lu Ming save him? The tentacle sucked and held Qin Zhao in place. Qin Zhao screamed in fear and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. The suction cup opened and swallowed Qin Zhao. Buzz. Lu Ming retreated dozens of miles in an instant before he let Luo Exin go. Miss Luo Exin, your cultivation level is not high, so you should stay behind. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he moved and rushed in another direction. There Xianxia was fighting a huge eel. This eel was also one of the great demons of the spiritual sea. Its entire body was suffused with lightning and it was extremely powerful. Its cultivation should be at the middle stage of the first-level spiritual sea. However, Xianxia's combat power was also extremely strong. He actually had the upper hand. Lu Ming walked in the air and arrived at the area in no time. A bright spear ray shot toward the eel. It's you. The eel was shocked to see Lu Ming and retreated hurriedly. It had just seen Lu Ming kill a giant deep-sea snake. It felt that it was no match for Xianxia. Now that Lu Ming was added to the mix, it would be a disaster. It was no wonder it ran away. Roar. In the sky, dragon roars could be heard. After killing the 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts, the flood dragon continued to chase after the spirit warrior Han Dao. Old man, I will kill you today. You can't escape. The flood dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was running for his life. He was actually flying toward the battlefield below. Run. The martial artists below were scared out of their wits as they scattered and fled. This old man is too despicable. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He retreated quickly with Xianxia. Whoosh. At this moment, a crimson sword light pierced through the sky and shot toward the flood dragon. The flood dragon grabbed it with its claw and collided with the sword light. With a loud bang, the sword light disappeared, but the flood dragon's body was also blocked for a moment. Seeing this sword light, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was overjoyed and laughed. Ready, you're finally here. You're too slow. Whoosh. Another crimson sword light slashed toward the flood dragon. With the appearance of the sword light, 6 or 7 figures appeared in the distance. The person in the lead was an old man in a red robe. His aura was extremely powerful. Bang. A beam of divine light shot out from one of the flood dragon's horns and blocked the sword light. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as 7 figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Each of the 7 figures exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. They were actually all powerful existences in the spiritual ocean tier. Han Dao, old monster, I went to find the old monster Zhou Xian for help, so I was a little late. The red-robed old man grinned. The old monster Zhou Xian has also come. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's eyes flashed and fell on an old man in a green robe beside Hong Qi. He immediately became overjoyed and said, Good, good, the 3 of us will join forces and kill this flood dragon. Chapter 668. 668 Victory. Shocking change. Of course, do it. The red-haired old monster shouted in a low voice. Beside him, 5 Sea of Soul Realm experts flew toward the battlefield below, while he and the green mysterious old monster flew toward the flood dragon. Together with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, they surrounded the flood dragon. The cultivation of the red-haired old monster and the green-faced old monster was the same as the cold saber spirit warrior. They were both at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. A flood dragon's entire body is full of treasures. If we kill it, we'll split it equally among the 3 of us. The red-haired old monster's eyes were filled with greed. All right, let's do it. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying auras shot up into the sky. At the same time, 2 sword lights and a green pearl attacked the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and charged forward. Our reinforcements are here. Kill these bastards. Many human warriors shouted. This time 7 spiritual ocean tier elites from the human race came all at once. 2 were against the flood dragon, and the other 5 joined the battle, instantly turning the situation around. The human race had a complete advantage in terms of high-end battle power. Not only were all the Sea of Souls realm beasts blocked, But there were also extra Sea of Souls realm experts on the human side who were constantly hunting those sea beasts. On the ocean there were countless corpses of humans and sea beasts. So much blood essence. This time Lu Ming had devoured a lot of blood essence. Most of them were Peak-tier King's blood essence. After the battle began, Lu Ming had devoured more than 50 Peak-tier King's blood essence. He felt that his 9-dragon bloodline was almost full. He really wanted to find a place to refine it. But now he could only slowly refine it while fighting. Up until now the human race had suffered countless losses, but they had finally gained the upper hand. With the addition of spiritual ocean tier elites, they were like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and a large number of sea beasts were killed. Retreat, retreat. Finally the sea beasts were scared. One of the great demons of the spirit sea shouted and gathered the sea beasts to retreat into the sea. In terms of high-end combat power, the humans had already gained the upper hand. If the battle continued, the sea beasts would be completely annihilated sooner or later. Lord Flood Dragon, this is all we can help you with. A giant octopus spoke. It then gathered the sea beasts and retreated into the ocean. Walala. The ocean waves surged and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall wave. Countless sea beasts hid in the waves and disappeared. Once a sea beast entered the sea and focused on escaping, it would be difficult for martial artists to pursue it. Roar. In the sky, the flood dragon roared repeatedly. It was besieged by 3 experts at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier and was completely at a disadvantage. In just a short while, a few wounds appeared on the flood dragon's body. Its scales were torn apart and blood flowed out. Kill this flood dragon. Some martial artist shouted. However, the flood dragon was clearly no match for him, but it refused to retreat. The blue divine light kept bursting out from the flood dragon's body, attacking the 3 spiritual practitioner Han Dao. At the same time, the flood dragon's body continued to shrink. In a few breaths, a middle-aged man in blue armor appeared in the air. He held a halberd in his hand. With a wave of the halberd, the spirit warrior Han Dao was forced back. In human form, this burly man in battle armor was a flood dragon. Whoosh! The flood dragon forced back the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and turned into a rainbow light, shooting toward the depths of the Golden Sand Island. Chase. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao, the red monster and the green monster all chased after the flood dragon and disappeared into the sky. At this time, countless sea beasts had retreated into the ocean and escaped, leaving countless corpses on the surface of the sea. Ah, that tiger shark is mine. That's mine. Countless warriors were flying above the ocean, putting the dead bodies of the sea beasts into their storage rings. Many parts of these sea beasts' bodies were precious materials that could be used to refine weapons, elixirs and so on. They were very valuable, so of course these warriors were tempted. Get lost. This is mine. Some people roared and a great battle even broke out. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of a huge deep-sea giant snake. Get lost. One of the peak-tier kings did not even look and slashed at Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's appearance, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly retracted his knife. Shura! He screamed. You want to die? Lu Ming said coldly. No, it's a misunderstanding. This deep-sea giant snake is yours. The peak-tier king laughed as he hurriedly turned around and left. Brat, get lost. The corpse of a Sea of Soul realm beast, you can take it if it's not dead. A man in his 30s with a tall nose flew over at high speed. This was a powerful warrior of the spiritual ocean tier, a group of powerful warriors who had arrived later to help. He did not see Lu Ming kill the great demon of the spiritual ocean, and only thought that Lu Ming was an ordinary peak-tier king. Before he even arrived, his powerful aura was already pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and appeared on the body of the giant deep-sea snake. He placed his palm on the snake's wound and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of blood essence. Then his figure flashed and he left the place. His target was the blood essence of the giant deep-sea snake. As for the corpse of the giant deep-sea snake, although it was precious, he didn't care much about it. And now he needed to refine the blood essence and didn't want to get into a conflict with others. Seeing that Lu Ming did not touch the giant deep-sea snake, the tall-nosed man cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then waved his hand and kept the huge body of the giant deep-sea snake into his storage ring. Boom. Boom. The blood essence of a Sea of Soul realm beast was too terrifying. Once it was swallowed into the nine-dragon bloodline, it was like a volcano erupting, constantly impacting the nine-dragon bloodline and making rumbling sounds. He had wanted to devour more blood essence, but it seemed that he could not do it. Little Qing, let's go. I need you to protect me. Lu Ming shouted. He had to find a place to refine the blood essence. Xianxia nodded and flew towards the city with Lu Ming. Boom. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking sound suddenly came from the depths of the Golden Sand Island. Then everyone saw a beam of seven-colored divine light shooting into the sky. Although it was far away, they could still feel the magnificence of the divine light. Boom. 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 The entire Golden Sand Island started to shake. Boom. The seven-colored divine light was even more dazzling. It broke through the clouds and rushed into the sky. Then what's going on? What is this seven-colored light pillar? Could it be related to the flood dragon? Possible? The beast tide this time is very abnormal. I suspect that it's organized by that flood dragon. There must be a purpose. The martial artists present looked at the rainbow divine light in a daze, and some of them whispered among themselves ears. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also shocked as they stood in the void to watch. The seven-colored divine light became more and more dazzling, and its light completely outshined the sun in the sky. All of a sudden, after a violent boom, the seven-colored divine light disappeared. Instead, an island appeared. A floating island. Chapter 669. 669 9th Level King, Bloodline Martial Skill. A floating island was emitting a brilliant seven-colored light. It was bright and resplendent as it floated in the air. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded and then it went silent. It was obvious that the dragon's roar had come from the flood dragon. Seven-colored island? Is that the legendary seven-colored island? An old man with white hair suddenly exclaimed. What? The seven-colored island? You mean the seven-colored Taoist seven-colored island? Some people widened their eyes in disbelief. That's right, this looks like the seven-colored Taoist's seven-colored island. Heavens, it can't be true, right? The seven-colored Taoist is a legendary 7th-grade Taoist. He's an inscription master and a peerless expert of the spirit embryo realm at that. Legend has it that the seven-colored Taoist died 800 years ago, and his seven-colored island disappeared without a trace. If this really is the seven-colored Taoist's seven-colored island, how many treasures are there? The scene was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion. Only when one's cultivation reached the spirit embryo realm could one be called a perfected being. Normally, spiritual ocean tier warriors were called spiritualists, just like the frost saber spiritualist, but less people used them. As for those at the spirit embryo realm, they were revered as perfected beings. Spiritual god realm was known as supreme realm. The seven-colored Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert, but this was not his most famous achievement. He was most famous for being a 7th-grade true inscription alchemist. This identity was terrifying. True Ming refinement masters were extremely rare. Be it their identity or status, they were not to be underestimated. A 7th-grade true inscription alchemist was comparable to a peerless master in the spiritual god realm. Back then, the seven-colored Taoist practically dominated the chaotic astral ocean. Even some super-large domains knew of his name. The seven-colored Taoist's most famous treasure was the seven-colored island. It was an island, a plane, and a treasure that could escape into the void and wander around. When the seven-colored Taoist fell, everyone thought that the seven-colored island would disappear into the void and never appear again. And now it had appeared. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The Sea of Souls realm warriors were the first to react. They turned into rainbow lights and flew toward the seven-colored island. Seven-colored island, it's definitely a seven-colored island. Let's go. Countless warriors turned into beams of light and flew toward the rainbow island. The figures on the shore disappeared. It seems like a treasure has appeared. Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of the seven-colored Taoist's name before. However, he knew that he was extraordinary from how excited the others were. However, refining the blood essence was more important now. As for the treasures, he could only wait. Let's return to the city first. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew back to the city. They randomly found a room and rushed in. Xianxia stood outside the room to protect Lu Ming. With a single thought, he appeared in the supreme shrine. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence with all his might. The blood essence of more than 50 peak-tier kings, as well as the blood essence of a Sea of Soul Realm giant snake. The power of this blood essence was too strong. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining it. The power of everyone's blood essence surged towards the second bloodline. The second blood meridian appeared above Lu Ming's head. It had 8 Esilavir meridian cycles. 7 of them were extremely bright while the 8th one was dimmer. On the stone tablet, clouds and mist lingered. However, at the very front, the clouds and mist were already very faint. 2 words could be clearly seen. One was suppress, and the other was tablet. There was another word in the middle, but it was blocked and could not be seen clearly. As Lu Ming continued to refine his blood essence, the power of the blood essence surged into his second blood meridian. The 8th meridian cycle of the second blood meridian also continued to shine brightly. 2 hours later, his 8th chakra was as brilliant as the other chakras. Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence. In the sky 10,000 miles away from the city, a brilliant ball was floating in the air. This ball had a diameter of about 100 miles. This was the seven-colored island. It was completely wrapped in a layer of light, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. More than 100,000 martial artists were surrounding the round ball. The seven-colored island is protected by the inscription battle. Only peak-tier kings can break through this barrier. We can't get in at all. Fuck, the treasure mountain is right in front of us, but we can only stare at it. How unlucky. There's nothing we can do. We're too weak. Peak-tier kings and Sea of Soul Realm experts have all rushed in. Someone's coming again. A ray of light cut through the void and appeared on the edge of the seven-colored island. It was a burly man in a red robe. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized the red-robed man as the patriarch of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. He didn't appear in the battle just now, but he did now. Haha, that battle actually led to the seven-colored island. I can't miss such an opportunity. The Sea Cloud Alchemy Division's patriarch chuckled. With a wave of his palm, he pierced through the light curtain. His body moved and he rushed in. Then the light curtain closed. Who's that person? He didn't appear during the battle just now, but now that he's seen a treasure, he's here. How shameless. Someone coldly snorted. I don't know. I don't recognize him. He's probably a new almighty. Someone shook his head. Time flew by and soon more than 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming had been refining the blood essence and more than half of the blood essence had been devoured. On his second bloodline, 8 Esilavir chakra were extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. Buzz. All of a sudden, a Esilavir meridian cycle emerged above the 8 meridian cycles. The 9th chakra. The 9th level of the king level. Lu Ming's second bloodline had been promoted to the 9th level of the king level, becoming the highest level of the king level bloodline. The next step would be the divine bloodline. However, it would be too difficult to advance to the divine bloodline at the 9th level of the king tier. Lu Ming was not confident. Buzz. When the second bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king class, the stone tablet began to shake slightly. The mist surrounding the stone tablet slowly became lighter, and the word in the middle became clearer and clearer. Finally, he saw it clearly. Prison. The word in the middle was prison. The prison guarding steel. Just as Lu Ming could see the 3 words clearly, they suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Lu Ming seemed to have arrived at an endless land. The land was desolate, without the sun, moon, stars, flowers, trees, or any living creature. It was deathly silent. On the deathly silent land, a stone tablet stood tall. It was infinitely tall, reaching the heavens and the earth. Lu Ming saw 3 big words on the stone tablet. The prison guarding steel. Boom. Lu Ming suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. A message rushed into his mind. At this moment the scene changed. Lu Ming was still in the Supreme Shrine, and the 3 words, prison-suppressing steel on the stone tablet had calmed down and no longer emitted light. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Lu Ming discovered that there was indeed a new piece of information in his mind. The prison-suppressing heaven art. A martial technique appeared in his mind, a martial technique related to the prison-suppressing steel. Is this a bloodline martial technique? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he revealed a look of joy. Chapter 670. 670 Entering the Rainbow Island. He had always envied others for being able to comprehend their own bloodline martial skills. He did not expect that a martial skill would appear in his mind as soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king stage. However, now was not the time to observe and comprehend the martial technique. There was still a part of blood essence in the 9-dragon bloodline that had not been refined. The 9th chakra of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had appeared. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to continue upgrading the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Instead, he gave the remaining blood essence energy to the 9 dragons bloodline. All in all, he had spent a day refining everyone's blood essence. However, the 9 dragon bloodline had not been raised to the 9th level of the king tier. The energy was still not enough. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He got up and left the Supreme Shrine, walking out of his room. Lu Ming, you're too slow. It's already been a day and I can feel a strong aura of spirit herbs on the Rainbow Island. There must be a large number of spirit herbs on the island. If we don't go now, they'll all be picked by others. The moment Lu Ming left the room, Dandan, who was lying on Xianxia's shoulder, screamed. A large amount of spiritual medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had too many uses for the spiritual medicine and would not let it go. There's definitely no mistake. There are definitely a lot of spirit herbs. Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder, her eyes glowing. Let's go, we'll go over now. Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew toward the Rainbow Island. The 10,000-mile distance was quickly covered. Now there were a lot fewer people around the 7-colored island. Many martial artists left when they saw that they couldn't enter, but there were still a few who remained, hoping for a miracle. Lu Ming and Xianxia's arrival did not attract much attention. Now the 2 of them had returned to their original appearances and removed their masks. No one knew that they were the famous Azura and Wuxia. The island with a diameter of more than 100 miles was floating in the air, covered by a light shield. This brother, why aren't you guys going in? Lu Ming pulled a young man and asked curiously. Did you just come from outside? This place is protected by an inscription formation, and only those with the battle power of a peak-tier king would be able to break through this barrier and enter. The young man cast a casual glance at Lu Ming and said casually. He was not too bothered. Lu Ming looked 5 to 6 years younger than him. He did not think that Lu Ming would be able to barge in. Oh, so those peak-tier king tiers and above have all barged in? However, the Rainbow Island only had a diameter of about 100 miles. With so many experts entering, they should have already dug 3 feet deep into the Rainbow Island. It's been a day, why hasn't he come out yet? Lu Ming was a little curious. This was also something that he found strange. I don't know. If you have the ability, go in and see for yourself. The young man looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. However, Lu Ming nodded and said, yes, we can only go in and take a look. And NBSP. Then Lu Ming casually punched out and the light screen was penetrated. Lu Ming took a step and walked in. Xianxia reached out his hand and pressed down. The light screen was also penetrated and Xianxia's figure disappeared. This. The young man was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The world spun and Lu Ming realized that he was in the air and was falling rapidly. He quickly circulated his vital essence to stay suspended in the air. Xianxia appeared not far from him. Lu Ming stood in midair looking into the distance in a daze. The world was vast with mountains and dangerous peaks. Lu Ming could see at least a few hundred miles away. There was no end to the world. It was more than 100 miles, it was boundless. Lu Ming, the 7-colored island looks like it's only 100 miles from the outside, But there's something else inside. I guess it's a small plain with a huge area, Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. This rainbow island was really amazing. Moreover, the mountains here were also very strange. They were divided into different colors and had distinct layers. Some of the mountains had red plants, some had golden plants, some were blue and some were purple. There were a total of 7 colors. No wonder it was called the Rainbow Island. Moreover, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. There's spirit herbs. I can smell spirit herbs. Dandan raised her 2 short legs and ran forward wildly. Lu Ming and Xianxia followed. Dandan stopped on a mountain peak, only to see that the mountain peak was full of potholes, and there was still a residual medicinal fragrance. Obviously there were indeed spiritual herbs, but they had been dug out. They came to a few nearby mountain peaks and there were traces of excavation everywhere. The 7-colored Taoist used to be a rank 7 true inscription master. He was probably an expert in alchemy, so it was normal for him to plant a lot of spirit herbs. Look, didn't I say we were late? All the spiritual herbs have been dug up. Dandan said unhappily. Let's go, stop mumbling. This island is very large and no one has gone out yet. This means that this island has not been completely mined. If we rush over now, we'll still be in a hurry. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and placed her on his shoulder. He then transformed into a stream of light and sped forward. They did not see anyone along the way, so Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop and continued flying. Before long, the 2 of them had flown a distance of 100,000 miles. It was unknown how many mountains and rivers they had flown over. Towards the end, the 2 of them saw the figure of a person, but it was already a corpse. It was obvious that a great battle had broken out as they were fighting over the spirit herbs. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a battle came from ahead. Then he saw a few streams of light flying toward a mountain range. Scope. We found a level 6 spiritual herb in the valley ahead. Let's join hands and snatch the spiritual medicine. We'll split it evenly. The 3 figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the mountain range ahead, the rumbles were getting more and more intense. Level 6 spiritual medicine. Kill. Lu Ming charge. When she heard about level 6 spirit herbs, Dandan's eyes lit up and her little claws kept waving. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Level 6 spiritual herbs were rare. Together with Xianxia they flew forward. In front of him there was a huge canyon in the mountains. Inside there were flashes of light and violent rumbles as well as the angry roars of people. The 2 of them rushed in without hesitation. There were more than a dozen people fighting and they were all peak tier king tiers. On a cliff in the valley, there were 3 purple spirit herbs. Zing grass was a level 6 spiritual herb. After consuming it, it could increase one's true essence and increase one's cultivation. More than a dozen peak tier kings were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked toward the Zing grass. Brat, get lost. The Zing grass is mine. One of the burly men's eyes flickered with a menacing glint and he clawed at Lu Ming. You're the one who should get lost. Lu Ming turned his hand around and threw a punch. An explosive fist radiance shot out. The strong man's claw made a cracking sound and his bones broke. He screamed in pain and his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the stone wall at the side of the canyon, creating a huge pit. The brawny man was stuck in the deep pit. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. The dozen peak tier kings who were fighting instantly stopped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Chapter 671. 671 Berating a spiritual ocean tier warrior. They were well aware of the brawny man's strength. In the battle earlier, the brawny man was the strongest among them. However, a casual punch from Lu Ming was enough to beat the brawny man to a pulp. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He's a Shura. I've seen that fist technique before. Suddenly, an old man exclaimed and looked at Lu Ming in fear. What? Shura, it's him? It should be him. He's so young and has such combat power. It's very likely that he's a Shura. He's just taking off his mask. The other peak tier kings exclaimed in shock and looked at Lu Ming in shock. If it was really an Ashura, they knew that they could forget about this spirit herb. The Shura had single-handedly killed a deep-sea giant snake in the battle with the sea beasts. His combat strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. Killing them would not take much effort. I'm taking this seeing grass. Lu Ming swept his gaze across these people and said calmly. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Since little brother has taken a fancy to it, you can just take it. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he strode toward the seeing grass. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming was about to approach the seeing grass, a blade of light cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and retreated quickly, avoiding the saber gleam. A brawny man in his 30s walked over step by step with his hands behind his back. An aura as deep as the ocean emanated from his body. Spiritual ocean tier. This was a spiritual ocean tier martial artist. It's him. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming recognized the brawny man. He was one of the experts who had rushed over to help. He was also the one who had taken away the corpse of the deep-sea giant snake that Lu Ming had killed. Do you think a mere martial king like you can lay your hands on a level 6 spiritual herb? What a whimsical idea. The brawny man stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming and the rest with an arrogant look. The dozen peak-tier kings had ugly expressions. Since Senior has taken a liking to it, we naturally don't dare to compete with Senior. We'll take our leave now. The old man cupped his hands towards Zhang Tai respectfully before turning around and leaving. Whoosh! The brawny man waved his hand and a saber light slashed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the saber ray. Of course, this was also because the burly man had held back. Otherwise, with the old man's cultivation, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. Senior, what do you mean by this? The old man's face was extremely ugly. Although he looked older than the brawny man, in the world of martial Dao the strong were respected. Cultivation was the only thing that mattered, not age. Furthermore, the other party was an almighty being of the spirit sea. Who knew how old he was on the surface? What do you mean? Hand over your storage rings. I've already said that level 6 spiritual herbs are not for you to take. The burly man said indifferently. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed dramatically. They were not fools. If they handed over their storage rings, how could they take them back? What's wrong? You don't want to pay? If you don't hand it over, then you can stay here forever. The brawny man's face darkened and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed drastically. All of their belongings were in their storage rings. If they handed them over, how could they cultivate in the future? A few people could not help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions were calm from the beginning to the end. What? The burly man shifted his gaze to Lu Ming, then to Xianxia. A sinister fire flashed in his eyes. Kid, you're pretty calm. Let's start with you. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring. The burly man shouted. Get lost. Lu Ming only replied with one word. The strong man was stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lu Ming actually told him to get lost? A martial king ant was telling him to get lost. He thought he was hallucinating. Kid, what did you say? What did you just say? The burly man could not help but ask twice. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. If you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha, little brat, you're telling me to get lost? Are you crazy? The burly man laughed madly as if he had never encountered such a funny thing in his life. 3. Lu Ming started to count coldly. You're looking for death, you know? However, I'll make you wish you were dead. The brawny man emitted a strong killing intent. 2. Lu Ming continued. The brawny man's face darkened completely. He realized that Lu Ming did not seem to be joking at all. He was serious. However, what right did a young kid in his 20s, a warrior at the peak of the martial king realm, have to ask him, a Sea of Soul realm expert, to get lost? What was his confidence? The dozen peak-tier kings were also dumbfounded. Even though they had guessed that Lu Ming might be an Azura, they felt as if they were dreaming when they saw a peak-tier king threatening a Sea of Soul realm expert. 1. Lu Ming counted to 1. In a flash, Xianxia appeared behind the brawny man, one in front and one behind Lu Ming, blocking his way out. You two little brats, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Today I'll make you face a life and death dilemma. The burly man revealed a ferocious expression and his killing intent became even stronger. Nonsense. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch almost pierced through the space and let out a deafening roar. The brawny man's expression changed. He realized that this punch could pose a threat to him. A saber appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to swing the saber to disperse Lu Ming's fist radiance, his body suddenly sank as if a 10,000-foot mountain was pressing on him. He almost fell to the ground. Behind them, Xianxia used the Sky Demon force field. Damn it! The brawny man found that his body was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did his movements slow down, but even the circulation of his true essence in his body slowed down. It was as if every muscle on his body was pressed down by a mountain. Exploding Star Fist. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming threw hundreds of punches. Hundreds of terrifying fist gleams were aimed at the burly man. That aura was too terrifying. Destruction cut. Xianxia muttered as the power of destruction suddenly erupted. The burly man's body trembled violently. The destructive cutting force almost cut him into two. Lu Ming's exploding star fist had already arrived. No, spare my life. At this moment the brawny man was afraid. He was truly afraid. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, it was almost impossible for him to resist the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xianxia. He could feel death approaching. However, before he could finish his sentence, hundreds of fist radiance drowned him. Again. Lu Ming threw over 100 punches followed by another 100 punches. Another 100 fist gleams headed for the burly man. That area was completely submerged by the intense light and only the sound of explosions could be heard. Chapter 672. 672 Chapter 672 Instant Kill. The other peak-tier kings all stared at the area with wide eyes. Very quickly the light completely dissipated. There was nothing there. No, to be more precise, there was only a cloud of blood floating in the air and a storage ring. Hiss hiss hiss. The dozen peak-tier kings all took in cold breaths. He was dead. A first-level spiritual ocean tier mighty figure had died just like that. Under the combined efforts of Lu Ming and Xianxia, not even his bones were left behind. His body had been crushed into pieces. They already knew that the Shura and the Yuxia were powerful, but seeing this, the hearts of the peak-tier kings were still in turmoil. Too strong. A peak-tier king tier was actually this strong? When the two of them joined hands they simply complemented each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the burly man's storage ring into his hand. However, he still felt a little depressed. The attack just now was too ferocious. The brawny man's blood essence was directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. This was the blood essence of a Sea of Soul realm expert. After Lu Ming refined it, he estimated that his 9-dragon bloodline could be raised to the 9th level of the king level. Lu Ming secretly warned himself that he would try not to attack so fiercely in the future. You guys can leave. Then Lu Ming swept his gaze across the dozen peak-tier kings. All right, thank you young master, thank you young lady. The dozen peak-tier king tiers hurriedly nodded and bowed to express their gratitude before leaving. If not for Lu Ming and Xianxia they would have lost all their assets. After the dozen peak-tier kings left, Lu Ming dug out the 3 zine grass. Little Qing, how about we split the things we got from the Rainbow Island equally? Lu Ming took the burly man's storage ring and shook it. I'm fine with anything. Xianxia said. Anything is fine. Why are you so easy to talk to now? You've already made clear plans with me in the past, could it be? Don't tell me. Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. He touched his chin and looked at Xianxia carefully. What are you looking at? Pervert, what are you thinking? Xianxia's face turned red and he glared at Lu Ming. Hee, I understand. We're a family, so there's no need to distinguish between us. Lu Ming chuckled. Who's the same family as you? You wish. No, that guy's storage ring is mine. Xianxia's eyes widened as he sucked in his vital essence, sucking the storage ring from Lu Ming's hand. No way, I also contributed, I also have a share. Lu Ming wailed. Who told you to offend me? You deserve it. Xianxia glared at Lu Ming again. He turned around, but there was a smile in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. This was the storage ring of a spiritual ocean realm expert. He was gone just like that. Lu Ming's heart ached to death. He quickly put away the 3 herbs, or they would fall into Xianxia's poisonous hands again. Hey, you guys broke up, but what about me? What about me? Don't you guys forget about me? Dandan shouted. Go to the side and cool off. Lu Ming cast a glance at Dandan unhappily. Kid, what's with your attitude? I'm not done with you. Give me the spirit herbs, or I'll bite you. As Dandan bared her teeth, the 2 men and the turtle left the canyon and continued to head deeper into the Rainbow Island. From here on out, he would encounter other martial artists from time to time, and the spiritual herbs slowly increased. The 7-colored Taoist had turned the 7-colored island into an herb farm, planting spirit herbs everywhere. The 7-colored Taoist had died 800 years ago, and the 7-colored island had also disappeared for 800 years. Naturally, there were many spirit herbs here. Spirit herbs could be seen on every mountain. They were basically level 4, level 5, and even level 6. Level 6 spirit herbs were extremely useful even for Sea of Soul realm experts. How precious were they? Naturally, it triggered a series of fights and wars. However, with Lu Ming and Xianxia's cultivation, they were unstoppable. No one was their match. Along the way, there were also some who wanted to rob them. In the end, their blood essence fell into the mouth of the 9 dragon bloodlines. A day later, they had a great harvest. They each got more than 300 pieces of level 5 spiritual herbs and more than a dozen pieces of level 6 spiritual herbs. Even Dandan's harvest was not small, and she put all of it into her mouth. Quickly run. All of a sudden, a few peak-tier kings flew out of a mountain peak in horror. Whoosh, whoosh. Following that, Lu Ming saw the mountain peak glow. Streams of sword chi burst out and killed several peak-tier kings in the air. Great inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming saw a large inscription formation operating. Little brat, I can sense that there are inscription formations everywhere ahead. It's quite dangerous. Dandan looked ahead and whispered. Lu Ming stared ahead. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was jumping. He had the same feeling. He felt that there were inscription arrays everywhere in front of him and there was killing intent everywhere. I think we're almost at the core. Otherwise, why would they set up such a large inscription formation? Xianxia said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and said, let's be careful when we go down. Then the 2 of them slowed down a lot and focused on sensing carefully. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was dancing. He could sense the inscription formation very accurately and would not step into a place with an inscription formation rashly. Buzz. In a valley, a blazing fire suddenly burst out. A few martial artists screamed in pain and turned into ashes. The 2 of them traveled for thousands of miles and saw that 5 groups of people had died under the inscription formation. Danger was accompanied by opportunities. There were more spiritual herbs here than anywhere else, especially spiritual herbs of the 6th level. The proportion was very high. What? Suddenly, Lu Ming and Xianxia stopped and looked ahead. In front of them, a large mountain range had collapsed and the ground was full of potholes. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here, and the area within 100 miles was in a state of chaos. To be able to create such a mark, their combat strength must be terrifying. Could it be that the Flood Dragon and a few experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier did it? Lu Ming pondered. The 2 of them patrolled the sky above the land. There's a corpse. No, it's half a corpse. Xianxia looked down. The two of them descended and saw half of the corpse. Only the lower half was left. The upper half was missing. It's that green mystic old freak. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seems like this place is really the battlefield between the flood dragon and the old monsters. Xianxia said in a low voice. The green profound old monster, the cold saber spiritual practitioner, and the red profound old monster were chasing after the flood dragon. They must have caught up with it and had a big fight. However, it seemed that the green profound old monster had died in the battle, leaving only half of his corpse. They might have gone to the front. The flood dragon led the army of sea beasts to attack the Golden Sand Island, most likely for this Rainbow Island. He charged over without a care for his own safety. Lu Ming frowned and guessed. Lu Ming, look. There seems to be a palace up ahead. Xianxia suddenly pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked over as well. He saw a palace on a tall mountain peak. However, it was too far away and it was barely visible. Chapter 673. 673 The Unreliable Little Turtle. Could that be the place where the seven-colored Taoist is cultivating in seclusion? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The seven-colored Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert and a 7th-rank true inscription refiner. How terrifying was that? How many treasures would he have in his closed-door cultivation? Lu Ming's heart palpitated. Let's go, brat. I've already felt the treasure calling. Let's go. Dandan cried out, her eyes wide open and sparkling with a crystal-like luster. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, their speed gradually slowed down. Although the palace was clearer from here, the inscription arrays here were getting more and more dense. If he was not careful, he would step into the inscription array. Along the way they saw many more corpses. It was even more dangerous if they continued forward as there were formations everywhere. It's fine. With me here, what's a mere 7th-rank inscription master's inscription formation to me? Just you guys wait. Dandan leaped down from Lu Ming's shoulder, spread out her short legs and sprinted wildly in the air. She looked left and right, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes looking at the mountains and rivers. After a while, Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and said, "Fly 3 miles to the right and land on that mound. After that, fly 5 miles forward and continue." Dandan began to give pointers. Hey Dandan, is it reliable? This is a human life. Lu Ming looked at Dandan with some worry. Nonsense, who am I? The head of the top 10 war beasts who had read through thousands of great arrays. What was this great array? If this lord wasn't injured, this child's play would be broken with a wave of my hand. Dandan said with a smug face. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not really believe Dandan. This guy often dropped the ball at critical moments. However, he was only a 3rd-rank alchemist, and the inscriptions he had mastered were only at the 3rd rank. His study of the inscription formation was not mature enough. He could not see through the formation that was set up by a 7th-rank alchemist master. I can only trust this guy now. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and followed Xianxia's instructions. They flew 3 miles to the right and then 5 miles forward. Buzz. More than 10 minutes later, an ordinary-looking small mountain peak suddenly flashed with runes. A few dazzling sword gleams condensed and slashed toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. "Ness, you've misjudged. Run." Dandan shouted and ran away faster than anyone else. "CK me." Lu Ming was cursing in his heart. He swept his spear across and retreated quickly. Xianxia also cast the Sky Demon Force Field to block the sword radiance. Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field was split in half almost instantly. "Be careful." Lu Ming shouted as the spear's radiance expanded and swept toward the 3 sword beams. At the same time he pulled Xianxia's hand and retreated frantically. Bang! Bang! With a few loud bangs the spear ray exploded. Lu Ming was forced to retreat several miles by a huge force before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming felt the qi and blood in his body churning and he almost vomited blood. His eyes were burning with fire as he looked at Dandan and gritted his teeth. "This is the level of the top 10 war beasts. Are you trying to kill us?" Cough cough. Lu Ming, calm down. Don't get too excited. I made a mistake and misjudged you. It won't happen next time. It definitely won't. Dandan also felt a little embarrassed and coughed a few times. Lu Ming was really speechless. This guy was really unreliable. However, he was the only one who could be relied on. Lu Ming secretly swore that he must increase his inscription level as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to keep relying on this thing. Dandan ran to the front again and observed carefully. After a while, he ran back and said with confidence, "Don't worry. There won't be any mistakes this time. Go ahead boldly. I'd be a fool to believe you." Lu Ming muttered in his heart. This time he and Xianxia were even more careful. Boom! A small lake suddenly stirred up and a blade light burst out. Nest! Lu Ming and Xianxia turned and ran. This time they were much more careful. If anything went wrong, they would turn and run. They were safe. "You old turtle, are you trying to trick me?" Lu Ming was furious. Cough cough, my mistake, my mistake. Young man, calm down, calm down. It's not good to get angry at such a young age. Look at that girl, how calm is she? Dandan said awkwardly. Lu Ming, I want to braise this little turtle. Xianxia said coldly. Dandan's whole body trembled and she ran forward. I'll observe for a while more. There's no mistake this time. Just like that he stumbled forward. The further they went, the closer they were to the palace, but the more inscription formations they saw. There were two figures hundreds of miles ahead of Lu Ming and the rest. One of them was Yun Luo, the old ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The other was a middle-aged man who was only a peak-tier king. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale as he said, "Senior, it's too dangerous up ahead. If you let me scout the way, only death will await us. Oh, if you don't go and scout, you'll die now. It's your choice." Yun Luo said coldly. The middle-aged man's face turned even paler. He originally had 3 companions, but they were captured and scouted the way for him. The other 3 companions had all died because they scouted the way. Now it was his turn. Still not moving forward? If you go and explore the path, you still have a chance of survival. We'll soon reach the palace, and perhaps after passing through this section, there will be no more danger. You may still be able to live, but if you don't act, I'll kill you now. Yun Luo's voice was cold. The middle-aged man's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew forward carefully. The formation here was extremely wondrous. One would only be safe if they advanced through the gaps. Otherwise, even if they flew past, they could trigger the formation. Furthermore, there was even a formation in the air. The means of a rank 7 true inscription alchemist were already unfathomable. The middle-aged man focused his mind and walked left and right for more than 10 miles without any trouble. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, inscriptions glowed in the air and a battle sword formed, cutting the burly man in half. Damn it, useless trash. Yun Luo growled. Now that the last person to scout the way for him was dead, how was he supposed to enter? Even if his cultivation was strong and he could break through some formations directly, there were some formations that even he could be killed by. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just as he was hesitating, a few figures were coming over and appeared behind him. Yun Luo turned around and after seeing the person clearly, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. When Yun Luo saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, they naturally saw her as well. Yun Luo, it's you, you old man. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It was beyond his expectations. He had not seen Yun Luo's figure in the battle with the sea beasts before, but now he saw Yun Luo here. This guy had hidden in the middle of a great battle. When there were benefits, he had appeared. Chapter 674. 674 Killing Yun Luo. Ah, you 2 little bastards, you've come at the right time. Be good and help me find the way. Yun Luo laughed out loud, her face extremely ferocious. It was because of Lu Ming and Xianxia that he was besieged by 4 powerful young men and lost an arm. Originally, he was already about to break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but because he lost an arm, his vitality was greatly damaged. Not only was it difficult for his cultivation to break through, it even showed signs of declining. Right now his cultivation could only barely maintain at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, and after losing an arm his battle power dropped a little compared to before. His hatred for Lu Ming and the rest could not be washed away even with the Yellow River. To scout the way for you, Yun Luo. You wish. Why don't you go and scout the way yourself? Lu Ming glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse and sneered. Compared to the time when they fought with Yun Luo, his and Xianxia's combat strength had greatly improved. Why would they be afraid of Yun Luo now? However, Yun Luo did not know that he had been besieged by the 4 young masters before he was defeated. Now there were only Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was 100% confident that he could suppress them. You're not going to scout the way? If you don't, I'll kill you right now. Yun Luo said coldly. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Last time you ran away. This time you can stay. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode forward. Xianxia and Lu Ming walked side by side towards Yun Luo. You're looking for death. Yun Luo growled and waved her arm. 2 rings of fire appeared and shot towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Boom. Lu Ming's long spear expanded and the 3-colored concept revel levered around it. The spear shot out and collided with the 2 rings of fire. There was a loud bang and the 2 rings were blasted back by Lu Ming. Yun Luo's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "How can you be so strong?" Sky Demon Force Field Destruction Cut Kill. Xianxia shouted and pushed with her hand. A powerful force field of the Sky Demon enveloped Yun Luo, and the destructive cutting force exploded. Not good. Yun Luo's expression changed again. She kept waving her hand and exploded with all her strength. Rings of flame appeared to resist the cutting power from all directions. The explosions continued and sparks flew everywhere. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and instantly, dozens of spear gleams shot towards Yun Luo. Under Xianxia's intentional control, the demonic energy field did not affect Lu Ming's attack at all. Bang. Bang. Yun Luo was at a complete disadvantage against the combined forces of Xianxia and Lu Ming. How is that possible? How was that possible? How did these 2 little bastards become so strong? You should die. Yun Luo was horrified and tried her best to resist. However, his combat strength was not as good as before. He was no match for Lu Ming and his partner and was completely suppressed. In a short while 2 wounds appeared on his body, caused by the destructive cutting power. If he had not dodged in time he would have been cut in half. Let's go, let's go. If this continues I'll definitely die. Yun Luo frantically retreated, but he was enveloped by the Sky Demon force field and his speed was much slower. No matter how much he retreated, Xianxia would move forward and keep him under his protection. Whoosh. His neck was cut by the spear ray and a bloody mark appeared, almost piercing his throat. Ah! He roared. He was really afraid. He was afraid that he would die here. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Spare me, please spare me. I can give you supreme spiritual crystals. How about 10 million? Yun Luo shouted. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks became even more violent. 20 million, I'll give you 20 million, please spare me. Yun Luo shouted. Bang. Bang. Lu Ming's footwork responded to him. Lu Ming strode forward and the distance between him and Yun Luo was getting closer and closer. His attacks became more and more violent. As long as we kill you, your wealth will be ours. Why do we need you to give it to us? A slightly mocking voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming turned into a spear ray and shot out. An extreme strike. The spear light pierced through Yun Luo's heart. Yun Luo roared loudly, her voice filled with unwillingness. If he had known that he would end up like this, he would not have come to the Rainbow Island this time. The result of this was death. Bang. Lu Ming's long spear shook. Yun Luo was dead. He reached out and swallowed Yun Luo's blood essence. As soon as Yun Luo's blood essence entered the 9 dragons' bloodline, there was a violent boom. The energy was too terrifying. Lu Ming had to refine it immediately. Little Qing, I'm going to cultivate for a while. Please protect me. With that, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. She did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly wanted to cultivate again. After refining for half a day, he finally refined all of Yun Luo's blood essence. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and roared at the sky. Suddenly, another chakra emerged above the 8 bright chakra. The 9th Esilavir chakra was a 9th level king level bloodline. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth was slightly open. He was in disbelief. Bloodline upgrade. This guy's bloodline can actually upgrade. No wonder this guy has always been so abnormal. Every time my strength has improved greatly, I can't surpass him. Xianxia's eyes flickered. The light of the 9th chakra was dimmer than that of the other 8, which was because it had not reached its peak. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodline disappeared into Lu Ming's body. He opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face in front of him. Her eyes were wide open and she was staring at him without blinking. She was only a few inches away from his face. Lu Ming could even feel Xianxia's breathing. Lu Ming was shocked and asked, "What are you doing? You want to take advantage of my cultivation and take advantage of me." "Taking advantage of you? You wish." Xianxia pouted, then looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Your bloodline can actually be upgraded. How amazing." Lu Ming's expression was calm. He was not surprised. He had no intention of hiding from Xianxia when he was cultivating just now. In fact, even if he avoided it, Xianxia would have guessed it. After all, he had known Xianxia for a few years. Xianxia was well aware of his bloodline level back then. Now that his bloodline level had increased, Xianxia must have been suspicious. "My first bloodline has the ability to devour the blood essence of humans and demonic beasts to increase the level of my bloodline." Lu Ming did not hide anything and said. However, he didn't say the first bloodline's name. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xianxia. On the contrary, he trusted Xianxia. However, this matter was too important. If anything happened, not only him but Xianxia would be in danger as well. "There's actually such a wondrous ability." "How wondrous?" Xianxia's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. "You're the only one I've told about this. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'm going to be taken away for research." Lu Ming said. "You really only told me one?" Xianxia blinked. Chapter 675. 675. I'll choose something else. "Of course, I didn't even tell my parents." Lu Ming said. "Hee, I'm the only one you've told." Xianxia's face revealed a bright smile and his eyes were full of joy. "Then you'll have to listen to me obediently in the future. Otherwise, hee. Xianxia revealed a pair of beautiful tiger teeth and chuckled triumphantly. "Listen to you? That's good." Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia with a smile. "Really?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly picked Xianxia up by the waist and slapped him on the butt. He smiled and said, "Fake. How dare you threaten me? I'll spank your butt." Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his face turned red. He shouted, "Lu Ming, you dare to hit me? Hit my... I'm not done with you." "Damn, it's not the first time I've tried it. The feel has gotten better. It's even more bouncy than before." Lu Ming muttered. "Lu Ming." Xianxia shrieked. Her vital essence burst forth and she escaped from Lu Ming's evil clutches. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming. However, her face and even her ears were red, adding to her shyness and making her even more beautiful. "Little Qing, you're so beautiful," Lu Ming said subconsciously. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and blushed even more. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on her face. "If you have good taste, I'll let you off this time." "This works too." His expression changed way too quickly. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. "Nest, I can't stand it anymore. You're talking about love in front of me. Damn it. I must have 3,000 harem members. I'll anger you to death. Dandan mumbled and ran to the front to observe the array. Lu Ming found it funny. He then looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Qing, what about you? You're hiding a lot of secrets from me, aren't you?" What secret do I have? Xianxia blinked. You don't have any? For example, I've seen your sister before. Lu Ming asked. At the mention of this, Xianxia's face darkened and he didn't say anything. After a long while, Xianxia finally spoke. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but now is not the time to tell you. It's not the time to say it yet? Why? Lu Ming had some doubts. It's very simple. It's because your cultivation base is too weak. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally tell you. After Xianxia finished speaking, he stopped talking. Strength? It seems that little Qing's background is really not simple. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since Xianxia did not want to talk about it now, Lu Ming did not continue asking. She studied the inscriptions carefully. After a moment, she continued to guide Lu Ming and Xianxia as they continued on their way. A few hours later, they finally passed through the layers of inscription formations and arrived in front of a mountain peak. On the mountain peak there was a palace. There shouldn't be any more inscription formations in front, so we can reach the peak directly, Dandan said. Although Dandan had said so, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. He headed to the mountain peak cautiously. At the peak of the mountain there was a huge palace with golden walls. In front of the palace there was a huge square. The square was completely paved with white jade and was extremely luxurious. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia arrived at the peak, they stopped, their eyes solemn. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao, the crimson old monster, and that flood dragon. Lu Ming stared at the white jade square, his eyes filled with surprise. The spiritual warrior Han Dao, the crimson old monster, and the flood dragon were all in the square. However, both sides seemed to be in trouble. On the white jade square, inscriptions were densely packed in black, like small black snakes slithering, forming an inscription array. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old freak were covered with runes. The black runes kept drilling into their bodies. The two of them stood in the square and tried their best to resist. However, it was difficult for him to move his body. On the other side of the square, the flood dragon was facing the same situation. It had transformed into a human and was standing on the square. Countless inscriptions were also drilling into its body from all directions. What a wonderful inscription formation. The inscriptions seemed to be alive. Lu Ming stared at the inscription on the white jade square, his eyes filled with surprise. On the square, spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the rest also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. The spiritual warrior Han Dao and the crimson old monster were both surprised. They didn't expect that there would be someone else who could make it here. Furthermore, it was a young man and a young woman. Judging from their cultivation, they were only peak king tiers. In the next moment, spirit warrior Han Dao's eyes flashed with ecstasy. In the depths of his ecstasy, there was a trace of cold light as he shouted, "You two, you've come at the right time. Now that the flood dragon is trapped by the inscription formation, it can't move. You two go kill it now. No, little brother, you go alone and leave the girl." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Senior, that flood dragon is too powerful. I'm afraid I can't kill it." "Why can't you kill him? He's trapped and can't move at all. If he moves, he'll be killed by the inscription formation. How can you not kill him when you're attacking his vital parts?" Spiritual being Han Dao shouted. "How about this? The two of us will attack the flood dragon together, so we'll have a higher chance of winning." Lu Ming pointed at Xianxia. "No, that girl has other things to do. Hurry up and do it, don't miss this opportunity." Spiritual being Han Dao shouted. "Senior, I still don't think I can do it alone." Lu Ming said. "Of course. Kid, you should know who I am. I'm a spiritual practitioner with a cold saber. Now I order you to kill that flood dragon immediately." Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face darkened and he ordered. Lu Ming sneered. This old fellow finally could not hold back and revealed his true colors. Lu Ming sneered. "Although I'm not talented, I do have some understanding of inscriptions. This formation is extremely mysterious. If I attack the flood dragon, even if I can kill him, I will be trapped in the formation. With my cultivation, if I'm trapped in this formation, I will die. You want me to do it alone and leave my friend behind because you want her to help you crack the formation base around the square, right?" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face turned even gloomier. He did not expect that Lu Ming could see through his thoughts at such a young age. That's right, that was his plan. You're quite smart, kid, but do you have any other choice? If you don't do as I say when I come out, both of you will die. I advise you to do as I say, and that little girl may still live, and you can die a quick death. The spiritual being Han Dao sneered, revealing his ferocious face. Oh really? Do we have no other choice? How could that be? We can just go around the side and enter the main hall, obtain the treasures inside and then swagger away. Isn't that a better choice? Lu Ming said with a smile. Junior, you dare? If you dare to do this, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead. The cold saber spiritual being's voice was extremely cold. Chapter 676. 676 The Blood of a True Dragon. Lu Ming sneered. This spiritual practitioner Han Dao was really shameless. Previously, when he was fighting the flood dragon in order to escape, he did not care about the life and death of others. He let others block the flood dragon for him while he escaped. In fact, with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's strength, it should not be a problem for him to resist the flood dragon for a while and delay until the red monster and the others arrived. However, he would not do that. He would rather let others sacrifice their lives so that he could try his best to protect himself. Now he actually wanted to do the same thing again. He wanted Lu Ming to risk his life to kill the flood dragon. After killing the dragon queen, he would ask Xianxia to attack the array base. Did he think that the others were fools? If he didn't agree, he would threaten him. So what if he was at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier? Oh man, I have a weakness. I hate it when people threaten me. The more they threaten me, the more I'll go against them. As I said before, I happen to know some inscriptions. It's been too long since this formation was inscribed, and its power has been greatly reduced. The spiritual crystals in some places have been depleted. It seems that I need to replenish some spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said calmly. Little bastard, you dare? The spiritual being Han Dao's face was cold. What's there to be afraid? You're nothing in my eyes. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew to the side of the square. On the side of the square there were some potholes which were the array bases. On them there were many supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, some of the spiritual crystals had already cracked and lost their spirituality. They no longer had any energy. Lu Ming pointed at a pit and swiped his finger. The useless spiritual crystal in the pit flew out. A perfect supreme-grade spiritual crystal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He waved his hand and the supreme-grade spiritual crystal was embedded in the pit. The inscriptions around the pit brightened up a little. Stop, you stop. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. Stop? Sure, but kneel down and beg me. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Kneel down and beg you? Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to kneel down and beg you? The spiritual being Han Dao was stunned for a moment, then he roared. If you don't want to kneel, then forget it. Lu Ming's fingers kept moving, taking out pieces of useless top-grade spiritual crystals and embedding the intact ones. He was very fast, and before long he had embedded hundreds of top-grade spiritual crystals. The inscriptions of the formation became brighter and brighter, and its power became stronger and stronger. Little bastard, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's killing intent was bone-chilling, and he hated Lu Ming to the bone. Roar. At this time, the flood dragon let out an earth-shaking roar and actually stepped towards the side of the square. As soon as it moved, the inscription formation started to run crazily. Countless inscriptions seemed to come to life and turned into swords and sabers, slashing at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared loudly, and a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. He swung it wildly, trying his best to block the attacks from all directions. Clearly, the flood dragon was very decisive. It knew that if this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous for it. It wanted to rush out of the formation with all its might. Boom! Boom! The sabers and swords formed by the inscription formation were terrifyingly powerful. There were so many of them that it seemed like there was no end to them as they continuously hacked at the flood dragon. Even though the flood dragon's defense was astonishing, it was still cut open by the sharp sword and blood flowed out. However, the flood dragon didn't care and madly charged out. With every step it took, the white jade ground would rumble. Countless inscriptions enveloped the flood dragon and even turned into flames that enveloped the flood dragon. Roar. With a deafening roar, the flood dragon returned to its original form, which was only a dozen meters long. Its body shot out beams of blue divine light as it slashed with the heavenly halberd. Even so, with every step the flood dragon took, a wound would appear on its body. At the same time, it had to face the burning of the flames. As expected of a flood dragon. What a strong body. Lu Ming was shocked. A human martialist would not have been able to withstand such an attack. However, the flood dragon held on and continued to charge out, getting closer and closer to the outside of the formation. Damn it! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster were burning with anxiety. If the flood dragon got out first, the treasures in the hall would fall into the flood dragon's hands. Little Qing, let's enter the main hall first. Lu Ming's expression changed. If the flood dragon came out, they would not be a match for it with their combat strength. The two of them walked along the side of the square and were about to rush towards the main hall. Stop! The flood dragon roared as its two dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. Two rays of blue divine light, like two extremely sharp swords, pierced through the inscription formation and shot toward Lu Ming and the other man. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his infinite dragon spear. The tremendous force sent Lu Ming and Xianxia flying backward. Buzz! The infinite dragon spear kept vibrating in his hand. Fortunately, it was a superior 6th grade spiritual weapon. If it was a 5th grade spiritual weapon, it would have been shattered by the blow. The flood dragon let out a long roar. It didn't care about its injuries and madly charged out, its speed greatly increasing. In just a few breaths, the flood dragon actually rushed out of the inscription formation, but in exchange it was covered in wounds. There were at least dozens of wounds on the flood dragon's body. Its dragon scales were torn and its blood and flesh were in a mess. Some of the wounds exposed its snow-white bones and even the bones were cut open. However, the flood dragon's body was too strong, and its vitality was exuberant. Such a heavy injury only weakened its breath a little, but it did not fall down. It looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia but did not make a move. Instead it rushed into the hall. This flood dragon is rushing towards the hall in such a hurry. There must be some incredible treasure inside. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia also nodded. Although the flood dragon was powerful, it was too severely injured to maintain its peak combat strength. If the flood dragon attacked them, they were confident that they could escape together. That was why they dared to follow it. The two of them followed the flood dragon and rushed into the hall. Damn it, damn you little bastard! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. He didn't dare to charge in like the flood dragon as he didn't have a strong body. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming, Xianxia and the flood dragon rushed into the hall one after another. The hall was very wide. As soon as he rushed into the hall, Lu Ming felt an immense pressure. Even his 9-dragon bloodline was agitated. A red light filled Lu Ming's spine. That's... Lu Ming looked at the center of the hall in shock. There was a ball of fresh blood floating there. On the surface of the ball of blood, there were tiny true dragons swimming around. A huge pressure spread out. This pressure was like the pressure of the ancestor of all beasts, the king of all kings. It was extremely terrifying and could make all living things submit. True dragon, the blood of a true dragon. Before Lu Ming could speak, Dandan, who was on his shoulder, cried out first. The blood of a true dragon. Yes, this ball of blood was the blood of a true dragon. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both extremely shocked. They had never imagined that the 7-colored Taoist's palace would actually have a ball of true dragon's blood. Furthermore, this ball of true dragon's blood was clearly sentient, as if it had just flowed down from a true dragon. The value was high. Chapter 677. 677 The Seven-Colored Taoist. What was a true dragon? The supreme divine beast had been extinct for many years in the East Barren continent. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained a piece of the true dragon's finger bone. However, the bone had been around for many years and its spirituality had almost completely dissipated. There was not much essence left. However, the spiritual essence of this true dragon's blood had been completely preserved. Its value was incomparable. It was no wonder that the flood dragon was so desperate to rush into the hall. The temptation of a true dragon's blood to a flood dragon was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. If a flood dragon swallowed this true dragon's blood, it would undergo an amazing transformation and have endless potential in the future. It seemed that the flood dragon had attacked the island because of the true dragon's blood. He wondered how the flood dragon knew that the seven-colored island had true dragon's blood. I want to eat it, I want to eat this true dragon's blood. Dandan's eyes widened and she screamed loudly. She strode out with her two small legs and ran madly towards the true dragon's blood. At this moment Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He roared loudly, filled with an incomparable desire. Roar. The flood dragon roared and its body expanded rapidly. It whipped its tail and hit Dandan, sending her flying. Ah, you little worm, you dare to slap this lord? This lord isn't done with you. Dandan shouted and then hit the wall of the hall, directly hitting a pit and embedding itself inside. Little bug, you're dead, you're dead. Ow, my old back. Dandan's cursing voice came out. Lu Ming was relieved. He knew that this guy had amazing defense and it would not be so easy for him to get into trouble. Roar. After the flood dragon sent Dandan flying, it directly pounced towards the blood of the true dragon. Stop it. Lu Ming strode forward, his long spear expanding rapidly as he charged at the flood dragon. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his hand and the Sky Demon Force Field burst out, covering the dragon. Get lost. The flood dragon let out a loud roar as a huge halberd flew out and struck Lu Ming's spear radiance. The flood dragon's huge body trembled and Xianxia's expression changed as he was forced back. The flood dragon was simply too powerful. Although it was only at the early stage of the second level of the spiritual ocean realm, it could suppress the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, who was at the peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm, and fight with 3 experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. It was even possible that the old freak Zhou Xian was killed by the flood dragon. Although the flood dragon was severely injured and its combat strength had been greatly reduced, its strength was definitely not weaker than the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming and Xianxia were no match for it. After repelling Lu Ming and Xianxia, the flood dragon flew forward, opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon blood in one gulp. Roar. After the flood dragon swallowed the dragon's blood, it let out an excited roar that shook the sky. A layer of blood-red light covered the flood dragon's body. Its injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effects of the dragon's blood were indeed astonishing, especially for the flood dragon. It had already taken effect so quickly. Not only that, but the aura on the flood dragon's body was also rising rapidly. Let's go, we need to leave this place. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Since they could not get the true dragon's blood, they had to leave as soon as possible. If they waited for the flood dragon to recover, it would be too late for them to leave. Bang! Dandan flew out from the wall and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, still cursing. Who is it? Who are you? Get out, get out! At this moment the flood dragon suddenly let out a crazed roar. Lu Ming and Xianxia were a little stunned. Were these words directed at them? But it didn't look like it. Lu Ming, look. There's something wrong with the flood dragon's eyes. Xianxia said. Lu Ming looked into the flood dragon's eyes. Apart from excitement and ecstasy, there was also fear and horror in its eyes. Get out, get out, get out of my body. The flood dragon roared and its huge body actually rolled around in the hall. Ha, I've waited for 800 years and finally found a flood dragon. You want me to get out? How was that possible? Let this old man borrow your body. An old voice came out of the flood dragon's body. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely shocked. What was going on? It's fake. You deliberately left clues outside and left behind this true dragon's blood. It's all fake. The flood dragon roared madly. Haha, I didn't wait for 800 years in vain. I'll finally return to this world. The old voice laughed again. A layer of blood mist spread out from the flood dragon's head, making it look very strange. 7-colored Taoist. That's a 7-colored Taoist. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he thought of a possibility. But how was that possible? The 7-colored Taoist was only at the spirit embryo realm. How could he have survived until now? Furthermore, it looked like he was going to possess the flood dragon. Good move, good move. The 7-colored Taoist is a rank 7 true inscription refiner. He fused his consciousness into the mental energy fire and sealed it with the true dragon's blood. This way it can be preserved for 800 years. As long as the flood dragon swallows the dragon's blood and the blood flows through its body, he can destroy the flood dragon's soul and occupy its body. Dandan's eyes flickered as she spoke. Haha. I didn't think that a little turtle would have so much knowledge. The ancient voice said. Get out, get out. The flood dragon kept shouting. What are you shouting for? It's your honor that your body is being used by this old man. In the future, this old man will let your name shake the world. The old voice sneered. Kill me now. As long as you kill me, it's useless for this old man to occupy my body. I'd rather die than have my body become a puppet. The flood dragon suddenly looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Juniors, if you dare to ruin this old man's plan, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The 7-colored Taoist coldly shouted. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. If this old man takes over my body, he will definitely kill you all. He won't let anyone else know this secret. The flood dragon roared. His eyes flickered and his speech was no longer smooth. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. His soul was about to be destroyed. The soul of a demonic beast was weaker than that of a human. Lu Ming, let's attack. The flood dragon is right. If the 7-colored Taoist succeeds, he won't let us off. Xianxia said. All right, let's do it. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. He had made up his mind and was ready to take action. Roar. The flood dragon let out a shocking roar. It actually stretched out a sharp claw and clawed at its own chest. What are you doing? The 7-colored Taoist roared as if he was fighting for control of the flood dragon's body. This reduced the power of the claw, but the scales on the flood dragon's chest were still torn off and blood flowed out. You guys attack here. This is the vital point. The flood dragon let out a deep voice. Chapter 678. 678 Chapter 678 Form Shifting Shadow Changing Talisman. Do it. Die. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He took a step forward and thrust his spear at the flood dragon's vital point. Don't even think about it. Now you can all die. A purple figure emerged from the dragon's head. This figure was formed by mental energy fire. The purple mental fire represented a level 7 alchemist. It was an old man, but his face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and runes flew out. Buzz. At this moment, inscriptions began to flash in the hall, giving off a bright light. Whoosh. A combat sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled and he quickly retreated. In the hall, countless runes glowed and enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia. The 7-colored Taoist had long since set up an inscription formation in the hall. It seemed like he had been prepared to kill anyone who entered the hall 800 years ago. Go to hell. The 7-colored Taoist shouted coldly. He waved his hands and countless inscriptions flew out. The inscriptions in the hall glowed more and more. The black inscriptions wriggled like little snakes. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia cast the Sky Demon Force Field to cover himself and Lu Ming. He used the energy of the Sky Demon Force Field to resist the inscription array around them. Sure enough, under the influence of the Sky Demon Power Field, the runes slowed down. Let's retreat. Since he couldn't kill them, he could only retreat. You want to leave? This old man says that no one can leave today. The seven-colored Taoist sneered. He waved his hands and the inscriptions around him became even more terrifying. They formed swords and slashed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. These arrays had been around for 800 years, but their power was still not terrifying. Although the two of them tried their best to resist, they were still completely suppressed. They were in extreme danger. Damn it, you really think I'm just a decoration? Watch me. Dandan opened its mouth and spat out 3 jade tokens. It kept one for itself while the other 2 flew towards Xianxia and Lu Ming. What is this? Lu Ming asked. The form-shifting shadow-changing talisman can shift forms and shadows in any place, even in this inscription formation. I've spent a lot of time to refine this talisman. Quickly crush it and kill that flood dragon. Dandan shouted. In this situation he could only trust Dandan. Lu Ming and Xianxia took the jade talismans and crushed them. Instantly a light screen enveloped them. Dandan also crushed a piece and a light screen also enveloped him. Whoosh! Dandan's figure darted out like a phantom, and those inscriptions had no effect on it. How wonderful! Lu Ming had an idea and he dashed out as well. As expected, when he walked past he was like a phantom. The runes passed through his body and did not have any effect. The form-shifting shadow-changing talisman, how do you have it? This ancient talisman has been lost for countless years. How do you have it? The seven-colored Taoist called out in disbelief. Who am I? During this time I've been desperately refining a few. I originally wanted to save them for a few dangerous places, but I didn't expect to use them now. It's an honor for you to see this king's form-shifting shadow-changing talisman. Dandan laughed loudly, extremely proud. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He thrust his spear at the flood dragon. The flood dragon did not resist at all. It pointed its chest at Lu Ming and allowed him to kill it. Damn it! The seven-colored Taoist roared repeatedly as he tried his best to control the flood dragon's body to attack. Don't even think about it. The flood dragon clearly hadn't been completely taken over by the seven-colored Taoist yet, and it was also doing its best to control its body. A force field enveloped the dragon. Xianxia walked over and used the sky demon force field to help imprison the dragon. Puchi. Lu Ming's long spear pierced into the flood dragon's chest. Here the flood dragon's scales had already been grabbed off by itself, and its defense was greatly reduced. The extremely sharp spear radiance pierced through the flood dragon's muscles and heart like a piece of rotten wood. No! The seven-colored Taoist roared. Ha, old freak, you want to take over my body? Dream on. The flood dragon laughed crazily. Boom. Lu Ming's long spear shook and a violent vital essence surged into it, blasting the flood dragon's heart into pieces. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At the same time, more than 10 combat swords formed by the inscription formation slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and retreated. With a bang, the flood dragon's body fell heavily to the ground. Old monster, your 800-year-old plan has finally failed. The flood dragon laughed carefreely. Slowly, his voice became softer and his life force slowly dissipated. Damn it, all of you will die today. The seven-colored Taoist let out a crazed roar. Before he died, he used a ball of true dragon blood to set up a trap and leave clues outside. He wanted to attract a flood dragon and then occupy its body. With the true dragon's blood as a medium, he was confident that he could succeed. The lifespan of demonic beasts was far longer than that of humans, especially for existences like flood dragons. With a long lifespan, the seven-colored Taoist would be able to explore even stronger realms. Unfortunately, now that the flood dragon was dead, it would be useless even if he took it. Refine. And NBSP hoo-hoo. A layer of purple flames suddenly spread out from the flood dragon's body. The purple flames wrapped around the flood dragon and burned wildly. The flood dragon's body shriveled up as the flames burned, and the purple flames grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the purple flames gathered in the air and formed a human figure. It was the seven-colored Taoist. Retreat. For some reason, Lu Ming suddenly had a bad feeling. He pulled Xianxia and quickly retreated out of the hall. You want to leave? Without the flood dragon, brat, your body is not bad, let me use it. The seven-colored Taoist grinned hideously. The purple flames turned into a stream of light and flew toward Lu Ming. It was fast, too fast. He crossed the hall in an instant. He was several times faster than Lu Ming and the rest. He was really like a ray of light. Lu Ming and Xianxia had just retreated to the entrance of the hall when the purple flame caught up to them. It shot directly between Lu Ming's brows and disappeared. This is bad. He's trying to take over Lu Ming's body and destroy his soul. Xianxia's expression changed and his eyes were filled with worry. It's over. Little beauty, Lu Ming is finished. Your little lover is finished. Dandan shouted. What do we do? What to do? Was there any way to save him? Dandan, aren't you an expert? Quickly think of something. Xianxia was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were misty and he almost shed tears. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella was covered with a layer of purple light. He sat cross-legged and seemed to be resisting with all his might. I do have an idea, but I don't know if you're willing to do it. Dandan touched her chin with one of her front claws. What method? Hurry up and tell me, I'll definitely agree. Xianxia said anxiously. Is that so? Alright, I know of a way. I want you and Lu Ming to cultivate the dual cultivation technique and have sex. This way, your soul can be transferred to Lu Ming's side and help him fight against the seven-colored Taoist. This way, your chances of winning will be much higher. Dandan said. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.